Hello again, friends! And you are, my friends, the great Brian Last here, you there, and welcome back to another special edition of the 605 Superpodcast. This, part one of our two-part tribute to Scott Cornish, the noted wrestling humorist who made so many of the listeners laugh or think about something in a different way, unfortunately just recently passed away. It's a devastating loss to our community, and on a personal note, one of my best friends, someone who I'm going to miss talking to, and just hearing his insight, his humor, his wit on a regular basis. So this is part one of our tribute. Originally there was going to be one tribute, and we realized there was a lot to go through. This is going to be a collection of all of Scott's impressions. From the very beginning, with Sheila the Shooter, to impressionist Jim Ross, the handsome Boogeyman, Hot Dog and Lasto, Cranky Barista Ken Patera, and everything in between. So many of the funny moments that Scott created right here on the Super Podcast. Of course, these were in the midst of the top 10, where listeners would vote on which characters from the show they wanted to hear from again the next week. And one of the reasons that segment became so popular was the brilliant work of Scott Cornish. And I hate to even call it work. I paused there because it was us having fun. It was us kind of entertaining ourselves the way we would on the phone. And after I stopped working with David Bixenspan, the first call I made to come on the show was Scott Cornish. He was the first of the co-hosts that would come on the show, and he really helped set the tone for what I wanted the show to be. And with his characters in the top 10, it began a whole new era of the top 10. With David Bixenspan, I had to be all the wacky characters. With the new era, I got to be the straight man, and people like Scott Cornish, my long-term friend, got to legitimately make me laugh. And it was a lot of fun to be a part of, and thankfully, we have the tapes right here that we're about to play. So let's go to this, part one of a 605 Super Podcast tribute to the noted wrestling humorist, Scott Cornish. Number 10, Sue the Shooter.
Oh, my goodness.
Hello, Scott.
Hello, Sue. What a pleasure. I've heard so much about you.
What have you heard from Moondog Spot or Tiger Jeet Singh?
I heard something from Jerry Lawler.
Oh, what did Jerry say?
No, it was actually a story I heard from your sister, and maybe I'll have to pull it together and mention it later. But he speaks of you only in the most glowing of terms, I'm sure. How are things down under?
Underwear under Moondog Spot?
I was going to say, I'm sure you've heard that question before, but it's an absolute delight. I first read about you in the pages of Betty Paginated magazine, delightful fanzine that's been put out for years by our pal Dan Leonard down in Australia. And I read his account of the story of your life and was kind of amazed to see, or very interested to see the twists and turns in the story of your life, all the greats that you've met. Is there anybody that you spent time with that we haven't heard about? I know it's not polite to ask a lady to tell tales out of school.
Well, I tell the story of Wee Willie Wilson from Florida. And also, if you remember that story, I talked about Lord Littlebrook.
Oh, yes.
Little Beaver was a total cock.
Oh, Sue, my word. Little Gene Okerlund there. Oh, my word, Sue.
Well, hold on, Scott. I gotta ask you. You mentioned Sue's sister. You know, you are responsible for Sue the Shooter because Dan Leonard wrote the article, paginated his fanzine, and you sent it to me.
Oh, come on, Brian. It's all Dan Leonard.
Well, you're the one.
Nice guy.
You're the one who sent it to me, so you're very responsible for Sue the Shooter being on the show. But you mentioned Sue as a sister. What's this about?
Well, should I speak up now?
And what is your name?
Sheila the Shooter.
Sheila the Shooter.
I'm Sue's slightly slutty sister.
Slightly slutty. How are you slightly slutty compared to Sue?
Well, there's Sue, of course. Sue is the star of the family. I could never attempt to follow in her footsteps. I've had my fun. I've had my flings. but Sue is the absolute star. Nobody made a documentary film that nobody's seen about me.
Nobody's seen. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, many films have been made, and they were loops, they used to call them in my day. Slides, things of that nature. No documentary film, but we are as proud as punch, all the shooters, of Sue and her many accomplishments. But as I say, there was a time when Sue and I and one other person would travel. You should have seen the three of us at the Hotel Adelaide, at the Sydney Super 8. All the hot spots that we made. We had our fun, I must say.
This is the 605 equivalent of Zamuda and Kaufman going back and forth as Tony Clifton. Sheila, is Sheila there or is Scott there? Who am I speaking with?
Oh, my goodness. How you talk?
Well, Sheila...
Scott's in the other room, making a bet.
Were you a wrestling fan as well, Sheila? Or who was your favorite wrestlers?
Oh, I just loved them all. I loved them all, quite literally. Loved them all. And, I probably... What was funny was, as I mentioned, there was Sue, there was myself, and there was our little cousin, Shirley the Shooter. And the three of us, what a trio we made as we'd go to the matches and get to meet some of the boys. I give that all to Sue, all credit to Sue. But yes, there were times when all three of us would date. We would never date each other's boyfriends, but there were times when the three of us again would stand together as a team. Quite like the fabulous Freebirds, who are a great favorite of mine.
Did you ever see the Freebirds?
The answer to that question is, how did I see the Freebirds? My goodness. But I mentioned our cousin, Shirley the Shooter. She was older, but in a way she used to egg us on, and she would almost dare us to do things. And as I say, for a while it was the three of us just as thick as thieves. Shirley was like she was like the Buddy Roberts of our trio.
How so?
Oh, well, she was kind of the workhorse of the team, and kind of, oh my goodness, kind of the workhorse of the team. Obviously the veteran, and she liked to pee on her boyfriends.
Well, certainly very Freebird-esque, I gotta say.
She wouldn't mind me telling that story.
Was Sheila? I think her name's Sheila. Sheila, let me ask you this:
Sheila the Shooter.
Sheila, was Sue the only one in your family who had a thing with a moondog?
Yes. There was some activity involving a bone, but I think she was the only one that went for a moondog. I had Randy Colley, but not when he was a moondog. I had him when he was Detroit Demolition.
well,
Actually, I had him the 1 week that he made a taping as a member of Demolition, and then I switched over to Barry Darso.
Oh, okay, really interesting.
Mm-hmm. It's just the way it went.
It's just the way it was in the business. You know, I hear a resemblance to your sister. By chance, could you say the name Tiger Jeet Singh for me?
Oh, Tiger Jeet Singh.
Okay, not as enthusiastic as Sue, but obviously you didn't get to know Tiger Jeet Singh as well.
She knew him far better than I. And the stories she'd tell about his saber.
Well, one last thing before we let you go, Sheila. Not that we're kicking you off the show or anything, but
I did want to mention the one man who was so special to me. He was really the great love of my life.
And who's that?
The Dean. Dear sweet Gordon Soley.
You had a relationship with Gordon Soley.
Well, yes, I enjoyed it. I think we enjoyed each other's time at a time when we both needed another, and he was a kind, wonderful gentleman, a very skilled orator.
Oh boy,
very skilled orator. one of the great linguists in our industry. Excuse me, not my industry, but the business.
I'm going to guess this is during one of his whiskey blackouts that this may have occurred.
Well, I don't know about that. He did like his drink. But I will tell the first time that Gordon ever disrobed in front of me. He was such a handsome man, so beautiful. But as he undid his trousers for the first time, he looked me right in the eye, and I'll never forget. He said, "Sheila, it's not the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog." God, how I miss that man.
Well, let me ask you this, Sheila. One last question here. Boy, I don't know how I'm ever going to watch my Georgia wrestling tapes again.
Can I ask you a question later?
Oh, certainly.
Follow. Please.
I'll go first, Sheila. Sue famously had a relationship with Wee Willie Wilson from Florida.
Yes.
Did you also have any relationships with any of the little people? We used to call them midgets, but that's not appropriate any longer. But any of the midget wrestlers, as they were called back in the day?
Well, you mentioned Lord Littlebrook earlier. I had a one-night stand with Lord Littlebrook. In his case, definitely not a misnomer. Littlebrook.
Okay. All right, Sheila. Well, you had a question, you said. One question from you.
Where's Bix?
Bix has many projects in the works, and he's actively working on them.
Oh, I must say I've had a crush on him from afar. I'm so sorry that I missed him by 1 week, but can't cry over spilled milk. Oh, my goodness. Bix.
Well, your sister has been attempting to get a Bix pick for the longest period of time, but no success.
Well, I'll be honest, we don't normally compete for gentlemen callers, but I sent Bix all my affidavits.
Affidavits?
Yes, all my affidavits, all my information, so that he didn't have to subpoena, I didn't have to look for things. I was very upfront. Let me say, I don't want to embarrass the man. I'm sure he's got no shortage of suitors, but sometimes I imagine myself in his arms, and I can only think to myself, what if?
Well, there's our what if segment for the week, and listen.
Can you answer me a question about Bix?
Sure. One question.
I heard he's a bit of a gawker. I heard that he likes to watch tapes. Okay. I wonder where you were going there. That's my little joke.
Well, listen, Sheila, thank you so much for being on this show. I certainly did not expect this, but you are welcome back at any time, and it is nice that after all these weeks and months where we've gotten to know Sue the Shooter, that we finally branch out and meet other members of Sue the Shooter's family, or maybe I should say Sue the Suitor, based on what you just said. But thank you for coming on the show. We hope we hear from you again, or at least until the listeners get fed up with this.
Kisses. Ta-ta, everybody.
Well, that was Sheila the Shooter. I think it was Scott. I don't know if you heard any of that. I believe it's Sue the Shooter's sister Sheila, and then she had a cousin Shirley. Was that it?
Please say that 3 times fast. I was in the other room. It was one of those situations like the old WWF interviews where they would interview one fellow and the other wrestler was standing 2 feet away, but then he came back to the microphone and had to pretend he didn't see the other person. I didn't hear any of that, and I make no claims. But what a thrill! I can't wait to listen to it back.
Yeah, it was a tremendous interview, and I have a feeling that people really have a lot of opinions about it. But hopefully Sheila, or I think it was Sheila, right? It was Sheila the Shooter will be back on the show, hopefully, unless there's a Detroit Demolition appearance somewhere from what
that would be delightful.
You know, a lot of people really got a kick out of last time you were on the program.
Excuse me, Brian, I've just got to step out for a moment.
Scott? Hello, is anyone there?
Hello,
who's this?
Oh, Brian, you know who this is. Sheila the Shooter.
Sheila the Shooter, the sister of Sue the Shooter, the cousin of Shirley the Shooter.
That's right, the 3 of us.
How are you today?
Yes. Oh, just wonderful. I've gotten such incredible kind words, cards, and letters from your many fans, and it's very surprising. Like I said, I never sought the spotlight like my sister Sue. She was always the star of the family, and rightly so. She had many more encounters than I ever had. Do you know how she became much more well-known than myself and my cousin?
I don't. I'm going to guess maybe the Dan Leonard article and then the movie Love Struck about her?
No, her secret was, as they say in advertising, volume.
Well, I mean, that's one of the topics in the Dan Leonard article, Confessions of a Ring Rat.
Yes, confessions. I don't know if she ever kept a diary. That would have been a bestseller, to be sure.
Oh, my word.
Who knows? Who knows? There's always time.
There's always time. Well, what are you up to lately, Sheila?
Oh, like I said, just busying myself, going through some of my scrapbooks and just remembering the wonderful days of old. I still occasionally get to a wrestling show. A few things that I brought that I thought of did not have time didn't permit me to bring them up last time.
What's that?
Well, I just remembered a really silly incident when Sue and I were traveling on the AWA circuit back in the 70s.
Really?
Yes. One time, it was after a show, I think it was in Milwaukee, and we were driving straight to the next town, and it was a horrible storm, thunder, lightning, driving rain, and all of us that were that were almost like a caravan, we all pulled off into this really sort of disreputable cheap motel, and all ended up back in our room. It was just so funny. What a lively group. It was Sue, myself, Reggie Lasowski, the Crusher, Ivan Putski, Mighty Igor, and Killer Kowalski.
Oh, wow. What a group that is.
Yes, Kowalski, Putski, Igor, and Lasowski. And we were in the room, just having a bit of a good time, singing and dancing and having some refreshments, when all of a sudden a huge clap of thunder, huge lightning bolt, and all the power went out. Pitch black, into pitch black darkness, all of us. And I'm a bit afraid of the dark myself. So it was very tense, very difficult situation. But what happened was we were very lucky to have those 4 men in the room at once, because it took all 4 of them to screw in a light bulb.
Well, I thought you were going to say something about a Polish sausage, and you went with an old school Polish joke. That's not very funny, Sheila.
No, it was no joke. Kowalski held the light bulb. He was the tallest of the bunch. But Polish sausage, that's Wally Carbo territory.
Well, obviously you listened to the program. You know a little bit about that from our Polish Joe Chupik interview a while back.
Well, it's true, and I did meet Mr. Carbo on at least 1 or 2 occasions.
How did that go?
Well, you're I don't know if I should really say, but he more than lived up to his reputation. I was there the night that he and Robert Fuller had their famous backstage confrontation.
I have not heard about this. What happened with their backstage confrontation?
Well, you know how men are, particularly wrestlers and so on and so forth. Robert Fuller was much like Wally Carbo. He was known for being gifted in a certain area. And backstage at a show once, I was there, and Sue was as well. Robert Fuller was on the show. I think it might have been one of the Superclass shows. Robert Fuller was on the show, and Mr. Carbo was there just visiting. And so Fuller was he was in the locker room, and in his altogether, I think he had just finished wrestling, and he was headed to the shower, and Mr. Carbo walks through, and he says, "Hey, old man," he says, "I've heard that that you're very physically gifted, but I've never had any complaints. I've always been the king of the locker room." And so he was, in a way, he was almost daring Wally to prove himself. It was quite a situation. I really shouldn't say too much more. I'll merely just say this.
Wally was fully dressed, but he unzipped his fly, and I'll just put it this way. He only took out enough to win.
Okay, but now we're going back to vaudeville with some of these jokes here. Sheila, one of the things the listeners really liked was your comparison of you and your sister Sue and your cousin Shirley to the fabulous Freebirds. A lot of the listeners really got a kick out of that.
Well, it was funny. I'm certainly not comparing myself to them in any way. They were legends, absolute legends. It's just, in a natural way, there were three of us, and we each had our own expertise and our own specialities, if we might say. I'd say for myself, I was often compared to Michael P.S. Hayes.
Why's that?
Well, I was good on the stick. I could talk them in, dear boy. I could talk them in. I used to stand next to an open hotel room door in a negligee, and I would just talk them in.
If you were compared to Michael Hayes and your cousin Shirley was compared to Buddy Roberts, as you told us last time, does that mean Sheila is the Bam Bam of the group?
Yes, that I'd use that name exactly to describe her. If you put a glass to the door when Sue was with somebody, you'd hear that a lot. Bam, 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 bam.
Well, Shirley, once again, you've left an impression here on the Super Podcast.
One last thing about the comparison to the Freebirds.
Yeah.
When the three of us and our cousin Shirley, when we would all go out together, the genius thing about us, having us all three go out together was you never knew which two of us were going to double team a man.
Well, I guess you guys used the Freebird rule as well.
It just worked out that way.
Well, once again, Sheila, thank you for coming on the show. We hope to have you on the show again soon.
Oh, that would be a delight.
That would be a delight. So we'll say goodbye to now. I don't know where Scott went.
Excuse me. Clearing the old throat here, Brian. I was in the other room seeing a man about a horse.
Well, once again, you missed Sheila the Shooter. This is the second time in a row you've been on the show and you've missed Sheila the Shooter. I mean, well, why do the show if you're going to miss talking to someone like Sheila?
I begged you to get that three-way call hookup going.
She begged me for a three-way as well, but that's not going to happen here on this program. But number 9, Sue the Shooter. Debuting at number 1, it's the impressionist Jim Ross.
Wow. That's an impressive debut. People have been saying how much those impressions get on their nerves, how much they suck, and there he is right there at number 1. People must like it on some level.
Well, Jim Ross, impressionist Jim Ross is here today, Scott. Is there anyone you'd like to hear an impression of?
Am I free to pick off the list, or do we want to go with one of his specialities, like a Jim Barnett or a Stu Hart? Let's go with Jim Barnett.
Hey, my boy. I'm Jim Barnett.
It's like he's in the same room.
I understand he's added some new ones here. Who do you have that's new? Hey, I'm Tony Atlas. You can't see he's flexing right now as he says that. That was pretty good. Oh, he has a Lou Albano he's going to show us right now. Here's impressionist Jim Ross doing a Lou Albano. I move and groove like a snake. I'm Lou Albano. There we go. Another great impression from Jim Ross.
That is stunning.
You have any over there, Scott?
Why, Jim, you egg-sucking dog. Did I ever tell you about my jackass? When I was a boy, I had a pet, and it was a jackass, and I loved that jackass. But one day, my jackass broke its leg, and my father took his pistol out and blew my jackass's brains out. And I said to him, Daddy. And I also said to my brother, Dory, in case you didn't get the reference, I said, why did you kill my jackass?
That was very impressive. I gotta say, that was very impressive. You do a really good, bad Jim Ross doing impressions. Like, that was really good. Can you do Jim Ross doing Jim Barnett?
Oh, my boy. We're going down to Burger King for the Whopper. Oh, my boy.
Who else does he do? Can you do Jim Ross doing Dusty?
You know that Dusty died on the same day as John Wayne. So I'd like to do Jim Ross doing Dusty, doing John Wayne.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Well, I'll tell you, Pilgrim. I didn't have that worked out.
That's never stopped him. Come on. That's never stopped impressionist Jim Ross.
I had another for the Terry Funk impression where he says, and this is actually Jim Ross speaking in his own voice, where he says, well, you know, Funker, what I like to do with my egg-sucking dogs is I like to feed them deviled eggs made with my own special chipotle mayo. Yes, that's right. I said chipotle mayo. It's Chipotle. I sell it. I don't know how to say it.
Oh, boy. I think we just got a regular bit that you're going to be doing now. I thought I was going to do the voice. You got this. This is your new thing, Scott.
Did you ever hear about Jim Ross on his wedding night?
No.
Oh, my gosh. It's so physical. This looks like a real slobber knocker.
Oh, man. I like the whole idea that he's like Andy Kaufman doing Foreign Man.
You're right.
It's just every impression is just awful and it sounds exactly the same. And then he has to explain what he's doing. And it's always funny because he's insistent about doing it now. Now it's become like a joke. Yeah, so I love making fun of it. And I always love when he does it to a guest. And you could tell they're almost as uncomfortable as they are when he makes like weird sexual remarks to women when they're on his show. And they have to pretend like they're actually interested in like his impressions. They have to pretend to laugh and stuff. But it's never good and it's always really awkward.
He's having fun though.
Hey.
I think he's having fun, and that's the important thing.
When you think about Jim Ross, I want you to think about fun. He's Mr. Fun.
That's right. I take pains to drive past my now shuttered restaurant in Oklahoma.
Did he have a restaurant?
Yeah, he did.
No, I never went.
Now shuttered.
No, now shuttered.
I just hope that when he does these impressions, that he does it like the old hack impressionists used to do, where he physically, even if he's just in his studio, if he physically turns around and then comes back around and has that same expression, that same no expression, no inflection on his face. Remember Jim Barnett? Yeah, I used to work with Jim Barnett. Boy, what if he went into a Sonic with me? I think it'd go something like this. Then he physically turns and then turns back.
Oh, man.
I think, though it is safe to, the only other person that sort of exceeds him in being known for his impressions, good or bad, is Bill Apter. As far as announcers go, Jim is wrestling's Fred Travalena, if not our George Kirby.
Rich Little Ross. An old favorite is at number 10 this week. Number 10, Sue the Shooter.
Hello, Scott.
Hello, Sue. How have you been?
Number 10. They don't like me anymore. I'm one vote away from disappearing.
Oh, Sue, some of the top 10 members disappear from the top 10, and you've stuck in the top 10 week after week, and I don't think you have anything to fear. You have a great deal of fans. Sheila the Shooter, your sister, has, for example, I understand she's very upset. She's never been elected into the top 10. She's always sort of hovered on the outskirts of the top 10. But I think that you will always be a fixture in the top 10.
I understand Sheila had one vote this week.
Really?
Just one.
I'll admit that wasn't even from me.
Who do you think would win a match between Jushin Thunder Liger and Tiger Jeet Singh?
Wow, that is a good question. Jushin Thunder Liger has the horns. And
oh, yes.
Somebody with the horn can always prevail.
He's quite horny, isn't he?
You would know better than I.
Oh, if only he wasn't hiding with Jake the Snake, I would know better than you.
Well, Sue the Shooter, an uninspired Sue the Shooter this week, almost slipping off the top 10. This is the turning point. Will Sue rise up the ranks once again, or will Sue disappear off the top 10?
Brian?
Yes?
It's Sheila.
Sheila the Shooter, we were just talking about you. What a funny coincidence that you're here right after Sue leaves.
I thought I'd all been forgotten. I understand Sue was a little upset. I've never wanted to walk in Sue's shadow, but I was amazed that I'd never... Jealousy is not my thing, but I've never been voted into your top 10, and I see everybody rising through the ranks, as you say. It makes me a little bit wistful, a little bit sad that people have already forgotten old Sheila. Well, it's understandable. I'm not a young thing, but when I look and I see, for example, who is the paper bag assassin?
Paper bag assassin is the person responsible for folding all the T-shirts that get sold to the listeners.
The takeaway I had was that she wore a bag, and many's the time when I was with a wrestler that I was requested to wear a bag.
Oh, really?
I didn't understand what everyone was on about, what the speciality was, but again, I'm not a young thing, and if the paper bag assassin is rising through the ranks, more power to her, I'll say that. But I don't want to sound like I'm bitter. As I said, it's been a long time, and I haven't been in the wrestling scene or with the wrestler in quite some time. I will say, just to boost myself up, that I've often been compared to some of the greats in the ring. For example, I was favorably compared by many of the wrestlers that I dated. I was often compared to the great Ole Anderson.
Really? Why is that?
Well, I like to isolate a body part and then work on it. Yes.
Well, that makes sense. I understand the comparison now.
Well, yes, and that's not the only one. One time, a writer from California that I had a brief fling with, Dave Meltzer.
Oh, really?
A very brief fling with Dave Meltzer, and Dave Meltzer himself, after Archerist, he compared me to Ole Anderson.
Why so?
Well, in his words, he said I was not Hall of Fame worthy.
There goes my Hall of Fame vote.
Well, we're in the same boat there. I get no Hall of Fame vote. Anyway, just wanted to say hello. I don't mean to bring the show down, but I just want to say hello to you and all the fans, and please show a little bit of kindness. Don't forget about your old gal Sue. Ta-ta.
Sue or Sheila? I don't know which person we're supposed to not forget about.
Sheila!
Sheila. That's
Sheila the Shooter!
You forgot your name, Sheila. You may have to write it down next time. Make sure you remember which shooter sister you are. I can't even speak.
It's sad. Anyway, yes, Sheila the Shooter. So long for now.
Adios, Sheila. We're up to a great start this week on the show. Number 10, Sue the Shooter. Number 5, a popular newcomer to the Super Universe, is the Impressionist Jim Ross. Scott, do you have your Impressionist Jim Ross puppet available over there?
Yes, I do. He is ready to talk to Jim, JR. Let me get him fixed up here, getting him out of his little suitcase. JR, how are you today? Say hello to the people. Oh, hello there, Brian. Hello there, 605ers. Hey, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm pleased as I can be to hear that everybody was so excited to hear my wonderful impressions, and we're all just having fun here. It's all just about fun. Pleasure to be here at the 605 Super Podcast.
That's fine and dandy. Do you have any impressions?
Well, yes, I do.
And by the way, you sound a lot more chipper than you usually do.
Well, I've been slugging back this barbecue sauce straight out of the bottle. It's done wonders, but I'll tell you one fella who did want to say hello to everybody, and that's a great old veteran everyone remembers from up in Calgary. How about that?
Yeah. Hey, Brian. Yes, this is Stu Hart. Haven't seen you since you abandoned me in the lobby of the Amarillo Hotel many years ago. During the yes. I just wanted to tell you that I've been a student of the last couple of weeks. JR turned me on to DDP yoga.
Oh, I'm surprised to hear that. Stu Hart? Or Impressionist Jim Ross doing Stu Hart? I'm not exactly sure what's going on anymore.
Yes. DDP yoga has done wonders. It's really greatly improved my flexibility. Now I can make eggs for the kids, and I can clean up after the cat with much greater flexibility than previously.
You have any more impressions over there? Impressionist Jim Ross.
Yeah. I want to... You dudley do-rag son of a bitch!
Are you doing Sue the Shooter? I don't know what you're doing, Jim Ross.
No, this is my Jim Cornette, you dudley do-rag son of a bitch! It's exactly the same way that Bruce Pritchard does it.
Yeah, Bruce Pritchard did an especially bad Jim Cornette impression, I do have to say.
I'm not sure why our impressions of Cornette sound more like Michael Jackson.
Well, well, I haven't listened too much to Jim Ross's podcast lately. Does he actively do a Jim Cornette, and does he always call people a Dudley Do-Right son of a bitch? Impressionist Jim Ross, is that something you actively do on your show?
Oh yeah, I work close together with Corny for years. That's exactly the way he sounds.
You Dudley Do-Right son of a bitch.
Okay, all right. I've never heard him say that ever, so I'm assuming he must have off a call with me. But any other impressions over there? Everyone loves some of the popular ones: the Jim Barnett, the Terry Funk, the Dusty Rhodes.
Oh my boy. Oh, look at all my beautiful stars. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my boy. Brian, do you have any gossip for me?
Would you like some gossip?
Yeah. Oh, you know I love gossip. Oh, my boy, please.
Have you heard that Jim Ross's barbecue sauce is made from motor oil?
Oh, my goodness, no.
It's a rumor.
I don't eat meat, so I haven't had much chance to use his barbecue sauce. I guess that's better for me. My goodness. Did I ever tell you about the time I played a rib on Tommy Rich?
No, you have not.
Well, my boy, I never wanted to be on camera, but one time the devil just got into me. I couldn't resist. I hid myself. I crouched down inside the announcer's podium where Gordon Soley would interview, and Tommy Rich came out for an interview, and I was hidden up underneath there where no one could see me. And, oh, my boy, Gordon Soley conducted an interview in a professional way, and Tommy Rich, of course, did one of his tremendous promos like only he can do. And as he was doing it, where the camera couldn't pick up, I'll just say I reached up and fired him up a little.
The old Police Academy shtick, right? Didn't that happen in Police Academy 1?
If you say so. All I can say is I'm the reason he stutters.
You know, you sound a little bit more like Droopy Dog than Jim Barnett.
Oh, I don't know about that. I've never been accused of being droopy. That was such a great rib, though. But I'll let you talk back to Jim Ross. Thanks so much for listening. Anytime you got gossip, just call old Jimsy. How about that, Brian?
That was up to your usual standards.
Well, I'm so glad to hear that.
Is there anyone else you want to do this week?
Well, I just wanted to turn the microphone over to a great friend of mine who is pretty well known for impressions himself. I don't like to hog the spotlight, but I'd like to introduce you to a dear friend of mine, probably the premier journalist in pro wrestling history, and that's my dear, dear friend, Bill Apter.
Impressionist Jim Ross is going to do a Bill Apter impression.
Hello, Brian. This is Bill Apter.
You don't sound anything like Bill Apter. You say something else. Maybe I'm wrong.
I've got a lot of scoops for you. That the Hogan Iron Sheik title will switch. You remember that one? It never happened.
Yeah, okay, I think I'm starting to see what this is. Bill...
Sheiky broke Terry's leg, and he got $100,000 from Vern.
Bill Apter, if I remember correctly, enjoys doing a Jerry Lewis impression. And you're basically, it's impressionist Jim Ross doing Bill Apter doing Jerry Lewis, I think. Is that correct?
It's like the layers of an onion.
Well, I gotta say, this is a new one, a new wrinkle, and I did not expect this.
Brian Last, then you're dangerously near me.
Let me ask you something, since I have Bill Apter doing Jerry Lewis, Jim Ross doing Bill Apter doing Jerry Lewis here on the show. Do you have any Bruno Sammartino knock-knock jokes?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, wow. It's so funny that you would ask me that. I was hoping you'd ask me to do the Jerry Lewis memory test.
I don't know what that is. What is
with
that?
the 5... Well, perhaps a tale for another day. But since you asked so kindly, what was your question?
The Bruno Sammartino knock-knock joke.
Oh, yes. There's a Bruno Sammartino knock-knock joke. Imagine that I'm Bruno. Knock-knock.
Who's there?
Vince.
Vince who?
Vince McMahon!
Okay. All right. I think we've had enough of Bill Apter. Impressionist Jim Ross.
One last thing, Brian, I want all your listeners to know. There's no such thing as climate change.
Also, now,
I'm not bald either.
I guess one of the things about Bill Apter he's become notorious for the last few years is he's a truther. He doesn't think Chris Benoit actually committed the murders that he committed. And I guess maybe, as you're exposing right here, there are other conspiracies that he thinks are in fact fraudulent, or that he doesn't believe in.
Keep an open mind, my friend. And remember, in November, vote for Alex Jones.
Okay. Impressionist Jim Ross, you've outdone yourself this week. You've outdone yourself.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
This is a good old JR here. I wanted to tell all your listeners that I'm going to be at the House of Blues next week before the big pay-per-view, just about 10 minutes away from the pay-per-view. Plenty of time to get from my... I'm actually not appearing at the House of Blues. I'm just going to have a meal there. But
Okay.
plenty of time to get there. Hey, Brian, let me ask, before I go, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Did you know that our tomorrows are never guaranteed?
I hadn't really thought about it, but I guess that would be true.
Well, do you know what that means when I say that every week?
What does... I didn't know you say that every week. I guess I should be listening more. What does that mean?
Well, hell, I wasn't sure myself. I was hoping you did.
Okay, well, I apologize. I don't think I can let you go, though, until I hear a little bit of the one that made you famous, your Terry Funk impression.
Why, you lousy egg-sucking dog. Did I ever tell you about when I had a jackass?
You've told me many, many times about your jackass.
Oh, well, that's about all I got for you, buddy. They almost wrote me off a few weeks ago when I went to some convention up north. You dirty egg-sucking dog. I'm sorry, Brian. The Terry Funk just ain't here this week.
We, as always, appreciate the effort, Impressionist Jim Ross. You've become very popular here on this show, and I welcome you back. I'm sure you'll be in the top 10 again, so I'll have to have you back on.
Well, thank you very much, Brian. And as I always say, tally-ho.
No. That's my expression. You say, so long, everybody.
Is that what I say?
That's you definitely don't say tally-ho. Boy, you stole the mothership, and now you're stealing tally-ho? What's next?
Fuck those guys.
Hey, all right. We've had enough of Impressionist Jim Ross here on the show.
So long, everybody.
So long, Jim Ross. The Impressionist Jim Ross, a big fan of the 605 Super Podcast. He listens every week. I tried listening to that show. If anyone out there ever wants to torture yourself, try listening to Jim Ross's podcast with headphones. Not a easy experience. Oh, my God. He's a broadcaster. Stop sucking in air right into the microphone and licking your lips.
Are you talking about him or me?
I'm talking about the real Jim Ross, not Impressionist Jim Ross. You can put your puppet down, Scott.
Oh, he's been packed away.
Okay. Do you have a box? Is there a specific box that he goes in?
I got one of those little steamer trunks like you see in the old movies with stickers from places all over the world.
Okay. Different House of Blues all over the world?
Yeah, that's right. House of Blues is all over the world. I've yet to hear any blues music in those places.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Well, one time I saw John Goodman and Dan Aykroyd when I walked in. One of them, I turned right around and walked out. If anything went on, I didn't get to hear it.
I've never seen a blues concert there either. So, Elmore James never played the House of Blues.
Right.
Leadbelly never went anywhere near the House of Blues.
Sounds like we're doing red buttons now. Never appeared at the House of Blues. John Lee Hooker, never at the House of Blues.
Number 5, Impressionist Jim Ross, coming soon to a House of Blues near you. He's back in the top 10, so he's back here on the show. Once again, Impressionist Jim Ross joins us. Impressionist Jim Ross, how are you today?
Hello, Brian. I'm just fine. I want to thank you and all your fine listeners for touching that download button and downloading my podcast, and yours, of course, as well.
Well, there's not actually a download button, but I understand why you wouldn't know that.
There's not.
No, apparently there's not.
Mm.
Before we go further and hear your notorious or world-renowned impressions, I have to ask you, did you spend a lot of time watching college football this weekend?
Oh, you know I did, Brian. Oh, yeah. Boomer Sooner. Number 13 looked good. He's a blue chipper, that one. And, had a wonderful time.
Obviously, you know why you're here. You know why you were voted by the listeners once again to be in the top 10. And that is these impressions you did. What do you have for us today?
Well, this is the Bull of the Woods, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, in public, if you will. Talking to the great Brian Last. The devil himself, Brian Last.
Hello, Dusty.
If you will, Brian, I just want you to deliver a message to T.R. Shock, Tom Robinson.
Oh, what do you have to say to Tom Robinson?
Just tell him and his jerk-off friends to get the fuck out of here.
Some things never change, Dusty. You've been saying that for over 30 years.
Well, he's getting me all fired up, you know. I'm talking about clubbering. You know what clubbering is? That's 4/50th on one body.
Okay, well, that's clubbering, I guess.
I got to get out of here myself.
Oh, okay, it was nice talking to you. And the impression is Jim Ross doing Dusty Rhodes. What a thrill.
Yeah, I agree. Can't you tell in my voice? It's always a thrill to talk to the dream.
You sound over-enthused. Is there anyone else you have in your basket of impressions that we can speak to this week?
Hello, it is I, the genius, full of glory and renown.
Lanny Poffo. I have never heard impressionist Jim Ross do a Lanny Poffo before.
Well, I'm full of surprises, Mr. Last. Must say it's good to talk to you.
It's great to talk to you, too. I mean, the first thing I think of when I think of Lanny Poffo is poetry. You're known for your poems.
Yes, the poet laureate of professional wrestling.
The poet laureate of professional wrestling. Do you have anything for us here today?
I do. There are a few that are a little self-involved, if you don't mind. We'll start with this one. It is I, the genius, full of glory and renown, a wrestler truly to the manner born. There are other accolades that I bestow upon myself, but I really don't like blowing my own horn.
Okay, I've heard that story as well. I think everyone has at this point. Mostly because you blow your own horn about it every time I see you interviewed. Wow, the genius. Or Leaping Lanny. Which Lanny Poffo are you?
It is I, the genius, full of glory and renown. But if you choose to call me Leaping Lanny, please just don't call me late for dinner.
Leaping Lanny, the genius, Lanny Poffo. What a thrill having you here.
Well, thank you so much. I also have a limerick, if you're interested.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know the age range of your listeners, Mr. Last, so I'm going to censor a few sensitive lines from this limerick, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all.
There once was a grappler named Lanny, who came from a great wrestling family. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. He could swallow his great big banana.
Okay, the genius Lanny Poffo. What a... Boy, right into the gutter this week, impressionist Jim Ross. What are you doing on this show?
I had one last poem.
Oh, you're still here. You have one more poem. This is a thrill. Usually you get one poem. We're getting two poems and a limerick. What is your second poem?
And if I may be permitted, after my last poem, I have a quick plug, if that's not a problem.
Not a problem.
My father was a cheap man. My brother was as well. And so am I, if truth is to be told. The only time size matters is with your bank account. Or if you want to fillet yourself in the locker room in front of Andre.
Okay.
That last one needed work. I admit that.
I hope that was never on a Frisbee that you threw out to the fans.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. In closing, I would just like to say it's been wonderful to be here. If you would please visit my website, I've got a garage full of those Frisbees that you mentioned, and they're not selling themselves.
Okay, we'll visit your website. We'll definitely get Frisbees and throw them at each other. But the genius, I keep calling you Leaping. The genius, Lanny Poffo, fantastic job here. Impressionist Jim Ross, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. My goodness, that Lanny, he's something else, eh?
Something else? You're really upping your game, it seems, lately, impressionist Jim Ross. Do you have anyone else for us?
Well, I just wanted to say something to you, Brian. You dirty egg-sucking dog. Whenever I got mixed up in this podcast world, I did it for the fans. And last week, one of these fans, would you believe it? One of your fans said that I had a terrible voice. Me, he said my voice was like fingernails on a blackboard. I want to tell you, Last, That's the kind of talk that makes me meaner than a rattlesnake, tougher than shoe leather, more dangerous than a hollow-eyed scorpion. My voice. I love my voice. I think my voice is wonderful. I think I have a very mellifluous voice. What about you, Mr. Last? Do you think I have a mellifluous voice?
I've never heard Jim Ross or Terry Funk use the word mellifluous before. I can't even say it. But sure, I will say that.
I can barely say it. Say it with me, mellifluous.
Mellifluous.
Oh. Is this funny to you somehow?
It's getting there. It's certainly getting there.
I got to admit, you got me, Brian. I was just kidding you. I like you. I think you're a nice, respectable young man. I know the hours that I spent being interviewed by you for that Terry Funk record book. And I know that when that thing comes out, it's going to be an outstanding record book. It might even be a #1 record book. I really believe that. I really do.
I appreciate that. Impressionist Terry Funk.
Impressionist Terry Funk.
Impressionist Jim Ross. Excuse me. Impressionist Jim Ross, I think you're doing a great job. You almost sound like him there at the end. But anything else Terry Funk wants to say here this week?
If you could lay a music bed of Desperado over that last part of my promo, I would surely appreciate that, my friend.
That won't be happening. That will not be happening. I hate that as your theme song.
So long, fans.
Wow, Impressionist Jim Ross, you're doing amazing today.
Thank you very much. That ain't easy. I'm sitting right here in my studio apartment.
I didn't realize it was a studio apartment.
Yes, my studio apartment.
Okay. Well,
but
you learn something new every day. Anything else you have for us?
One little last impression that I'm working on. Just if you'll indulge me for just a moment. It's in the early stages, but let me just try it.
Okay.
Lance, my eye. I'm blind, Lance. Oh, my eye. Lance, my eye.
Well, that is very clearly Terry Funk after Jerry Lawler stabbed him in the eye with that piece of the chair at the empty arena match.
No.
No,
you're close, but no.
Okay, I'm close, but no. Okay. Oh, most famous angle in the history of Mid-South Wrestling. Junkyard Dog blinded. He wasn't yelling for Lance, but he was blinded by Michael Hayes, leading to that August of 1980 huge show at the Superdome. Junkyard Dog being blinded. Is it that?
That was a real slobber knocker. That was a hot one, but that's not who I was trying to imitate.
Okay. I regrettably give up.
It was my old mentor, Leroy McGurk.
Oh, that's in very, very poor taste. Impressionist Jim Ross. How dare you? Leroy McGurk was a blind man.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of a gimme. I thought you'd get it first chance.
well, boy, right at the end here, you had to take it right over the cliff and really right into the gutter. Tasteless. It was just an incredibly poor taste. I'm surprised that you said that on the air.
Well, if it's good taste you want, you got to try some of my JR's barbecue sauce.
No. Now it's even in worse taste. Now you're turning it into a plug?
How about the Chipotle mayo?
Okay, listen. Impressionist Jim Ross, I think we've had enough of you and your Chipotle mayo for this week. Anything you want to say to the listeners on your way out?
Not really. So long, everybody.
Back in the top 10 this week at number 4 is the popular Impressionist Jim Ross, and I have Impressionist Jim Ross on the line with us once again here today. Impressionist Jim Ross, how are you today?
Hello, Brian. I heard I was down a couple of notches this week, down from 2 to 4.
That sounds right. I think you were 2 last week.
Well, despite all that, I'll do my best here. I certainly want to thank all my sponsors this week, and I've got some wonderful sponsors like Resist All Cowboy Hats. And remember our slogan? Resist all, stick it in your hat.
What? Wait, you're going to do your sponsors here on my show?
Well, you also want to mention DraftKings. Santo Gold, he's got chains, he's got charms. Roto Rooter, Dollar Shave Club, and Carvel Ice Cream. Remind people this week to pick up Dumpy the Pumpkin or Wiki the Witch for Halloween. And use my promo code Dumpy. That's DUMPY. Dumpy.
All right, Impressionist Jim Ross. Next time, I think you should clear it with me before you go into your sponsors here on my program. I will definitely check that out. I know the kids are excited about Halloween. What was it? It was Dumpy the Pumpkin?
Dumpy the Pumpkin or Wiki the Witch. Two totally different ice cream cake molds. Not the same thing at all. And use my promo code Dumpy.
Okay, well, I'll definitely look into that. First of all, I have to say, I heard from so many people a complaint about last week's show. They said that your Lanny Poffo impression was too good, that it was too good to be an Impressionist Jim Ross impression. What do you say to the critics?
Well, I say I'll do my best to make it worse for you this week.
Well, what do you have for us this week? Anything new, or is it the usual crew that you impersonate?
Why, you simple-minded people out there, you egg-sucking dogs, it's me, the Funker, calling from the world's greatest place, the Double Cross Ranch in Amarillo, Texas, home of the world's biggest grasshoppers and the world's biggest horse chestnuts. Also home to my brother Dory before he moved down there to Ocala, Florida.
Well, Terry, it's wonderful to have you back on the show again.
Oh, well, I think it's wonderful to speak to you. I really do. Mr. Last, I wanted to ask you a question.
Oh, certainly.
Your friend there that draws the cartoons, Travis Schmeckel?
No, Travis Heckel, the very, very talented man and someone I love collaborating with, an important part of the Super Podcast.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brian. I know his name isn't Schmeckel. I was just kidding. I was only kidding you. I know his name is Heckel. I was a big fan of his cartoon show on TV, Heckel and Schmeckel, the Talking Magpies.
I don't think he was involved with that program, Terry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I did have a question. Do you think Travis Heckel would make a drawing for me?
I think we could arrange that. What are you looking to have done? What are you looking to commission here?
Well, I'd like to have him draw a picture, and I think it would be a beautiful picture of a pet I had whenever I was a young boy. Brian, I may not have told you that I once had a pet jackass.
No, you told
and I loved that jackass. Brian, that jackass was like a jackass to me. Well, Brian, one day, my father, Dory Funk Sr., came out, and he took a pistol, and he put a bullet in that jackass's head. And I said to him, Daddy, why did you kill my jackass? He said, son, that jackass is no more use to us. I'm sorry, I always get a little choked up.
Obviously you get a little choked up here. You really did love that jackass, didn't you? I mean, we hear about it so often here on the show. Never got a name for it.
There was never any time. I almost named him something, and then Dad came out with that Colt 45 of his whenever well, I don't really like to say.
Oh, boy. Well, Impressionist Jim Ross doing Terry Funk. I almost called you Impressionist Terry Funk again, the mistake I made last week on the show. But, Terry...
Don't you work off of notes?
I don't. I do for most of the show. For this, I just like to have a free-flowing conversation. I find that it works pretty well.
Well, talk to Mr. Heckel about that picture of my jackass, please. I'll talk to you all sometime soon. All right. Adios, amigo.
Tally-ho, Terry. Wow, Impressionist Jim Ross, you were doing a fantastic job this week. I got to thank you. I'm guessing that was it this week. That was your big finish, Terry Funk?
No indeed, sir. No indeed. Ha ha.
I'm not sure what that is. Who am I speaking with?
Gordon Soley, sir, the Dean of Pro Wrestling Announcers.
Okay, so Impressionist Jim Ross does a Gordon Soley.
Indeed. Sometimes when I'm with esteemed editor Bill Apter from Pro Wrestling Illustrated, we do a little routine where I'm known as the Dean, and we call it the Dean and Jerry. You can just imagine the hilarity that ensues.
Well, we all know that Bill Apter likes doing his Jerry Lewis impression. That is pretty funny, the Dean and Jerry, the Dean of wrestling commentators, Gordon Soley.
Brother, come and see that big card this Sunday at the Omni. Yeah, the Omni, with a big cock on it.
Okay, well, I gotta ask you, what did you prefer more, Gordon Soley, the Peach State of Georgia or the Sunshine State of Florida?
That's a very good question, sir. Certainly when I was commentating down in Florida, there was no surcease, as it were. That's where I came up with some of my original catchphrases, such as the Crimson Mask and the Vertical Souffle, sir. But I also loved my time in the Peach State of Georgia. Yes, very many times that I spent at the Cheetah Club right there in Atlanta.
Really?
Yes. Wanted to ask you, do you know the directions from Cheetah to the Superstation 17 studios?
I don't, unfortunately.
Oh, wait, not necessary, sir. I have them written down here on a cocktail napkin. You go about 2 miles down Peachtree, take a right onto Peachtree, 1.5 miles down Peachtree, until you get to the Slauson Cutoff. Get out of your car, cut off your Slauson, get back in your car. And then it's just another 1/4 mile down Peachtree to Techwood Drive, and that's the studio.
Oh, okay, that sounds like a good way to get there. I don't think you get lost at all, but Gordon, what a thrill it is to speak to the Dean of Wrestling Announcers, the great Gordon Soley, here on the Super Podcast.
Brian, if you don't mind, one more question for you, sir. Do you know if they still sell unfiltered Cools? Those were my favorite.
I don't know, Gordon, but I'm pretty sure that those are incredibly unhealthy.
Ah, a good point, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Gordon, before I let you go...
Time for dinner, as a matter of fact. Mrs. Soley, I can smell the aroma of her cooking from the other room.
What are you going to have?
A souffle.
Okay. Gordon Soley, as done by the impressionist Jim Ross.
So long from the Peach State of Georgia.
So long, Gordon Soley. Another great appearance on the show this week. Thank you very much, impressionist Jim.
There is no Jim here. Please stop calling.
Okay. Thank you, impressionist Jim Ross.
So long, everybody.
Once again, in the top 10 this week at number 6, it is none other than the impressionist Jim Ross, and I'm very happy to have the impressionist Jim Ross on the line with me right now. Impressionist Jim Ross, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, Brian. If I could just interject something here quickly. I always enjoy your introductions, but I'm just going to tell you, just going to give you a little bit of advice from an old timer. You got to learn to slow it down.
Well, I know you say that about all the wrestlers in the ring, but I don't think that necessarily applies to modern-day broadcasting. Slow it down.
Well, perhaps not. It's not like I have any experience in broadcasting.
No. Well, let me give you an idea. You should definitely do maybe some hashtag slow it down t-shirts. That may work for you. But let's get on to bigger and better things here on the show.
An excellent idea. I'm always onto a new money-making idea. Let me jump that down.
I know you are. But listen.
Hashtag t-shirt.
No, not hashtag t-shirt. Hashtag slow it down.
Hashtag slow it down.
Before we get into your world-famous and popular impressions, we do need to bring up the elephant in the room. And that is, of course, the challenge that has been made by Stuttering Tommy Rich. I don't know what the problem is, impressionist Jim Ross, but it appears that Stuttering Tommy Rich has some sort of beef with you.
Well, if he's got a beef with me, he might want to try some of my JR's barbecue.
Oh, no. Let's stay away from the plugs. You plugged everything in the world last week here on the show. All that money goes to you. We don't see anything for that. So let's stay away from all your plugs. You can keep that on your podcast.
All right, if you insist.
Well, let's not get too far off the path. Do you have any impressions for us this week?
It is I, the genius, full of glory and renown.
The genius, Lanny Poffo, back here on the show. It's wonderful to have you here again.
It's wonderful to be here.
I'm sure, considering you are the genius and we know what you do, that you'll have some sort of poetry to read for us. You are the poet laureate of the 605 Super Podcast. I am going to ask you to maybe keep it a little clean this time and not go down the road that you went down on each and every poem and limerick you read last time on the show.
Well, I do have a poem for you, and this week's poem is about wrestling history.
Wrestling history? Oh, that sounds like a great topic for a poem. I can't think of too many poems about wrestling history, so this should be good.
I listened with great interest to the challenge that was issued last week by Stuttering Tommy Rich, a dear friend of mine, but a challenge, unfortunately, that was issued to my close, dear friend, impressionist Jim Ross. But I have no quarrel with Tommy Rich, and I wanted to write a poem celebrating his great accomplishments in the ring.
Well, you are right, Lanny. There is, in fact, a challenge, something I plan to talk a little bit more to impressionist Jim Ross about shortly here on the program, but I want to hear this poem you have about wrestling history.
Thank you. They say that Jim Barnett asked Harley Race to drop the strap.
because he favored Tommy Rich by a great ratio.
Oh, no.
But I think Wubba Wildfire never would have Wubba won the crown if Barnett had learned the art of self-fellation.
Okay, and there we go, right back into the gutter once again. Boy, genius Lanny Poffo, you seem to have a one-track mind.
I appreciate the opportunity, as always, to educate the fans about wrestling's great, rich history.
That indeed you just attempted to do, but I'm guessing, is that it? You said you had one poem today. Is that all we're going to hear from you?
I have one other brief poem, if time will allow.
Okay.
There once was a man from Nantucket.
Okay. All right. I think we heard plenty of the man from Nantucket the last time you were on the show, and his name was Lanny Poffo. But genius Lanny Poffo, good job. Let's get back to the impressionist Jim Ross. Impressionist Jim Ross, your impressions are sounding better and better by the week.
Well, I'm trying. You have an audience that is tough but fair.
Do you have anything to say about this challenge that has been issued by Stuttering Tommy Rich?
Well, I've known Tommy for years. Tommy is a tremendous athlete and one of our greatest champions. I've got no quarrel with Tommy Rich, but I just don't understand the details of this challenge. A challenge to what? I'm not a trained athlete by any means, despite my collegiate background.
There appears to be some heat.
I'm not sure where that would come from. But again, I'm not interested in any physical confrontation. I don't know what the details of this challenge would be.
Well, I don't know either. I guess we're going to have to wait until we hear more from Stuttering Tommy Rich. It seems like you're declining to partake in a escalation of this war of words that began last week. But let's get back to the impressions. You have another impression here.
You know, Mr. Podcast Announcer, I'd rather fight a man than make love to a woman. I know that don't make sense, but it sound good.
I think we're talking to the Big Cat Ernie Ladd.
Yes, of course, this is the Big Cat Ernie Ladd. And if there's one thing I hate more than a whiskey-drinking Indian, it's a bleach blonde, toothless cracker like that dummy stuttering Tommy Rich. What a dummy that Tommy Rich is.
What is going on? Impressionist Jim Ross, you just said you didn't want to engage with Wildfire Tommy Rich.
Wildfire Tommy Rich, the dummy. It talks out of both sides of his neck, you know? Yak, yak, yak. Yak, yak, yak. I think the peroxide is soaked down through his brain, you know that? To make a statement like that, challenging my friend, the impressionist Jim Ross. You notice he don't challenge the Big Cat? I'd like to beat that dummy in the general presence of his parents. I beat him worse than I beat San Martino.
Well, I mean, just minutes ago, Impressionist Jim Ross said he didn't want to engage in this, and then here we go. We have the Big Cat Ernie Ladd as done by the Impressionist Jim Ross, upping the ante. Big Cat, I guess I'll talk to you instead of Impressionist Jim Ross. What else do you have to say? What have you been up to?
I've been up to kicking butts and taking names. I take this size 18 boot. And that is size 18 boot. That is a big boot. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Co-host Brian Last, the great Brian Last?
I would agree. I'm not Mr. Co-host on this show, but I would agree.
That is a size 18 boot, and that is a big boot. You know what a big boot means, don't you? Big socks.
Okay, good.
Big enough to cover the ground I walk on, Mr. Podcast Announcer.
The Big Cat Ernie Ladd, what a thrill to speak to you here today.
One time I saw Lanny Poffo in a locker room. Have I ever told you this story?
I think I may know this story.
Then I'm not going to sit here and flap my gums if you already heard me talk. All I'm telling you is if a challenge is coming out from that peroxided dummy, that suicide blonde Tommy Rich, so-called stuttering Tommy Rich, Mr. Podcast Announcer, I'm telling you that I readily accept any kind of challenge from that dummy.
Well, Big Cat, the challenge wasn't issued to you. Stuttering Tommy Rich hasn't even mentioned you. He's been talking about the impressionist Jim Ross.
Mr. Podcast Announcer, if Bernie Ladd tells you the moon is made out of cheese, you go get your crackers.
Words of wisdom from the Big Cat Ernie Ladd this week on the Super Podcast. But let's get back to Impressionist Jim Ross. Impressionist Jim Ross, are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here, Brian.
Ernie Ladd, as impersonated by you, seemed to indicate that he wanted to take Tommy Rich up on whatever this challenge is.
You can decide whether you want Ernie Ladd to answer that challenge or me. I'm firmly in the camp where I need to do more due diligence, let's say, and learn a little bit more about the just what's behind this challenge and what the challenge would be.
And I'm sure we'll hear more about this challenge a little bit later on here on the show when Stuttering Tommy Rich appears in the top 10. But do you have anything else for us this week, Impressionist Jim Ross?
Wait just a minute. Are you telling me that Stuttering Tommy Rich is higher in the top 10 than I am?
I am telling you that.
Very interesting.
Okay, is it? All right. But what else do you have for us this week? Anything else?
No impressions, really. I just had a question for you. Is the paper bag assassin here today?
No, she's not.
Oh, that's a great disappointment. I was hoping to talk to her. When I was head of talent relations in the WWE, have I ever mentioned that I was head of talent relations in WWE?
All the time.
When I was head of talent relations in WWE for some 9 years, I personally recruited the paper bag assassin to head up the Divas division, and I just wanted to catch up with her and old times with her, and perhaps do a podcast and run some inappropriate comments and weird innuendo by her, if that would be possible.
No, I will not let the paper bag assassin be hit with any of the creepiness that comes from some of the times that I hear you talk to females in the professional wrestling business. But before we let you go, because I've had just about enough of you this week here on the show, Impressionist Jim Ross, any other impressions?
Brian, a lot of people don't know that after our first meeting, the paper bag assassin and myself, when I was head of talent relations in WWE, that was about the time that she started carrying that machete, right around that same time frame.
Certainly makes sense. Certainly makes a world of sense. But anything else before we let you go this week, Impressionist Jim Ross?
Why, you dirty egg-sucking dog, I wanted to tell you that I am just so beside myself with joy, with delight. Did you know that that great artist, Travis Heckel, did an absolutely beautiful drawing of me and my father, Dory, and a pet that I had when I was a child. You can see it over there on that 605 Facebook page of yours. It's just a wonderful drawing.
Facebook.com/Superpodcast. I agree. It's one of Travis's great works. They're all great, but this one was really cool, and a lot of people really got a kick out of it.
I tell you, it really struck me. It really struck me right in my heart. It really did. It was a photo of a drawing, perhaps. It was so wonderful that I thought it was a photo, a drawing of me over a pet that I had as a child. I don't know how he knew about this, but when I was a young boy one time, I had a jackass. And if I've never mentioned before, I loved that jackass.
No, you've mentioned it all the time.
Well, I just love that jackass, and it's a most evocative drawing and painting of me leaning over that jackass's dead body while my daddy stood by while I was smoking pistol, because one time my daddy took that pistol and he blew that jackass's brains out.
You know, you always talk about that jackass with such love and affection. Did that jackass have a name?
He certainly did. His name was Jackass. I've only mentioned it 50 times. Haven't you been listening?
Okay, I guess I misunderstood.
You dirty egg-sucking dog.
Oh, that was uncalled for. Terry Funk, what a great appearance here this week.
Are you a sissy?
Okay. No, I'm not, Terry Funk.
Oh, well, I was just kidding whenever I called you a sissy, Brian. You know I like you. You know I care about you. I was just joking when I called you a sissy. I don't really think you're a sissy.
I accept your apology.
Thank you. It's time for me to saddle up, and I guess I won't be saddling up on old dead jackass. But so long, adios, amigos.
There we go, Terry Funk riding off into the sunset this week. Impressionist Jim Ross, a mixed bag. I don't know what to say. You're dodging challenges. You're doing your impressions. How do you think this week went?
How do I think it went? Well, I thought it went just great. But we'll let the listeners decide how it went. I'm sort of possessed by other spirits when I do go into these impressions. You can't hold me to anything that I say when an impression comes out. As far as the challenge goes, again, if the gauntlet is thrown down, I need to know a little bit more before I can respond properly.
I completely understand, and like I said, we'll have more information, I'm sure, later on in the program, but anything you want to say on your way out this week, Impressionist Jim Ross?
I hope you die in the next 30 minutes.
Okay, I didn't expect that.
So long, everybody.
Back on the show this week, the man who's at number 2 in the top 10, none other than the Impressionist Jim Ross, and I'm very happy to be joined by him right here, right now. Impressionist Jim Ross, are you there?
Hello, Brian. I am here, and I'm here this week to open up a can of audio whoop-ass for my listeners.
You know, people have pointed out to me, I guess, that you've been stealing the catchphrases from various other podcasts each and every week. I don't listen to them, so I never pick up on it. I just think you're making a wacky statement. This one, I know. This one, I realize where you're stealing it from. Stealing?
Well, I do want to mention this is the uncensored edition and not the family-friendly podcast.
Okay. Well, listen, it's great to have you back on. Number two this week in the top 10. And all of the 605ers are abuzz about this impending battle between you and Stuttering Tommy Rich.
Well, as regards this upcoming Loser Leaves Town confrontation between me and Stuttering Tommy Rich, I don't think Stuttering Tommy knows whether to shit or wind his watch.
Okay. I'm getting... All right, so that's now two.
Stone cold.
All right, well, Impressionist Jim Ross, it's one thing just taking someone else's catchphrases. Doing an impression is a whole nother thing, and that, of course, is why you are here and what you are known for. What do you have for us this week?
That's right, Mr. Last. As the manager of champions, I have aligned myself only with winners, and I will be in the corner of Impressionist Jim Ross when he faces that southern fried drunkard Stuttering Tommy Rich in the upcoming Loser Leaves Town match.
Is this the Grand Wizard of Wrestling?
Manager of champions, and I'm telling you, Brian Last, if those brain-dead fans think that peroxide blonde loser stands a chance against good old JR, then they must have been imbibing even more than their hero, that dipsomaniac slob with a speech impediment.
Dipsomaniac?
That's right, dipsomaniac. Look that up in your Funkin' Wagnalls.
I don't know if anyone still has Funkin' Wagnalls. It's 2016, man.
Is that right? Well, Mr. Last, Stuttering Tommy Rich, I want to point out, already has a distinct disadvantage over my client, Impressionist Jim Ross.
What is that disadvantage?
He is already a career loser, and as such is a shoo-in to lose to my client. Therefore, I am petitioning the matchmakers to even the odds in our favor by banning his booze bottle from ringside. He'll be just like a baby without his baba, Mr. Last. And then from there, he'll be just like putty in our hands. Pack your bags, you stuttering simpleton.
Well, the Grand Wizard of Wrestling. No one's heard from him since 1983, but here he is on the Super Podcast.
That's all I've got to say. And in closing, I'll just add, you know something, Mr. Lass? I never liked you.
Well, I gotta say, that was a new one, a new wrinkle. Impressionist Jim Ross, I'm very impressed. I know you didn't grow up watching the World Wrestling Federation or Worldwide Wrestling Federation, so the fact that you were able to do a impression of the Grand Wizard of Wrestling was mighty impressive.
Well, thank you very much.
And you sound delighted by the comment that I just made.
Absolutely. I'm beside myself with joy.
Of course, we all know that you never come on and just do one impression. There's always several impressions that you delight the 605ers with each and every week. Do you have anything else for us?
Woo! Have mercy, Daddy. The Boogeyman is here on the 605 Super Podcast with my main man, the great Brian Lasto. And the Boogeyman feels good, Brian. Woo! I'm like Coca-Cola. I'm all over.
Like buttered toast from coast to coast.
That's right. How about you, Brian Lasto? Do you feel as good as I look, or do you look as good as I feel?
Brian Lasto.
Brian Lasto, I think we would make a fantastic tag team. Do you know that, Brian Lasto?
I never thought about it, no.
'Cause I'm a rocker and a roller, and you're a little funky Jew.
Okay, well, I believe we're talking to a hybrid of handsome Jimmy Valiant and the Boogeyman Jimmy Valiant here this week on the show.
Oh, well, you know, Mr. Lasto, the Boogeyman feels a little bit low when I think about this Loser Leaves Town match between my blood brother, impersonator Jim Ross.
Boogeyman, are you okay over there?
Between my blood brother, impressionist Jim Ross, and that ugly cockroach stuttering Tommy Rich. Look at the profile, Brian Lasto, and then look at Tommy Rich. He's so ugly when he was born, the doctor slapped his fat old lady.
I noticed some clapping over there, just like you. Are you hopping around?
You know I am, Brian Last. The Boogeyman feels good, but I would never make fun of a man because he stutters. You know something? We all got our problems, Brian Last. Oh, the Boogeyman went to the eye doctor this week. Doctor, give me the news. Woo! And my eyesight just ain't what it used to be. You know that? Do you know about corrective lenses, Brian Lasto?
No, I don't know too much about them, no.
That's right, corrective lenses, Brian Lasto. Just this past week, the Boogeyman bought himself a brand new glass coffee table with a prescription lens.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I know where you're going, and I don't want to hear you go there.
Well, then let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the loser leaves town match, Daddy.
Yeah.
And I don't care if it's Memphis or New York City, San Francisco town, coast to coast, like you say, like born in house toast. Impressionist JR has got stuttering TR on the run. Loser leaves town. And do you know what that means, loser leaves town, Brian Last?
It means the loser leaves town.
It means this could be the last time. This could be the last time. Maybe the last time. I don't know.
Well, there we go. The Boogeyman.
I'm out of here like last year, Brian Lasto.
I must say, impressionist Jim Ross, I am mightily impressed this week. I did not expect that Jimmy Valiant impression, and mercy, it was pretty good, I gotta say.
Boom. There it is.
No, that's mine. Now you're stealing from me again.
Once again, is my face red?
Well, listen, before we close out here this week, I think you, as yourself, as impressionist Jim Ross, need to address this upcoming Loser Leaves Town match between you and stuttering Tommy Rich.
Certainly. And first of all, I want to thank the fans for voting me into the number 2 position. I was feeling a little bit stalled, having done 2 weeks at number 6. I want to thank the fans most sincerely for voting me as number 2. Just want to encourage the fans that if they like impressionist Jim Ross and want to continue to hear me, that they'll vote with their voice and with their conscience in the upcoming Loser Leaves Town match. Can you possibly live for 60 days without impressionist Jim Ross?
You almost said stuttering Tommy Rich.
Well, it's much on my mind, this upcoming match. I take it very seriously.
Okay. Well, is there anything else you want to say before you go this week?
I think I've said it all. So long, everybody.
Back on the show one last time before this battle of epic proportions that's about to take place between him and stuttering Tommy Rich, as voted on by you, the 605ers, at facebook.com/superpodcast, is the impressionist Jim Ross. This is his final opportunity to speak to the listeners of the Super Podcast before the voting is underway. Impressionist Jim Ross, how are you today?
I'm all right, but Brian, I must admit I'm very concerned. My final opportunity to speak. I absolutely want to make the most of this. I just want to say that I didn't ask for this confrontation, but as my daddy used to say, that there's a time when a man's just got to stand up and do what's right. So I've got some things prepared. I think that what was on the table was a rap battle.
Well, I don't know if I'd say that was on the table. Stuttering Tommy Rich threw down the gauntlet, and then you said that you wanted to have a rap battle. I forget exactly what happened, but
now, I suggested a debate or a rap battle or some sort of thing, a press conference.
I don't think a press conference would solve anything, but that's the path you've chosen to take, a rap battle?
I think that the 605ers favored a rap battle, and I am more than willing, but I need some help. Brian, give me a beat.
How do you want me to do that? How am I supposed to give you a beat?
Not necessary, my friend. I can freestyle this.
Okay.
And it goes a little something like this. It's me, JR, the superstar, and I wear a big black hat. You've got to learn to slow down, son, and I'll show you where it's at. I'm JR from Oklahoma. I've got more rhymes than Sonny's got somas. Now, I was challenged on these airwaves by stuttering Wildfire. Just when he's getting fired up, I'll be making him retire. But I'm not just here to rank on you, to dance or sing a song. Impressions are my stock in trade, and I've brought some friends along. It is I, the genius, on the mic, full of glory and renown. Now listen very carefully at what's about to go down.
I'm the star of the show, the baby pa foe, so stand back, world, because I'm about to blow. Telling truth about that toothless goof with the speech impediment. I'm shooting here, so let these truths become self-evident. The story's been told how you won the gold from handsome Harley race when a gentleman promoter had a dream date with your face.
Jesus!
Your biggest boner, Wildfire, was messing with Jim Ross. You can have it your way at Burger King, sampling Barnett's secret sauce.
Oh, my God.
The loyal 605ers are going to send you on your way. We're going to hit you where it hurts, so stock up on Ben Gay.
Wow. The genius Lanny Poffo entering this rap battle for reasons I still haven't figured out. But
Did you ever go over a friend's house to eat and the food just ain't no good? Well, I can feed myself in any locker room as long as I can get wood.
Okay. I was expecting you to go there and you didn't, and I thought we lucked out, and then you went right there, right? Wow. Impressionist Jim Ross, once again, your genius Lanny Poffo impression is spectacular.
Well, thank you, Brian. Thank you very much. But this is not the time for accolades or allocades, as my friend Lex Luger would say.
Yeah, that's right.
I need to please return to the rap battle and the subject at hand.
Okay.
Challenge me? You must be crazy, just like an old pet coon. I'll cut you with this microphone, you stuttering baboon. I'm not a drunk like Tommy, and I just say no to drugs. But I can rock a podcast to the early light, so step off while I do my plugs. Chipotle mayo. Chipotle mayo.
Oh, no.
Chipotle mayo. Chipotle mayo. Me undies. Me undies. Me undies. Me undies. Now wave your hands in the air. If you lent money to Ric Flair. Now somebody, everybody, say Carvel ice cream.
No more plugs.
All right, then. Any other requests?
Do you have any other impressions, or was that it? Did you end with your plug?
I'm Terry Funk from Amarillo, and I talk like I'm in a fog. My brother Dory told me you're a dirty egg-sucking dog. I pity you, I really do, stuttering Tommy Rich, 'cause some fat oaky announcer is about to make you his bitch. A loser must leave town match, Wildfire, isn't that what you said? You'll soon be gone just like that jackass my daddy shot in its head. My jackass, my jackass, my daddy shot my jackass, my jackass, my jackass. Why did you kill my jackass?
I still haven't gotten past wave your hands in the air if you've lent money to Ric Flair. That's one of the greatest rhymes I've ever heard, but impressionist Jim Ross, spectacular.
I'm so sorry. That Terry Funk is he's a real blue chipper. I want to thank him for, but it's still a sensitive subject, that whole jackass thing.
I hear, are there cars whizzing behind you, impressionist Jim Ross?
Yes, I'm right out here on Highway 8 by the site of my now failed restaurant.
No. Well, okay, boy, I never know where this is going, but it's always great.
Those cars are whizzing right by the place, just like they did when we were open.
Well, listen, impressionist Jim Ross.
All seriousness aside, I'd just like to sum up, if I may.
Okay.
Now, to all you 605ers, the rest is up to you. I need y'all to vote for me, and I know that you'll come through. I'm not the Iron Sheik, you know, but I'm gonna make him humble. And then stuttering Tommy Rich will be sorry. 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 He'll be sorry. He did the 605 Rumble. Huh.
Okay. What was that?
That was a mic drop, Brian.
You try. Okay, that's the first mic drop, I think, in podcast history. Certainly here on the Super Podcast, but impressionist Jim Ross, it's like a mixture of being impressed with you and I don't even know what to say. Impressionist Jim Ross.
Thank you. Whatever you were trying to you sounded a bit like stuttering Brian last.
Well,
I think it's time to put that entire genre to bed.
The entire stuttering genre.
The stuttering genre, yes.
In closing, voting is ongoing as we speak here today. What do you want to say to the 605ers who have yet to cast their vote?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. So long, everybody.
Number 9, making a debut in the top 10. I didn't know exactly what to call this man, so we'll still figure it out, but as I listed it in the post last week on the Facebook page, it's the handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant.
Woo!
Oh.
The handsome boogeyman. Woo!
And he's
Number
here.
9. Number 9. Number 9. Woo! Making a grand appearance in the top 10 with my main man, Brian Lasto. The handsome boogeyman. The handsome boogeyman feels good. Right at the end of 2016, where we get ready to ring out the old and ring in the new. Oh, 2016 party over, oop, out of time. But tonight we're gonna party like it 1989. Oh, woo!
Welcome back to the show, handsome.
Oh, so great to be here, Brian Lasto. How are you? How was your holiday season?
It was okay. A lot of people are calling me Brian Lasto now, I've noticed, since you started appearing on the program.
It's natural, just like my hair, Brian Lasto. I got some New Year's resolutions. How about you? Do you have any New Year's resolutions? I've been working on some, the Boogeyman been working on some New Year's resolutions.
I would love to hear your New Year's resolutions.
All right. Woo! First of all, I'm going to resolve to get even finally once and for all with that nasty number 1 Paul Jones. It's been a slow build, this feud, but in 2017, I'm finally going to get that snake in the grass Paul Jones. And when I get him, when I get through with him, they're going to be singing to him, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Jones. Ha ha.
Oh, boy. All right, well, that's one of your resolutions. Do you have any others?
Well, I recently got out of the shower in a place that had a 3-way mirror, and I realized I got some extra space left on Boogie's body. So I resolved to get some more ink, a few more tats, Daddy. I got some room left right near my lower sacroiliac.
Well, maybe you can see Professor Ouch or Chuck Berry, a couple of our tattoo artist friends here on the show. Do
Sounds outstanding.
you have any idea of what you would want to get tattooed?
Well, I think I'll get something tasteful like Come to Papa, or maybe Rock 100 written on there. Yeah. Lydia, oh, Lydia, say, has you met Lydia? Lydia the tattooed lady. Ho-ho.
All right, is that your last resolution?
You wish it was my last resolution.
Clearly. What else?
I resolved to re-enter the tag team scene. I got a great new tag team partner. For 2017, he's that famous veteran wrestler, Tojo Yomambamoto.
That's so stupid.
Tojo Yomambamoto, Daddy.
Try saying that 3 times in a row, Boogeyman.
Tojo Yomambamoto, Daddy. He is built low to the ground. The man is half Japanese and half soul brother. That's right. On December 7th, he attacked Pearl Bailey.
Well,
we have a little fun here on the Super Podcast.
Yes, we are. It sounds like you're going to have a hell of a 2017 if any of these resolutions come to pass.
Not only that, but when we're a new tag team partner, I resolve we're going to get some payback. The big payback, as James Brown used to say. You hear what I'm laying down? Not Vic Tayback, the big payback on stuttering Tommy Rich for what he have done to my main man, impressionist JR, Daddy.
Not Vic Tayback.
Not Vic Tayback. We're going to get the big payback. It rhymes, Daddy.
It rhymes. Well, what do you have planned?
Well, poor old impressionist Jim Ross feels low, Daddy. He's lower than a glass coffee table. But he's going to make a big comeback in the new year, Brian Lasto. Bigger and better than ever, Daddy. Yeah. And finally, I'm going to try to resolve to watch what I eat, Daddy. Maybe I could get one of them free DPP yoga packs and get back in shape, Brian Lasto.
It's not DPP, it's DDP yoga.
DDP, I stands corrected. Woo! You know, when me and Big Mama stand next to each other on the beach, people say we look like we're 18. And then I realize they mean we look like the number 18. When we stand together, me and Big Mama.
I got it.
Oh, I'm 18, and I don't know what I want.
Some Alice Cooper. Well, I think it's time for you to leave and work on your lines for next time. Handsome Boogeyman. I don't know what to call you. I feel more comfortable calling you Boogeyman than Handsome.
Well, you work on that, and I'll work on this. Woo! Have mercy, Daddy. So long, everybody. Woo!
And there we go, a surprise appearance, suddenly with no prompting, from the Boogeyman. Not Jimmy Valiant.
You said his name.
I said not Jimmy Valiant. His name is not Jimmy Valiant.
Okay.
The Boogeyman. At number 5 this week in the top 10 is someone who has emerged as a very popular character here on the show. It is none other than the handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant, and I believe he is on the line right now. Boogeyman, how are you today?
Brian Lasto, the handsome Boogeyman feels low.
Why do you feel low?
So low. I'm lower than Sky Low, giving Diamond Lil a pedicure. That's low.
That's low.
It's all on account of that stuttering Tommy Rich and what he done to my main man, my brother, Willie. Talking about Impressionist JR.
Impressionist JR's Willie now, okay.
How could you do a man like you do, Tommy Rich? And you up here laughing and drinking and joking. Took the bread off the man's table and left him there. Sitting there laughing. Do I hear you laughing, Brian Lasto?
Not at the moment, but if you give me a minute.
Oh, it ain't funny, Brian Lasto. It ain't funny. How can you laugh when you know I'm down? How can you laugh when you know I'm down?
Some Beatles for the listeners.
Well, I don't feel like singing. I don't feel like laughing. I don't feel like clapping. I feel like a man who comes home and finds his wife in bed with another man. That's how the Boogeyman feels. I don't even feel like slipping the tongue to Bob Caudle in a lip lock, Brian Lasto.
I'm sorry to laugh, Boogeyman. I know you're down and out, but Did you pull a harmonica out of your sock?
Where's my street lady Big Mama at? Brian Lasto.
Yes.
Maybe your listeners can help the handsome Boogeyman.
What would you like the 605ers to do for you?
Please, brothers. Please check out my eBay store, Daddy.
Of course. Well, hold on. We've had a few issues with the prices from various people here on the show.
I got 8x10s. I got used ring gear. I got like tights and boots and bandanas, Daddy.
How much is a bandana on your eBay store?
A starting bid on a ring used bandana is $49.
Wow. How much is shipping?
I'm gonna say maybe throw in another $8.95 for shipping, depending on the location.
Well, I gotta say, handsome Boogeyman, I'm kind of surprised by your. I'm kind of surprised by your subdued nature here today and your whole down and out thing. You know, let's look on the bright side. Last week you were number 9 in the top 10, and now you're number 5. The listeners of the Super Podcast, the 605ers, voted you higher this week than last week, and the sky's really the limit.
That's wonderful to hear. I want to thank all the 605ers. I won't lie, it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot. But as they say, when I feel low, you go high. And I like that I'm number 5. And I think it might be coming back, Brian.
Hey, all right.
It might be coming back.
It sounds like you're cheering up, and hopefully by next week you'll be in a good mood. What's next for you, handsome Boogeyman?
I'm still sitting here on the street corner waiting for my street lady Big Mama to pull up in a limo. In the meantime, excuse me if I'm not totally proficient on this harmonica. I'm not the Black Scorpion, Daddy. I'm the Blue Boogeyman.
Here at number 2 this week in the top 10 is none other than the handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant, and you are really rising up amongst the ranks here on the Super Podcast.
Number two in the American Top Down 605 countdown, Brian Lasto.
What?
The handsome, not the Boogeyman, feels good today.
The clapping has started. I think this may be the earliest in one of our conversations that the clapping has started. And
the 605ers are behind me all the way, Daddy. Mercy. Woo!
well, I gotta bring up before we talk about anything else, obviously, it appeared last week some shots were fired from Stuttering Tommy Rich, the man who, months back, laid down the gauntlet and defeated impressionist Jim Ross, sending him on his way for a minimum of 60 days from the Super Podcast. He seems to have an issue with you. Do you have any comments or thoughts you wish to share with us?
That man has a lot of issues, Brian Lasto. That dummy from out of the gutter, Stuttering Tommy Rich. That man, wasn't he the 605 champion that got beat by an old lady?
He did, in fact, get beat a few weeks back. I think he lost to Yo Mamba.
Well, he couldn't even beat an old lady, let alone my old lady, my street lady, Big Mama. And now he wants to throw down the gauntlet on a handsome Boogeyman. I'm still high over that number 2 position that I'm at this week. I'm understanding I'm a couple of notches ahead of that Stuttering Tommy Rich.
You are a couple notches ahead of him, indeed. And
number 2, I heard tell, I'm doing well. I'm ranked at number 2. I wish that I was number 1 and you was at do-wacka-do, wacka-do, 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 wacka-do. Woo! My country cousin Roger Miller wrote that one for me down in Nashville, Tennessee, Daddy.
All right, well, I'm actually, as you're singing, I'm trying to go through my notes here to see the actual title lineage that we have here. I think it may have been that Stuttering Tommy Rich beat old lady and lost to Yo Mamba.
Is that right? Well, you got all the answers. You got all the answers. You know, it's easy to throw down the gauntlet when you're laying on your belly, Stuttering Tommy, you stinking sewer rat.
Don't you think that's a little bit harsh?
It might be a little bit harsh. You know, you asked so many great questions. Tommy Rich got all the answers. I've got an answer for you, Brian Lasto.
Okay.
Stuttering Tommy Rich, Stuttering Tommy Rich, and Stuttering Tommy Rich.
Stuttering Tommy Rich, Stuttering Tommy Rich, and Stuttering Tommy Rich.
Name a drunk, a punk, and a skunk. Did you get my reference there, Brian Lasto? That comes straight from H.B. Knack, the handsome boogie Knack.
I think I got your reference, and I think you're ripping off T.R. Knack, but that's okay. I didn't expect that. Well, listen, Boogeyman. Last week you were kind of down and out. You played your harmonica here on the show. You were on the street corner. It seems like things are moving up for you. You're at number 2, and it seems like your attitude has really changed.
Things are really picking up since I've been voted number 2 by the 605ers, Brian Lasto, and since I got picked up by my street lady in a handsome limousine last week. My attitude is completely different. Now, if my street people, Boogie's Army, will vote me into the number 1 spot, and when I say number 1, I'm not talking about number 1 Paul Jones, but number 1 in the 605 top 10. I know I can beat the champ. I can beat any old lady. I can beat your mama, the younger savage. I can beat Dr. Watermark Leno or anybody with the people behind me. And then, and only then, brother, maybe that pickled punk Stuttering Tommy Rich can climb the ladder and challenge me.
So let me get this straight.
Woo!
You're basically saying that you deny Stuttering Tommy Rich of his challenge that he's issued now here on the show a couple times, and you are focused on the championship. You want the listeners to vote you to number 1 in the top 10, and once you are champion, that's the only time you will go up one-on-one against Stuttering Tommy Rich?
I'm saying I'll be a fighting champion. A man that couldn't beat a yo mama jungle savage, or what the hell, or whatever the whatnot it is in no position to be throwing down the gauntlet at me. But I will be a fighting champion. Woo! Mercy Daddy. Get on board. Boogeyman Jam 2017.
Here he is at number 1 as voted on by you, the listeners of the 605 Super Podcast at facebook.com/superpodcast. The handsome Boogeyman. Boogeyman, are you there?
Woo, mercy. The handsome, not the Boogeyman Valiant feels good today, Daddy. Number 1. I'm number 1, Daddy. Not like that old droopy drawers number 1 Paul Jones. Number 1, the not handsome Boogeyman Valiant.
Well, handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant, on behalf of the 605ers. I myself want to congratulate you. You have said for many weeks now that this was your goal, to get a championship match and to win the title. You've accomplished half of that goal now, because next week you do get your championship match, either against Yo Mamba, the Jungle Savage, or T.R. Knack.
Well, I'm so happy today, I could just kiss a man. I haven't been this happy since the days when I used to be voted most popular or most hated in Wrestling Superstars or Inside Wrestling Magazine. Rockville Center, Daddy.
Rockville Center. It's been a long time since you were voted most hated, I think.
Dan Shockett and Matt Brock, my brothers, used to be in charge of that. Vince Hunter.
I think you were voted most popular in their magazines at the same time you were voted most hated in the Wrestling Observer newsletter.
Perhaps so, but you can't get me off of this high that I'm on right now. Number 1. Number 1. I'm your number 1. 1 and 1 makes 2. And I'll be good to you.
What song is that? Usually I know what songs you're singing. I have no idea what song that is.
That's number 1 from my brothers, the Ruddles.
The Ruddles!
Nasty Stig, Dirk, and Barry. Deep cuts, Daddy. Deep cuts on the 605 Super Podcast.
That's a very deep cut. The spoof band, but with Neil Innes and Eric Idle, the Ruddles, a famous movie from the late 70s in England. But here you are now number 1. What do you think about your challenge next week against either Yo Mamba or T.R. Knack?
Well, I want to tell you first, I'm touched to my very heart that the 605ers, Boogie's Army, have voted me into the number 1 spot this week. Mercy, and I'm ready for the challenge next week to go for that 605 championship title. Whether it be that mysterious Yo Mama, the Jungle Savage, or that crazy T.R. Knack, the visitor from the East Philly, that is. You know, the not the handsome Boogeyman Valiant loves T.R. Knack, but I got a big surprise for him if it comes down to me and him for that 10 pounds of gold, Daddy.
You have a big surprise. Will you tell us what that surprise is, or will it remain a surprise?
It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you it. What else have you got for me this week?
Well, again, next week it's either Yo Mamba, the Jungle Savage, the reigning 605 Super Podcast Super Universe Champion, or T.R. Knack. But here you are at number 1. That's it for this week. You've been voted to the spot. The listeners have said they want you in that championship match, but I do have to bring up the gauntlet, because it's still thrown down. You have stated several times that despite the fact that Stuttering Tommy Rich has challenged you out of this, what seems to be jealousy for your popularity, you refuse his challenge because your goal is to win the championship. If you do indeed win the championship next week, will you grant Stuttering Tommy Rich a match?
Brian Lasto, I'm on such a high this week, a natural high, that you can't even bring me down by bringing up that drunken dummy, Stuttering Tommy Rich. You know, it looks like he's nipping at my heels, just like he nips at that bottle of rot gut. I'm telling you, Stuttering Tommy, you'll get your shot if the 605 fans vote you in at number 1 like they did to me, Tipsy Tommy. And then you'll get a match with me when, not if, I'm the champion. Woo! Now, if you'll excuse me, Brian Lasto, my main man, Burt Reynolds, and Sweet Sally Field are picking me up for a little celebration before I go into training for my championship match next week. And I know that not Boogie's Army won't let me down either. I know they're with me. Oh, Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. I'm gonna do what they say can't be done. We got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Vote for Handsome to start his title run. Woo! Mercy, Daddy.
And with that said, the votes are in, the votes are tabulated, and the winner and new champion, the Handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant.
Wow.
And I understand we have the Handsome Boogeyman on the line right now, Scott. Boogeyman, congratulations. You are the new 605 Super Podcast, Super Universe champion.
605 champion, Daddy. 605 champion. Boogie Street people. My Boogie's Army, Brian Lasto. They made me the 605 champion. Woo! And a Handsome not Boogie Valiant feels good today.
I did not expect that.
I congratulate my worthy opponent, TR3 Knack the Magnificent. He faced the challenge like a man, but he folded up like a cheap lawn chair. Oh, you know, I'm just having some fun with old TR Knack. I have a great love for the man, Brian Lasto. Great love for the man. Here's a joke. Hold on a second. Big Mama, turn down that hi-fi for a moment, please.
That hi-fi.
Here's a joke I have for my good friend TMZ Knack.
Okay.
Here I am the answer. Envelope to my head. Ow!
What happened?
Caught an envelope corner right in his eye.
Be careful there.
Here's the answer. A rented mule, Little Handsome, and TR Knack the Magnificent.
A rented mule, Little Handsome, and TR Knack the Magnificent.
Name 3 things that Handsome Boogeyman has beaten last week.
A rented mule, Little Handsome.
TR Knack the Magnificent, yes.
Okay. Good job there, Handsome Boogeyman.
It's all in fun. Hey, TR Knack, may Tony Gurria get a Hall of Fame ring long before you ever do.
Well, that'll really get him upset.
That's just my mischievous sense of humor, Brian.
Well, do you have anything else to say about TR Knack, the man you defeated, a very popular figure here on the Super Podcast?
Not too much more about TR Knack, but I did get just my mischievous sense of humor, Brian Lasto. I hope he don't mind. As my main man, soul brother Flip Wilson used to say, the devil made me do it. But I got a few congratulatory telegrams on my title victory, Brian Lasto.
Oh, and who did these come in from?
Well, the first one is from an old partner, Luscious Johnny Valiant, good old Luscious JB.
Really?
It reads, kudos, my brother, on winning the 605 title. I'd love to have you over to my bachelor pad for a duck dinner sometime. You bring the ducks.
Okay.
See if you can get me figured in over there at the 605 Super Podcast.
That's very nice of Luscious Johnny Valiant, your
he
brother?
signs off coast to coast like boarding house toast, over and out, Luscious Johnny.
Oh.
Always good to hear from Luscious Johnny.
That's right. I guess better than hearing from Gentleman Jerry, but any other telegrams you received?
Oh, one more telegram. From my beauty on duty. What that my favorite babe from Australia. Shooty, Sue the Shooter.
What does she have to say?
Do the sucky, Sue. She is so sweet, that Sue the Shooter. What a doll. She writes, I know you could do it to it, handsome Jimmy, as only you can do. And the next time you're on tour in Australia, I'm gonna get over you down under. She says, if you got the glass coffee table, I got the Windex. Oh. Thank you, Susie Q. What a sweetheart.
Obviously. Well, listen, you're getting all these congratulatory messages. We do have to address the elephant in the room, the gauntlet. You are now the champion, and the number one contender is Stuttering Tommy Rich. You have been denying him his opportunity to go one-on-one against you. You said you wanted to be the champion first. Well, that day has come, and next week here on the show, it will be the handsome Boogeyman defending his title for the first time against Stuttering Tommy Rich. Do you have any comments about this?
Stuttering Tommy Rich is the number one contender for my hard-earned title? Brian Lasto, I am a gasto. How did that sleazy rum dummy get a match with me that fast? Did he ask Jimsy Barnett for a special favor or vice versa? Well, I've told him many times already, you get things in this world by working, not wishing. And if you rode the Boogeyman's coattails all the way to the number one contender spot, you sozzled sweat hog, so be it. I'll be right here next week, not a hard man to find, and I'm going to take you on for the title like I said I would, you stuttering stew-nod, and I'm going to be on you like a duck on a June bug. Tommy, get ready. Boogeyman Jam 17 rolls on. Woo!
Well, yeah. Congratulations, Boogeyman. Thank you for calling in today. Thank you for playing some Manhattan Transfer. You're the only man who makes the Manhattan Transfer bearable. It's when you're around here, Boogeyman. But that's our new champion, the handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. Scott, what'd you think of that?
That's a lot to take in.
Here at number one in the top 10 this week is a man we have not heard from on the Super Podcast for over 2 months now, over 60 days. And that is the impressionist Jim Ross, a man who had a spike in popularity here on the program in 2016. And now he has returned from his mandatory time away after losing the Loser Leaves Town rap battle to Stuttering Tommy Rich. I want to welcome back to the top 10. Welcome back to the Super Podcast, our number one contender, the impressionist Jim Ross. How are you today, sir?
Oh, well, hello, Brian. I'm just fine. It's your old pal, Impressionist JR. And I want to thank you for having me back on the 605 Super Podcast, the mothership.
Please don't say that. You've stolen that from me for your show a few times now, and I have not appreciated it when you've done it.
I'm terribly sorry. I thought we were all one big happy family.
Well, we'll see how this goes. Every now and then you can be a little cranky. But what have you been up to? How are you doing? How are you feeling?
As you say, that was the longest 60 days of my life. It seemed like more than 60 days.
Here you are now back on the Super Podcast at number one, which is amazing. I mean, you re-debut, you re-emerge at number one, which means next week, of course, you challenge for the title against either Stuttering Tommy Rich or the handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. What do you have to say about that?
Well, that's certainly almost a Sophie's choice when you ask in that way. The rival that got me banned for over 2.5 months. I don't relish the opportunity to challenge him again. He's extremely popular, and I don't need a repeat of our first confrontation. Challenging my good, dear, longtime personal friend, handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant, that's an entirely different matter. I'm not sure how I'd approach that. As I say, I've been away a long time, and these things have come to the forefront. I had no idea that handsome Jimmy, not Boogie, had become so popular in my absence.
He's become incredibly popular, and obviously you have been away for 2.5 months, and you could tell you're a little slow on the mic tonight, Impressionist Jim Ross. It seems like you don't have your footing, but there's only one real test for that, and that, of course, is your impressions, what you're known the most for. Do you have any impressions for us here today?
Whoa, Brian, it's me, Wonderful Willie Apter. Brian Last, and you're dangerously near me.
Let me remember this correctly. This was you doing an impression of Bill Apter doing an impression of Jerry Lewis.
Bill Apter, creator of the Apter mags, Brian.
Well, he didn't actually create the mags, but he just wrote for them and got all the credit.
London Publishing.
Well, what's going on? Do I call you Bill Apter? What's going on, Bill Apter?
You can call me Wonderful Willie. Have you ever challenged me for the office heavyweight title, Brian?
The office heavyweight title? I don't believe I have.
We'll have to rectify that the next time you're in Rockville Center.
Well, I'm not going to let
you...
you...
We could roll around in the offices there at London Publishing. Maybe we could get Stu Sachs or Matt Brock to officiate.
Well, as long as you don't put me in your figure four, I think I should be okay.
Well, Brian, I'd like to talk about the controversial allegations surrounding Jimmy Snuka.
What's so controversial about them? It's pretty well known what happened, and he, of course, has passed away just a little while back. But what do you have to say about this matter?
I'm talking about the allegations that he once billed himself as Superfly Civiafi.
No. No.
Absolutely untrue.
No one has said...
never proven.
No one has said that. No one has claimed that Snuka reinvented himself as Civiafi. Two different guys.
That's what I'm saying. Two different guys. Also, his passing has been misreported.
What's been misreported?
Have you seen him since he died? I haven't seen him since he died. There are numerous clues on the cover and on the inside of the first issue of Victory magazine.
What, it's like Paul is dead? What are the clues?
The truth is out there, Brian Last. Oh, nice lady.
I forgot about the fact that Bill Apter doing Jerry Lewis is also a conspiracy theorist. It all started with your thoughts that Chris Benoit did not, in fact, kill himself and murder his family. But it now goes to Jimmy Snuka, and not even what people would typically think, but all of this, that he's not really dead and that he was not Civiafi, which again is something no one has accused him of being. Any other conspiracies or anything else you have to say this week? Bill Apter, Wonderful Willie?
Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream. I've been told by a very reliable source that he had secret discussions with a Russian spy, one Nikita Koloff.
Nikita Koloff's a Russian spy?
Jatoi Ta. How you say, better dead than red, Brian.
Hey, you put him on the cover of one of your Apter mags.
One from today's headlines.
Well, all right, Wonderful Willie. It's terrific to hear you back here on the show. Hopefully we hear you back on here again pretty soon, but I think it's...
Well, I have one last thing that involves a certain VKM, Vincent Kennedy McMahon. When he first married... Brian...
Yeah.
Brian, do you hear a clicking on the line?
I hear something.
I've got to cut this short, Brian. We'll talk again soon.
Okay.
I'm not really bald, Brian.
Okay, well, thank you. Wonderful Willie Apter. I think the Impressionist Jim Ross should be back here again. Great job, Impressionist Jim Ross.
Well, that's the beauty of being an impressionist, Brian. I appreciate that you can almost lose yourself in some of my flawless impressions.
Almost. Do you have any others for us this week?
Well, before I do, first I want to thank my good buddy Diamond Dallas Page over at DDPY. He's celebrating his induction into the WWF Hall of Fame this year by offering a $1.50 off membership.
Well, hold on. You're not doing your plugs on my show. We've gone through this before.
Just wrap it up quickly. He's a dear friend and a soon-to-be Hall of Famer. He's offering a $1.50 off membership when you use the promo code OVERRATED at checkout.
Okay. All right. Very good impressionist. Well, any more impressions before we let you go this week?
Brian Last, you dirty egg-sucking dog. Do you have any idea what your listeners have put this poor man, Impressionist JR, through these several months? This poor fat slob has been so depressed he didn't know what to do with himself for the last 2.5 months. You should all be ashamed of yourself. You really should. And if I ever get my hands around the scrawny neck of that stuttering fat pig, Tommy Rich, I'll choke him within an inch of his worthless life. I'll gut him like a pig, that drunken jackass. Brian, it's been so long I've forgotten. Have I ever told you about whenever I had a jackass for a pet?
You've told us many, many times here on the show.
Jackass. And I love that jackass. But one day, that jackass broke its leg. And that's whenever my daddy took out his trusty shotgun and blew that jackass's brains out. Well, I swear by the carcass of my dead jackass
that I'm going to search the barrooms and gutters and halfway houses and liquor stores until I catch up with that stuttering, simple-minded, bleach blonde fat ass. I'm looking for you, Tommy, and I'm going to funk you up.
Okay, all right. Well, obviously, for those of you who haven't picked up on it yet, this is Terry Funk we're speaking to, as impersonated by the impressionist Jim Ross. And, of course, we got the story of the jackass, and, of course, you're now threatening, stuttering Tommy Rich. But it's good to hear from you. It's been a while, like you said, Terry Funk.
Adios, amigos. That's really all I've got.
Okay, I guess that's all the material Impressionist Jim Ross has for him. Impressionist Jim Ross, great job. Is that all you have this week?
That's just about it. Again, I want to thank the listeners that voted me back into the top 10. It's given me a new lease on life, and with these business dealings and personal setbacks that I've had during my exile, my return couldn't come at a better time. I want to mention that I'll be doing my evening with Impressionist Jim Ross in Orlando at Shoney's all WrestleMania weekend.
Okay.
We're inviting all the fans to stop on by. Limited VIP tickets remain in all sections for all shows. And that VIP ticket includes what we're calling meet and greet and all-you-can-eat breakfast buffet. So come on, come all. I want you all to climb aboard the Impressionist JR love train.
Well, okay, now you're stealing from Austin Idol.
Oh, I'm sorry that happened.
Oh, thank you, Impressionist Jim Ross. We'll be hearing more from you next week in the championship match against either Stuttering Tommy Rich or the reigning champion as of this point, the handsome Boogeyman.
That's very exciting. So long, everybody.
Defeating Stuttering Tommy Rich this week, and still the 605 Super Podcast Super Universe champion is the handsome Boogeyman. Boogeyman, congratulations. Are you there?
The champ is here, Daddy. Woo, mercy. The 605 champ is on the air, Brian Lasto, and the handsome Boogie champ feels good today. Woo! Ask me why I feel so good, Brian Lasto.
Why do you feel so good?
Because the thorn in my paw has been removed, Brian, and my longtime rival, Stuttering Tommy Rich, has been, and I emphasize has been, defeated. He got what he's been begging for when he threw down the gauntlet at handsome Not Jimmy's feet. And what happened? 1, 2, 3, and Stuttering TR was finito.
You have indeed defeated him, and actually he's not on the show this week. He has, I was going to say he chose not to be here, but we actually have no idea where he is, if I'm going to be honest.
Well, that's just like a loser leaves town match, and he was the loser that leave town. Now, I'm not the kind to toot my own horn, Brian, but toot, toot. Oh, don't mess with my toot, toot. Don't mess with my toot, toot. You can have the other woman, but don't mess with my toot, toot. Rockin' Sydney, my toot, toot, also done by Fats Domino in a commercial for Popeye's Chicken.
Okay. All right. Well, it's always a music lesson when we have you here on the show, but you defeated Stuttering Tommy Rich.
That's all she wrote for Stuttering Tommy Rich, the lovable lush. Crawl into that bottle, Tommy, and soak up the dregs of your own defeat. Ha ha.
Well, you have an interesting challenge next week here on the show, and that is a match against the returning and always popular impressionist Jim Ross, someone who in the past you were in the same camp with. What do you have to say about next week's championship match?
Well, that's certainly an interesting challenge. I think the world of Impressionist JR. I'm one of his biggest boosters. But if that's what the 605ers have decided, then so be it. The teacher meets the student, if you will. I've got new challenges, new mountains to climb, and new kingdoms to conquer. And when I do things, I don't do anything half-assed, Brian Lasto.
All right, so you're basically saying what? I mean, are you and Impressionist Jim Ross still cool, or how are you going into this match?
We're very cool. We're very cool. But you put a weight challenged announcer against a champion such as myself, and you do the math, Brian Lasto. But I digress. I want to ask you something else. When are you going to buy the 605 champion his own house, my brother?
Well, I've heard that story. They bought you a house in Memphis to get you to stay in the territory, and then you left. And you just left the keys in, I think, Jerry Lawler's mailbox.
Oh, I'm here to stay, but I'll put it a different way in song. I want a new house and I want it painted black. Painted black, Brian Lasto. Woo!
The Rolling Stones.
Boogie Zombie rolls on. Never coming down. Never coming down. Woo! Mercy, Daddy.
Well, here he is once again, the 605 Super Podcast Super Universe Champion, none other than the handsome Boogeyman. Boogeyman, are you there?
Woo! Mercy, Daddy. The handsome Boogie champ. Not Jimmy Valiant. Feels good today, Brian Lasto. Defending 605 champion once again. Having defeated my dear friend, that white meat babyface impressionist JR.
Handsome Boogie champ, you say?
Handsome Boogie champ. How many weeks is it now? Not including preemptions or things of that nature. How many weeks have I been champion?
You know, I probably should have a running tally so I can answer that question. I actually have no idea.
Well, that's all right. I'm a traveling champion. I've been everywhere from Maine to Memphis, coast to coast and border to border. As a matter of fact, I left my home in Norfolk, Virginia, California on my mind. I straddled that Greyhound and rolled it into Raleigh and on across Carolina.
Okay, all right. Well, obviously you kept your title this week with a strong title defense, but next week you have an interesting challenge, and that is someone you have previously defeated, but someone whose popularity has not gone away, and that is T. Arnak, the Magnificent.
Is that right? That is most interesting. I've already defeated that man. Obviously, he is invoking his rematch clause, as they say.
Actually, he's not. He won the fan voting, and that's why he's getting the title shot next week.
But the fans are in my corner, my brother. We'll just have to see what happens when it happens. But I digress. Brother, did I hear you say that you bought a copy of my autobiography? Woo! Mercy, Daddy.
I did, in fact, buy a copy of your biography. It's pretty big. It's like 550 pages.
It's a heavy, heavy book. Heavy in content and heavy in actual weight. That's why it costs so much to ship.
Is that why?
That's exactly why.
All right. Well, I do have that book. I look forward to going through it, making it book of the week eventually, hopefully. But again, next week...
That's tremendous. That's tremendous. Of course, it's going to be the book of the week. If you or anybody who purchased that book would please go online and give it a 5-star review, that would be great for the Boogeyman. 5 stars. That's 1 star for each pound that the book weighs.
Well, yeah, it certainly is a pretty heavy book. I was quite surprised by it. But what else do you have to say? You have anything about this challenge next week against T. Arnak?
Like I said, T. Arnak is a dear, dear friend of mine. I always like that irreverent sense of humor and the jokes and the ribs that go on with T. Arnak. So I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if it's going to be much of a challenge. I've already turned back the challenge. What is he going to do next week that he didn't do last time? But anyway, like I said, I am a defending champion and a traveling champ. Oh, working on a T-bone steak, all the Cardi flying over to the Golden State. When a pilot told us in 13 minutes he would set us at a terminal.
All right, Boogeyman. Enough of your singing. I guess that's it. Nothing else this week?
I did want to ask if they've located that little lost boy, Stuttering Tommy Rich, yet.
No, actually, we have no update on Stuttering Tommy Rich. He's not on the show, obviously, again. This is, I believe, 2 weeks in a row since he lost the match to you. And
I don't mean to make fun of what seems to be a most unfortunate situation, him being incommunicado and whatnot. We all know that poor Stuttering Tommy Rich has his demons, and we all know what those demons are. He's the shits, Brian Lasto.
No, that's not.
And when I say someone is the shits, the Boogeyman knows of whence he speaks.
No. Well, okay, Boogeyman. We don't have any update on Stuttering Tommy Rich, but didn't stop you from defaming him here on the show this week. Any closing words this week for the 605ers?
I just want to say, as a tribute to the great Chuck Berry, I'll close by saying, Los Angeles, give me Shawsville, Virginia Tidewater 41009. Tell the folks back home this is a promised land calling and a boogeyman's on the line. Woo! Mercy!
Let's welcome back to the show the always popular Handsome Boogeyman, who...
We're having a party. Everybody swaying, listening to the music.
What's going on over there?
On the radio. Oh, we're having a party, my brother. Oh, having a great time here at the house. Before I finally sell it, I'm waiting to hear back from you on your possible bid. But we're having a wonderful party. Everyone's here, Brian. Oh, my goodness, the genius Leaping Lanier is here. Big nasty Angelo Mosca. Everyone's here. Sheila the Shooter is here, along with Big Mama, of course.
Sheila the Shooter.
Sheila the Shooter. Everybody's here having a wonderful time. Miss Brenda Britton, and even the brand new Buddha Khan, my new brother. Once again, 605 champion, 605 Super Podcast champion for the 6th or 7th week in a row, Brian Laszlo. Boogeyman 2017 just rolls on like a big wheel in a Georgia cotton field. Woo!
Hold on, Boogeyman. And your phone sounds a little noisier this week. I guess because there are so many people at this party that you're having in this house that is for sale. But you cut me off at the very beginning before I had a chance to do your full introduction. Here is the always popular Boogeyman, Handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant, who unfortunately lost this week to T. Arnak. So he is now eligible again next week for the top 10.
Wait a minute. There's still some surface noise here. I was beat by who?
T. Arnak, the new champion.
T. Arnak, the Magnificent?
That's him.
Now that is some TGBS, if I may coin a phrase, my brother.
That's a good one.
Good for you. The Boogeyman is filing a formal protest against that turban-wearing clown. That bush-built bonehead couldn't bleach my bandanas, brother. Now he thinks he's going to wear my 605 championship. That low-down, sleazy sucker-muckagus.
What?
The Boogeyman is fired up and not in a good way. What am I supposed to do with all these party favors and decorations, Brian Lasto?
Well, it sounds like there's already people there. You're already having the party. Just keep going, man.
Keep going. Then beat by T-Arnak, the Magnificent. Crepe paper streamers all over the place. Goddamn cookie puss ice cream cake.
Cookie puss?
Well, it's actually a cookie old puss left over from St. Patty's Day. It's still good. Get rid of it all, Big Mama. I don't even want to see it. And get these freeloaders out of here, too. Please exit through the gift shop. Easy for you to laugh, brother. The magnificent T-Arnak should be impeached. Not Boogeyman's army won't stand for this.
Oh, exit through the gift shop. Maybe in the gift shop, Big Mama could find a record for Scott Cornish.
That's his funeral. You think you got all the answers, T.R. Shopnack? Well, here's a special answer just for you. Envelope to my bony butt crack. Laying a punchline, killing the room, and beating a dead horse.
Ruining the punchline, killing the room, and beating a dead horse.
Blowing the punchline.
Blowing the punchline. I can't hear you. Your phone sucks, Boogeyman. Blowing the punchline, killing a room, and beating a dead horse.
What do the loyal 605ers have to look forward to from their new champion, Brian Lasso? Who?
All right.
I'm besieged by apoplexy, my brother. Sometimes people get the champion they deserve.
Well, I guess that's it. You're not happy about this loss to TR Neck. You are eligible again for the top 10 next week, so I'm sure you want the listeners to really get behind you and vote you back to that number one spot.
That's exactly right. You stepped on my next thought, because if there's enough of those my street people up there that haven't taken leave of their senses, just vote for Handsome Boogie, not Jimmy Valiant, to reclaim the number one spot. And I just hope T. Bagneck can hold on to the title long enough for me to re-beat him for that 605 title belt. That Simba Saba shithead.
T. Bagneck.
Ooh, mercy.
Returning to the top 10 this week for the first time in a very long time is Sheila the Shooter. I don't know if it's the elder sister of the Shooter sisters or the younger sister. I don't remember. It's been a long time, but Sheila the Shooter, welcome back to the Super Podcast.
Oh, hello, Brian. Oh, what a surprise, love, to be included in the top 10. That is just wonderful. You know, if you ever get down to Australia, you might be in my top 10.
Oh, is that some Shooter humor right there?
Yes, it's just a little of the Shooter sister humor. That made me wonder, did we ever explain why we were known as the Shooter sisters?
Well, actually, no. I guess that's never been said.
Well,
why were you? why were you and Sue known as the Shooter sisters?
Well, we were both compared very favorably to some of the great, in an affectionate way, to some of the great shooters in wrestling. As far as I go, I was considered much like the great junior heavyweight Danny Hodge.
Danny Hodge?
I was known for my tremendous grip strength.
He had double tendons. He was known for having a great grip strength.
Well, in my case, not in my hands, mind you, but
okay, whoa.
elsewhere.
Yeah, well, let's not get too filthy here. It's only number 10. That means the show's just getting going, Sheila. What have you been up to?
Okay,
what do you have to say?
I'm not one to brag, but I could crush an apple down there.
Okay, all right. Well, same old Sheila that we remember.
Oh, thank you so much. You think the sugar hold was hard to escape from? Try your luck with old Sheila's sugar walls.
The sugar walls?
I was thinking back, Brian, did I ever tell you about my very first boyfriend from the world of wrestling?
I don't remember.
It was Dick Bulldog Brower, or Bulldog Dick Brower, the one-man riot squad, or as I called him, the one-pump riot squad. Brian?
Yeah, I'm listening.
What
Wow.
I'm saying is his lovemaking left something to be desired. I hate to tell tales out of school, but it was very boring, very by the numbers and vanilla. I guess I'd say he sucks like Tim Horner wrestles.
Okay. Okay, well, that's a very contemporary comment, even though Tim Horner hasn't wrestled in many years, but that's in the news lately.
Well, I was just trying to be funny. You lot at the 605 Super Podcast are all so funny and quick-witted over there. I'm a loyal 605er, and it tickles me, so I listen every week, and it really is a delight. Just so funny. You're very funny, and Tom Robinson, and even that Scott Cornish, just also marvelously funny. And Jim Cornette, he must be the wittiest one of them all.
Really?
So lightning like quick with that silver tongue of his. I've always said they don't come any faster than Jim Cornette.
All right.
Brian,
yeah.
that reminds me, I heard a funny joke recently. I wonder if I could tell it.
Sure, you can tell us your funny joke.
Oh, could I? All right, first thank you, just some quick background. Are you familiar with the indigenous Australian folk music instrument, the didgeridoo?
No, I'm not.
It's a very long reed-type instrument. It's probably been heard on records like Both Ends Burning by Midnight Oil. It's a very long, hollowed-out husk reed instrument, and you blow into one end, and it produces a very otherworldly sound. It's used in Aboriginal recordings in the Australian outback. Very popular instrument, the didgeridoo.
Okay.
Or perhaps
Let's hear the funny joke.
Perhaps a little bit too much exposition. I'm sorry, but here's the joke. Why do hippies love to play the didgeridoo?
Why do hippies love to play the didgeridoo?
Yes.
I don't know.
Because it's the closest they'll ever get to sucking a tree's cock.
Wow. Well, Sheila.
Isn't that delightful? I just love dirty little jokes like that. Say, Brian, do you think you could put me in touch with a friend of yours?
Who's that?
Would you? His name is Michael Elgin.
No, I'm sure he wants nothing to do with you.
I've seen him on the telly. Sheila Lighty, yes.
Okay, well, there's a reason he's avoided Australia during his travels in wrestling, and I think we figured out exactly what that is or who that is.
That man has legs like tree trunks, oh my.
Okay.
But I must ask, just the legs then? Like tree trunks?
What?
I'm sorry, Brian. You know, my mind is just going off in a million different directions.
No, when I said what, I wasn't offended by your question. I can't make out what you said because your phone connection sucks, Sheila.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I'm calling from way down on the other side of the world. Well, I'm sorry. I'm very confused right now. My mind is going off in a million different directions. It's kind of like a young bucks match.
Okay. All right. Well, any message you have for the 605ers who voted you back into the top 10 this week?
Well, just one last question. Is it true that Michael Elgin took on some 9 or 10 opponents during WrestleMania weekend in Orlando?
That is indeed true.
He must have tremendous stamina. Taking on 9 or 10 men over a weekend, that sounds like a page out of my diary.
All right, well, Sheila, I guess,
I don't want to wear out my welcome back, Brian, but I do want to thank you and all the loyal 605ers who voted me back into the top 10. So very sweet of you to check in on old Sheila.
We'll see what happens next week. We'll see what this performance of yours does for your chances next week. But thank you for appearing back on the show again, Sheila.
Anytime, my love, anytime. Ta-ta-ta.
Number 3 this week in the top 10 is the always popular handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. Boogeyman, are you there? I hear the clapping.
Woo! Mercy, Daddy. I'm so glad to be back on the 605 Superman podcast, Brian Lasto. Oh, I'm back. Back in the New York groove. I'm back in the New York groove. Back in the number 1 spot, I presume.
I guess you weren't listening to my introduction. You are number 3 this week in the top 10.
Number 3, ain't that a bitch? I haven't been number 3 since I followed 2 of the boys into Sheila the Shooter's caravan out behind the Melbourne Metroplex years ago. That's the last time the Boogeyman was number 3. I think Dominic DeNucci and King Curtis Ayakea was there before me.
2 legends of Australian wrestling.
Well, that begs the $64,000 question. Just who is in my path on my return to 605 glory, Brian Lasto? Who is the number 1 and who is the number 1 contender?
We haven't exactly said that yet on the show.
Right.
You're number 3.
On second thought, don't tell me, Brian. I don't want to know.
You forgot how this works, Boogeyman.
The handsome Boogeyman is a little bit embarrassed by his own behavior on last week's episode of the 605 Super Podcast.
Oh, are you?
Episode 65, Through the Gift Shop.
That's right.
That is not the way I wanted to come across or represent myself to all my loyal fans like some bitter, angry old geezer. I felt like I let my fans down, and I just want to promote a positive message, much like my main man, DPP.
DPP? You mean
DPP.
You mean
DPP. Positively Boogeyman. Oh. That's a new trending topic. I want to make a shout out to all the not Boogeyman's army, especially my brothers and fans of the 605 Facebook fan page, Brian Huss and Tim Bendover, a couple of fine young men.
You almost got their names right, so that's certainly a step in the right direction. But Boogeyman, you're number 3. What do you think you need to do to get back?
Wait a minute. What is the man's last name?
Tim Dombrova and Brian Huff?
Dombrova. Are you sure?
I'm fairly certain.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Brian Lasto. But I digress. I took my eyes off the prize, and I let a couple of mere pretenders sneak by into the title picture, talking about T.R. the Magnificent Knack and the Hangman Bruce Prolapse. Can you imagine? That's your championship match, while I, a multi-time Hall of Famer and proud fighting champion, languishes here at number 3, sucking hind tit. How did I let this happen? Let me just take the high road, Brian Lasto, and speak about my brother, an honorary member of Handsome Boogie's Hall of Fame, the Hangman. There's a lot of questions and controversy about Bruce Pro Tools being designated as an honorary Hall of Famer. Have you heard these questions?
Oh, I've heard these questions.
Well, just to clear that up, being an honorary member of my Boogie's Hall of Fame essentially means one thing: the check cleared. Just to put that to rest, my friend. Now, I can easily envision a 6-for-5 super title match between Hangman Pooh Bears and yours truly. And what a match that would be. Classic teacher, myself, versus student confrontation. Just remember, Hangman, I never taught you anything you know, but I didn't teach you everything I know. So hang in there, po' boys. Handsome coming for you. And I didn't forget about you, oh mystic visitor from the far east Paseo Ave in Philadelphia. Envelope to your head and my size 13 boot up your ass.
Well, we'll see what happens. You're number 3 this week, but the listeners always love you. And
that's right. I'm back on track, Brian Lasto. Boogeyman Jam 2017, rolling up that hill, just like Kate Bush or the little engine that could. Woo, woo! Mercy, Daddy.
Here he is at number 5 this week in the top 10, the always popular Handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant.
Yes, I'm here, Brian Lasto. Give me the news, my brother. You got cut off at the start there. What exalted position have my loyal 605ers voted me into this week?
Number 5.
Number 5. Last week, number 3, and this week, number 5. The Boogeyman feels low. I'm slipping and sliding in the wrong direction, Brian.
I think
slipping and a sliding, peeping and a hiding, been told a long time ago.
I think maybe
I've been told, baby, you've been bold. I won't be your fool no more.
I think maybe the 605ers are fed up with your phone connection.
Is that right? Well, I won't be a fool no more, 605ers, 605 super audience. Just who do you think you're fooling with in the first place? You know, I'm not some 30-year-old recording of a coked-up announcer having an orgasm during a promo. I'm not some 25-year-old phony phone call of an old lady who probably been dead for about 15 years. You know who I am? I'm handsome. Woo, mercy, Daddy. Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. I gotta say, though, it's been a rough week here at the Boogie Mansion, Brian.
Why's that?
This whole top 10 debacle, I let it get to me, Brian Lasto. I was so upset and angry after counting up the vote, or lack thereof, on the 605 Facebook fan page, that I threw my precious Manhattan Transfer album, the good one, the one with my theme song, The Boy from New York City, on it. I threw that album at the wall, and it broke into some 18 or 20 pieces. And the worst part of it is one of the shards of vinyl ricocheted off my coffee table and caught Big Mama right in the chest, puncturing her left fun bag.
Is she okay?
Well, I'm as sorry as can be, Brian Lasto, but she's a tough old bird, although she's looking a little bit lopsided, you understand. And she has a tendency to walk in a circle now when she struts her stuff. Oh, you think this is funny, Brian? You think this is funny? Well, I hope you get a funny foot fungus from your flip-flops, you freak.
Hey, wait, what's your problem?
Like I said, it's been very difficult. You'll have to bear with me, but never fear. Big Mama may be down temporarily, but the handsome Boogeyman has set up a GoFundMe page to get Big Mama back in working order and also to recoup the cost of replacing my record album.
How much money are you looking to raise on your GoFundMe page?
Whatever the cost will bear, but I'm guaranteed that there are special premiums and surprises and prizes at every donation level.
All right. Well, good luck with that, and good luck next week in the top 10. Hopefully, the listeners get behind you once again.
Let me just address that top 10. I have no idea what you got in surprise for me this week. But listening to the people that snuck by me last week, first of all, Stuttering Tommy Rich. Who let that ugly stew bum back in when I wasn't looking? Didn't I run him out of the 605 Super Universe once already?
He's
back.
He's back.
Well, I guess I just don't know what people want after 15 years myself being in the Sport of Kings. Hey, Brian Lasso, I just drank some liquor from an old fruit jar. I'm drunk. Hick. Vote for me. I'm drunk. That stuttering dummy.
Well,
before you go, I really do have to ask you one last question.
Yeah.
Who in the bald-headed Christ is Brother Midnight? Baby, baby, baby. Is that an interview? Is that what you call an interview? Baby, baby, baby. And what kind of a mask is that? It don't even have a place for a nice luxurious beard to flow out of. Baby, baby. Who is he hiding from in the first place? Brother Midnight. Oh, he's an incubator, agitator, mashed potato, alligator, pussy, masturbator, baby. If that numbskull would shut his yap and sit down, that would make the first time he ever put an ass in a seat. Brother Midnight, my sweaty bandana. Don't be standing there when handsome Boogeyman gets back on top, Brother Midnight. I'm looking for you. I'm looking for Stuttering Tommy Rich, and I'm on the way back to the top. Oh, Brother Midnight at the Oasis. Send your Campbell to bed. Yeah, send your Campbell to bed, you masked moron. Baby, baby, baby. I'm coming after you, brother, and I'm sitting right on ready, and I'm going to get that 605 title once again. Woo! Mercy, daddy.
And I'm very happy to welcome back to the co-host chair our very popular co-host, and that is none other than Scott Cornish. Scott, welcome back to the Super Podcast.
Great to be back on the 605, Brian. Yeah, a professional wrestling podcast. It's a life podcast. It's a personal journal. It's an entryway into the minds and the hearts and the souls and the wallets of the people involved in the world of professional wrestling. Yeah.
What are you doing? As you said,
I'm the popular co-host, Scott, and I'm sitting right here in Cornish Acres.
What are you doing?
Coming at you.
What exactly is it that you're doing right now? What am I missing?
I thought I'd spice up my my rather humdrum voice and the character of Scott Cornish and make it a more radio-friendly and more appealing morning zoo character.
Is that what you're doing?
Morning zoo character.
The kind that you would hear on a Z100.
That's right. Coming at you, driving you home happy. Hey, this is Brian and Hot Dog.
I almost choked up there. That's your morning zoo name, Hot Dog?
Oh, it's got to be some stupid name, like some animal or a food or something like that. Yeah, it's Hot Wings and Asshole. Yeah.
Like the Falcon. You gotta have like some animal
There you
name.
go. Fez.
Brian and the Falcon here, driving you home. Let's go to traffic and weather on the twos.
That's right. Driving you home happy. Hey.
Let's go to traffic and weather. Our traffic lady, Sue.
Hello! There's a big pileup. Someone was rear-ended on the LIE. I remember when Wee Willie rear-ended me at the Hotel Adelaide.
There's a big pileup in my hotel room.
Where did you get that horn? I gotta ask. It's like one of those comedy horns you hear in different things, but where did you actually get it?
I got it from a dear friend of mine in London who saw that I'd purchased a new bicycle and knew that I needed a horn.
Did you really get a new bicycle?
Well, it's not new now, but about 3 or 4 3 or 4 years ago, yes, I did buy a bicycle. It wasn't even a brand new bicycle. It looks like an old 60s Schwinn. It's sort of a reproduction of an old bicycle.
Was the horn?
Yeah, Brian and Hot Dog talking bikes.
Was the horn ever actually on it?
Yeah, it fell off. So,
how do you take someone seriously if they hung that horn at you?
My horn fell off.
All right, Hot Dog. Well, we got a really big reaction the last couple weeks to the last couple shows, the episode 68, as well as the last Star Wars, which I actually think may have been the best Star Wars we've ever done, and just a huge reaction. I think it really went over well, and of course, you were a big part of that show.
Well, thank you. I'm doing a new podcast now where I review and rate our other podcasts.
And what rating do you give that one?
I give it 4 of these.
All right, if you don't throw that horn away, I'm gonna have to kick you off the show. All right.
I just wanted to see how long I could do that before it got irritating. Much quicker than I expected.
It got irritating very, very quickly. Very, very
All right,
quickly.
There goes the horn.
Yeah. I hope it falls off your bike again, right into the sewer. Did I just hear it hit the ground? Did you literally just throw it?
Yes, I did.
On the line right now is number 1 in this week's top 10, the handsome Boogeyman. Boogeyman, how are you?
The Boogeyman is here. Hawaiian Brian Lasto, and the Boogeyman feels low, my brother. I feel lower than Tojo Yamamoto's undercarriage. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about low when I talk about Tojo. The man was squat, Brian Lasto.
Yeah, I got it, but why?
Built like a fire plug, I'm saying. Got a low center of gravity.
Yeah, I got it. Why do you feel low?
Because after all these weeks and all these interruptions and delays, I know that I'm just cast adrift. Was stalled at number 5, and I'm afraid to even ask where I'm at.
No. You obviously weren't listening. You are at.
Let me. Before you say it, just let me ask: am I at number 9, sandwiched in between a disemboweled Lance Russell or the Black Scorpion, or have the Slip House Boys slipped by me this time, or have I dropped off the face of the 605 universe in top 10 entirely? Oh, Rocket Man.
No, listen.
Burning out his fused hair alone.
Boogeyman, you have not dropped off. You have risen up. You are number 1 in this week's top 10. Once again, the number 1 contender.
Number 1?
Yeah.
You wouldn't shit me, would you, Lasto?
No, I wouldn't shit you.
You wouldn't pull an old cagey veteran's beard, would you?
I wouldn't. I would not do that.
Number 1. Number 1, Big Mama. Fire up that portable 8-track player. Number 1. Number 1. Hoorah, hoo, coo, kitty. Tell him about the boy from New York City. Hoorah. Number 1. That is so wonderful. I knew it would happen. I predicted it. Oh, I wanna just thank all the loyal 605ers, all my supporters. I knew it was inevitable that you would vote not the handsome Boogeyman Jimmy and catapult me back into the top contender's spot. You caught me by surprise, Brian Lasto. Number 1, normal circumstances, my personal assistant would keep me abreast on such things, but I gotta say, after an initial honeymoon period, my assistant, Sweet Alice Bluegown, and I came to an abrupt parting of the ways.
Oh, what happened?
Caught her using my personal computator to send out some most salacious skinny snaps for my loyal fans.
Well, I could have told you that would happen. Did Big Mama turn off the 8-track? What happened over there?
Yeah. Big Mama, cut the music. Cut the music here, Big Mama. Good as it. She's a good old bird. It's a joyous situation here.
Well, Boogeyman, you being number 1 contender means one thing. Next week, the listeners of the Super Podcast, the 605ers, get to vote on you versus either T. Arnak the Magnificent or Denim Fritz.
Well, that is amazing. Your incredible news flash made me reflect on that I'm sitting in the catbird seat to regain the 605 title next week, Brian Lasto. But you say my opponent's Denim on the Fritz and Mr. Teanak. Yeah, I don't want to make the same mistake of misunderestimating two such esteemed opponents. But I do have another couple of Boogie's tweets directed at Denim Fritz again, if you will.
Okay.
Kevin told me the Angel of Death was here to see me. I almost had a heart attack for real.
All right. It's a play on when they did the heart attack angle in 1988.
It's a play on words. That's right. And this one, Bronco was fucking a rat in the sportatorium.
Oh, yeah?
Just so he doesn't burn his balls in the French fryer.
What? All right. Yeah, I guess.
I don't write them. I just recite them.
No, of course. Any others?
No. But as for Tianak, all I got to say is come to Papa, Tom the Sham. After next week, those envelopes of yours are going to be as empty as a promise from Paulie Dangerously.
That's pretty good.
As empty as the seats at a TNA baseball stadium house show. Very contemporary references from the Boogeyman.
Not bad.
You're going to need a disclaimer next week when I rearrange that melon head of yours, Tianak, you melon farmer.
Well, in closing, Boogeyman, you have any final words for the listeners of the Super Podcast?
Thank you so much, listeners of the Super Podcast and my friends over there at the new Mothership page. Stand behind me and I'll never let you down. Number one, challenging for the title next week. Boogie's Army has decreed it. They've demanded that I return to righteous glory and regain that gold, and I'm not going to let them down. Vote for the oh-so-handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant in next week's championship, my brothers and sisters. Woo! Mercy, Daddy!
On the line right now is the man who conquered Denim Fritz, the brand new 605 Super Podcast Super Universe champion, none other than the handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant.
Woo! Mercy, Daddy! This is it, Brian Lasto, the line of podcasto. The day that Boogie's Army has anticipated and made to happen. The handsome Boogeyman, not also known as Jimmy Valiant, is once again, at last, the 605 Super Podcast champion. Woo!
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, and pardon me just a moment while I bask in the spotlight and adjust this 10 pounds of gold, not Santo gold, and jewels. I gotta cinch this belt up a little bit tighter as I gaze into this full-length mirror and make sure it's intact, you understand? Everything looks beautiful from here, my brother. It's just beautiful. Oh, look at this title belt. It looks like the spot where the champion's nameplate goes is still blank, as if the previous champion didn't even have the title long enough to get the nameplate back from the engravers. Ain't that a bitch? Oh well.
Congratulations. As I said, once again, you defeated Denim Fritz, and now you have a big challenger in front of you for next week. And that's
well. Let me just please interject. The Boogeyman doesn't want to poke fun at the former, 1 week transitional champion Denim Fritz. He was a worthy short-term champion. Please permit me to sing his praises in an original song that I composed.
Oh, really?
Don't mind, for old Denim Fritz von Erich Embry, to soothe his worried mind and de-ruffle his ruffled feathers.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, Denim Fritz, why don't you come to your senses? You swung for the fences, but it was too much too soon. You had the title, but it slipped through your fingers. I know the pain lingers, you blue-jeaned baboon. Don't blame it all on Bronco. He did the best that he was able.
You know, Brian, I'm going to skip over this bridge here, this midsection, and go right to the big finale.
What do you mean an original composition? This is not your song.
The words just flow. Please. Denim Fritz, it's your own bad-looking fate. You better hang those dungarees up and ride off into the sunset before it's too late.
Wow, congrats. No, I'll clap this time.
Oh, thank you so much. That comes sincerely from not Boogeyman, handsome boogie wicked Jimmy. Goodbye, partner.
Well, you've defeated Denim Fritz. You are the champion. And next week, you have a man surging in popularity in the top 10 each and every week. And that is none other than Brother Midnight. You have any words or thoughts about this?
Brother Midnight. Did I just hear you say Brother Midnight?
He's the #1 contender now.
Well, baby. He came up kind of fast on the outside track, didn't he? A meteoric rise to the top, wouldn't you say? Unlike Denim Fritz, who labored for many a month.
Well, enough about Denim Fritz. I don't know why you keep pounding on him, but yes, a meteoric rise for Brother Midnight. He's become very popular here on the show.
Well, if you understand me, baby, Brother Midnight is no stranger to the Boogeyman Jimmy, so step right up to the plate, Brother Midnight. I'll give it to Brother Midnight. I got a look at his girlfriend, and I must say I was very impressed. And handsome Jimbo don't impress easy. A beautiful young girl, just beautiful, an Italian girl, if I recall, Gina Statutori.
What?
That's her name, Gina Statutori, that's right. So kudos to Brother Midnight on that. But Brother Midnight might be counting his chickens before they hatch. I heard he told young Gina, baby, do you realize that next week, or some 10 days or 2 weeks, give or take a few, when the next episode drops, you're going to be sleeping with the new 605 Super Universe champion, baby? And Gina says to Brother Midnight, oh, baby, am I going over to Boogeyman's crib, or is he going to swing by and pick me up after school? Baby.
Well, you sound very confident.
Yes, I'm cool, cocky, and confident. Thanks to all my loyal 605ers. And just want to say in closing, thanks again to Boogie's Army for putting me back where I belong. At the toppermost of the poppermost. I want to give y'all a great big wet smack on the kisser. Ha ha. Woo! Mercy, Daddy.
Here at #1 this week in the top 10 is someone we heard from a few weeks back here on the show, and now he's been voted into the top spot for his debut in the top 10. It is none other than, and I don't know how this is going to go, Hot Dog.
Oh, Hot Dog and Lasto. #1. Isn't that crazy? Coming at you on the mighty 605 Super Podcast. Whoa, 605. We put the rock in wrestling.
That's so stupid.
Jeepers, Brian, debuting at #1. Even the immortal Casey Kasem would have to be impressed with that, due to him being one of the all-time greats in the realm of irritable syndicated DJs. Casey could really count down, that's for sure. But hey, my friend, you're no slouch when it comes to counting down with this nutty top 10 of yours. What do you think?
Well, thank you, Hot Dog. I don't know how to talk to you. First of all, this isn't a morning show. What did you call it? Hot Dog and Lasto?
Hot Dog and Lasto coming at you. Hey, Brian, did you do the book of the week yet?
No, that's later in the program.
That's my favorite segment. And we've got a great big book giveaway right here on the Hot Dog and Lasto show this week. It's the latest book from our friends over at Crowbar Press, and it's hot off the press. I don't even think you have a copy of this one yet, Brian. Yeah, this book's called Awkward, the Randy Hales story. Yeah, it sure looks like a real page-turner. Yeah, profusely illustrated. Anyway, we're going to be giving away a copy of this one later in the show. Just be the 205th caller. When you hear that dopey kid tell Roddy Piper, that's not my dad. Yeah, that's your cue to call in and win with Hot Dog and Lasto on the mighty 605.
Oh, man. Well,
hey, Brian.
Yeah.
You hear that flute fanfare?
The what? What the hell is that?
the signal that it's time for Hot Dog's Red Hot Topic of the Week. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Well, there sure has been a lot of talk about stalking in the wrestling world.
No, let's not talk about stalking in the wrestling world.
Oh, no. I know what you're worried about. I would never bring up that knucklehead, but I want to send out a message to all our incarni, to all our pals over there at the Mothership page on Facebook. A little message to you, incarni. Ixnay on the Uso Ray.
That's not exactly carny. That's, what's that, Pig Latin?
Well, you know, I'm not well versed in it, but I try. I just wanted to say, when it comes to stalking, when you're talking about some of these wrestling divas nowadays, well, if stalking was a crime, I'd have to plead guilty as charged, Your Honor.
So wacky, Hot Dog. You're so wacky here on the show.
Now, stalking is not a crime, is it?
No, it is certainly a crime.
It is?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
That's what I hear.
Well, then let me throw myself on the mercy of Trish Stratus. Can I do my plugs, Brian?
You have plugs? Oh, yeah, sure. Let's see where this goes.
I'm going to be appearing out in Frankenmuth, Wisconsin for Sodbuster Pro Wrestling, SPW. Yeah. Promoter Kenny the Sodbuster J Jr. is flying a little hot dog out there for their big show of the year, Sod Wars 17.
Really? Kenny Sodbuster J has a son, Sodbuster J Jr.
Yeah, Sodbuster J Jr. He's the main promoter out there. Good man. I understand they don't talk. I'm going to be the special guest referee for the main event at Sod Wars 17. And this is going to be a real Donnybrook. We've got the Nature Boy defending his SPW title.
What? There's no way Ric Flair is coming to SPW.
Oh, yeah. Oh no. Not Nature Boy Ric Flair. Nature Boy Ed Flair. He probably does one of the best red-headed Ric Flair gimmicks on the indie scene today. He's sensational, man. Nature Boy Ed Flair. He could have a good match with a broomstick. In fact, I think that's who broke him in, a broomstick.
Okay, well.
Do you know who he's facing in that main event for the title?
I don't even want to guess. Who?
Valentine.
Greg the Hammer Valentine.
Yes, Greg the Hammer Valentine. Well, we can talk about that big match more as the date gets clearer. But hey, I don't want to get cut off by the referee on my segment by going past the time limit, old buddy. I know you've got another 4 hours to get all your shit in on this show. So just let me say to all the loyal 605ers, thanks for all the kind words and your cards and letters and votes and putting your old pal Hot Dog in at #1 my first week in the top 10 territory. Hot Dog and Lasto. Hey, Brian, we got to go.
Here on the line right now is the handsome Boogeyman, our former Super Podcast, Super Universe champion, who, of course, this week lost the championship to Brother Midnight.
Woo! Mercy, Daddy. You have reached the handsome one, not Boogie Woogie Jimmy's answering machine. I'm not here right now. I'm like Coca-Cola. I'm all over. In fact, I'm taking some much-deserved time off after I was so rudely given the shaft from the so-called loyal 605ers in the Super Podcast universe. Dig this. Those twisted twerks voted me to be the #1 contender, and then I won the 605 championship that I so richly deserve, and then that very title is snatched away from myself like a Lindbergh baby, giving us a mask-wearing motor mouth call himself Brother Midnight. Brother Midnight. Well, I'll be dipped in shit. The Boogeyman is pissed, Daddy, and when I say I'm pissed to the very highest of pistivity. Oh, Brother Midnight, I'm gonna shake your tambourine. I'm gonna beat the competition, gonna worsen your condition. You're gonna find out what a pissed off boogie is all about.
This is the longest answering machine message I've ever heard.
Hey, fave that, brother. I'm getting right back to this ongoing message, but I digress as I am. The Boogeyman is now going on a special retreat deep into the woods out back here in Shawsville, Virginia. A nude retreat with some very special people to regroup, recharge my batteries, chant my mantra,
Mercy, Daddy. Mercy, Daddy. I'm gonna shock my chakra back in shape and otherwise contemplate my navel. But understand this, I, the not handsome boogeyman, will return, refreshed and refurbished and reupholstered and ready to regain my title. That's right, my title. The Super 605 Superstar title. So get on board the Boogie Express or get out of the way, because I'm going to take this miscarriage of justice out right on my chinny chin chin and keep right on moving right out back to the top. I'm going to shake your tambourine, Brother Midnight. And if you need any information on my book or my Boogie's Wrestling Academy or the book The Handsome Boogie Not Man or personal appearance for your fly-by-night convention, please leave your name and number after the beep. Beep.
Here at number 5 this week in the top 10 is the always popular Handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. And I believe he's on the line right now. Boogeyman, are you there?
Woo! Mercy Daddy. Who is this I'm talking to?
This is Brian. How are you?
Brian who?
The great Brian Last of the 605 Super.
Oh, the great Brian Last.
Yes.
The great Hawaiian Brian Last.
That's me.
Brother, how did you get this number?
It's the number I call every week to talk to you on the show.
Oh, Lasto, don't use this number. It's the onlyest one you know. You might use it if you feel better when you get home. What number did you say that the not handsome boogie woogie not Jimmy Valiant was at?
You were at number 5 this week in the top 10, but again...
I am number 5. I might be number 5, but I am not the handsome Jimmy Boogie Woogie handsome Jimmy Valiant. Number 5. Does handsome Boogie look like a number 5 to you? Well, I got news for you, Mr. Phone Caller. Not handsome Boogie don't even dress in the locker room to be number 5 at anything. Handsome Boogie don't even crawl out from under a glass coffee table for anything less than number 2. Let me cut to the chase, Mr. Microphone. I am not handsome Jimmy Valiant. I am not Boogie Woogie Valiant. The Boogeyman has sent me, his personal emissary and spokesperson, to deliver a message to all the loyal 605 listeners and active top 10 voters. And who am I, you may ask?
Yeah.
Who am I? Woo! I'm Handsome's ugly brother from another mother, not Charlie Brown from out of town. You heard me? Not Charlie Brown from out of town. Let me turn down this stereo with my theme song on it.
Please do. Yeah.
Oh, mercy, Daddy. Now dig this, Daddy. I'm the personal spokesman for Handsome Jimmy, and for henceforth, putting a champion and a Hall of Famer like not the Handsome Boogeyman at number 5 is like putting him in with Lasertron as a partner to take on Paul Jones' army. He should be in a main event, teaming up with Funky Dusty Rhodes against the 4 horsemen of the Russians, but I digress. You can keep on voting for Handsome Jimmy, not the Boogie Woogie Man Valiant, but I'm here to tell you, he will not be appearing on this show until he's voted back into the number 1 spot or the championship match. I will speak for him as his surrogate until such time as he decides to grace this show by his presence. But he is not a curtain jerker. He is not a middle-of-the-card act to be put up against these pre-recorded messages and aspiring comedians and all that such shit. And don't get me started on his fucking hot dog either.
Well, hold on. So you're saying until Handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant, is voted to the number 1 spot once again, we're going to be talking to you, not Charlie Brown, here on the show?
He'll be happy to regain his rightful place at the top of the 605 heap. So make your vote count, people, because if he rockets back up to the number 1 position, he'll that's the decision that he's made. And until that time, you'll be talking to me, not Charlie Brown from out of town. Have I made myself clear?
You've made yourself clear? Are you Charlie Brown from town?
I'm Charlie Brown from parts unknown.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't really flow off the tongue like Charlie Brown from out of town, but so be it.
Is that the end? I don't even know.
It's hard to tell, ain't it?
All right.
Let me hit my theme song, which is already starting to irritate even me. And we'll get out of this shit. But if you want to hear back from Handsome Jimmy, vote him back into the number one championship spot. And that's that. Woo! Mercy, Daddy.
Defeating Brother Midnight this week, and the new 605 Super Podcast Super Universe champion is Hot Dog, or I guess I'm supposed to call it Hot Dog and Lasto.
Hot Dog and Lasto. Wow. 605 champion. Did I hear that right?
You heard that correct, yes.
Well, then say it again, partner.
The new 605 Super Podcast Super Universe champion is Hot Dog.
Hot Dog and Lasto. Oh, man, that's incredible. I think that deserves a 21-horn salute.
No, please don't. Please, goddamn.
I think that was about 21. 21-horn salute, man. That's unbelievable. Hot Dog and Lasto coming at you sporting championship gold, yeah.
Well, congratulations, Hot Dog. I know this means so much to you.
Well, I'm not just out here working a singles match, my brother. I share this glory with you. Are we the first tag team to hold the 605 title?
No, actually, I think the Slip House Boys may have been the very first champions.
Oh, well, kudos to them, but still, wow, that is still quite an honor to be the second tag team ever to hold those prestigious 605 titles, or title. Well, let me say, you, my friend, are a real, true ring general, and a better partner I could never have. You're the sun to my fun. You're the Samoan 2 to my Samoan 3. You're the rhythm to my blues, buddy, and I mean that sincerely.
Samoan 2 to your Samoan 3, huh?
To my Samoan 3, yes, Samala. I have to thank my pals over at the 605 fan group and at the Mothership page for all their support. You know, I want to say sincerely, it's you, the fans, that make this all possible. We couldn't do it without you. Hey, except for all those idiots that voted for Brother Midnight, huh? Fuck those guys.
Okay, let's calm down with that.
Oh, you're probably right. You know, Brian Old Hot Dog even got some congratulatory tweets and text messages from his good buddies in the wrestling world. Shall I read a few of them?
Yeah, I'm curious what these would be. Yes, please.
Oh, yeah. Hey, here's a text that just came in from Phil Brooks. Oh, I'm sorry. You know him as CM Punk. One of my very best friends from way back in the day. Did I ever mention how tight me and Punk are?
No, you never have.
Oh, yeah, I ain't lying. We're tighter than Jack Pepper's asshole. that is tight, my friend. Loosey-goosey, loose but tight. Phil and I go way back together. You know, we were both trained. We went through the same wrestling school. We were both trained by Frankie G.T. Hollywood and Moondog Frisky out there at Moondog's Wrestling Academy and Muffler Shop.
What?
Right there in Cave in Rock, Illinois. That's where we broke in. I'll always be indebted to those guys out there at Moondog's Wrestling Academy, mostly because I signed a weird contract with them when I went there. Always read the fine print, aspiring wrestlers. Oh, I tell you, those early days with Punk, those were great days. We would take these insane road trips, you know. We would go 4 or 5, sometimes 10 hours each way, just for the chance to wrestle on some indie card. But, you know, we would, the whole way there and back, we would book comedy wrestling matches and routines, and we would work up ideas for our merch right there in the car. That's how you learned. What a crew it was in those old road trips. It was me, CM Punk, my good friend. Did I mention how close we are?
You did.
We still are. It was Frankie, Moondog Frisky, and Andre the Giant. Great road trips. Oh, not the famous Andre the Giant, not the famous legendary Hall of Famer Andre the Giant. That was our nickname for this fat kid that would always ride with us. Well, technically, when I say ride with, technically it was his car.
Did you say you had a text message?
I did. I have a text message, but that guy, Andre the Giant, he was just a super guy. And when I say, you know, guy, I mean, his excess weight was such that we never fully determined whether he was male or female. Just a swell guy. Like I said, a heart as big as all outdoors. Literally. Great sense of humor. Anyway, I did get a congratulatory text from my good buddy, CM Punk. Let me read it to you. It says,
I don't know how you got this number, but fucking lose it now. Then there's an angry face emoji. Isn't that hilarious?
Maybe that really is his number.
Anything for a rib, that guy. You got to understand his sense of humor. Anyway, I'm going to get you back, Phil. Yeah.
All right. Did you have any other texts or tweets?
Oh, do I? Wow. I got a tweet from a dear friend of mine again, the genius, Leapin' Lanny. How about that?
Really? What did he say?
Oh, that guy, so talented. That his tweet is in the form of a poem. Let me give this a proper introduction. And now, the poet laureate of the World Wrestling Federation. Oh, excuse my French. World Wrestling Federation Entertainment. The genius, Leapin' Lanny, has a tweet for us all. Roses are red, the meaning is blue. If you could suck your own cock, you probably would too. Oh, that is fantastic. I want to thank Leapin' Lanny, the genius, for that swell tweet. And I just want to send a message back to Lanny regarding what he said there in Carney about what he just wrote in his tweet. I just want to say, a breaker there, genius. That's a big 1040 on that head, good buddy.
That's not Carney. That's not Carney.
Get you on the flip-flop, good buddy. Over. Do you say that's not Carney?
That wasn't Carney. No, that was not Carney.
Oh, my goodness. Well.
That was C.B. McCall. That wasn't Carney.
They never really broke me in back there at the academy, you know. Well, give me the hot tag, Mr. Lasto. Who are we facing next week in our very first defense of our 605 Super Universe title?
Next week, Hot Dog, you are going up against T. Arnak the Magnificent.
T. Arnak, the mystic borderline offensive sage of the Scepter Rail system. I'm his biggest fan. Oh, that guy rules. What a challenge this will be. In his honor, I even wrote a Karnak envelope joke in tribute to him. Can I tell it?
Yeah, please. I'd love to hear what this is.
Okay. Envelope to my head. The answer is Mr. Fuji.
Mr. Fuji. What was that?
That's the envelope.
Sounds like a rinky-dink envelope.
It's an actual envelope. Or maybe that's why it sounds so fake.
All right, what does it say? Mr. Fuji.
What did good old JR call the Mr. Softy truck when it drove down his street?
Mr. Fuji?
He got the name all wrong.
Oh, because he just blew it on the New Japan show.
You're in his head.
Oh.
Wait, I've got just one more. Just one more, please.
All right.
The answer is, my envelope to my head, the answer is Mr. Fuji.
Here we go again. Mr. Fuji.
What? No guesses?
Mr. Fuji, we already got the first one. No, I have no guess. I don't know where you're going with this.
Okay. Mr. Fuji. What is the proper way to address Lauryn Hill's husband/manager? You tell him Mr. Fuji.
Because she was in the Fugees in the late 90s.
Very, very good, Lasto-san.
All right, Hot Dog. Is that all you have? Is that all the tweets and everything else, all your material for this week's episode?
That's it, good buddy. Now it's your turn.
Well, I really don't have anything. I guess we will end this segment right here, right now. Once again, the new champion, Hot Dog, this week on
Vote for us. Vote for us. Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
We got to go.
Voted in at number 3 this week in the top 10 is the handsome boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. But of course, we remember from last week's show that according to the handsome boogeyman, or his emissary, he will not be on the show until he once again reaches the spot of number 1 in the top 10 and challenges for the championship. So I believe we are not speaking to the handsome boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. We are speaking to not Charlie Brown from out of town. Is that correct? Are you there?
Hello, my brother. Let me first ask, I had some trouble with my headset. What position do the not the handsome boogeyman hold in your illustrious top 10 this week?
That would be number 3 in the illustrious top 10.
Number 3. Up 2 spots from the shabby number 5 showing last week. Woo, yeah. This here is not the Boogie Woogie Van Valiant's soul brother, not Charlie Brown from out of town. Yes, that's right. 3 is a magic number. Yes, it is. It's a magic number. Somewhere in the ancient mystic trinity, you get 3 as a magic number.
All right.
A man and a woman had a little baby. Yes, they did. There was 3 in the family.
All right. Well, good job.
Number 3, thank you. That's a positive uptick, certainly. It's good. I'm saying it's good, brother, but it's not good enough. Could be better, you understand. Nonetheless, I will report this back to not the handsome boogeyman in due time and see if it meets with his personal thumbs up.
Okay, that sounds good. So, is that it? Is that all we're going to hear from you this week? Any reason for the listeners
Well, can you please tell me, or tell him, at least, has he leapfrogged over that fugitive from an open mic, stuttering Tommy Rich?
I cannot answer that at this point in the top 10 on this week's program.
Stuttering Tommy Rich. Imagine that. 10,000 comedians out of work, and this Tommy Rich is trying to be funny. They ought to give him the hook, or the red light, or the gong, or whatever suits your fancy. This would-be clown. My God, his jokes are so bad that Jackie the Joke Man wouldn't steal them.
I don't know about that.
Wait a minute. Let me take a drink. Stuttering Tommy sucks.
Okay.
But I digress.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell? What difference do it make to me? I'm Charlie Brown, not from out of town. I'm just a mere messenger, an emissary, a conduit of sorts. I'm just sitting in for the vacation and handsome Boogie Woogie, not Jimmy Valiant Man.
And you're doing so well. Anything you want to say in closing to the listeners of the Super Podcast? Any reason you want to give why they should vote the handsome Boogeyman back to the number 1 spot next week?
Well, I want to tell all you mother shippers and loyal 605ers, keep this love going. Make your vote count. Let all that love pour on down all over not the handsome one like a great chocolate fountain at an all-you-could-eat buffet. Remember, a vote for the old lady Spencer or Orgasmo Larry Nelson is a vote wasted. That's right, I said it. A vote wasted. Just as wasted as Jake the Snake at the Heroes of Wrestling pay-per-view show. So don't waste a vote, my brothers and sisters. When I say sisters, do we have a few scant listeners of the female persuasion? Do we not, Mr. Hawaiian Brian Lasto?
Oh, we do. We certainly have many female listeners, surprisingly.
We do?
Yes.
Wonderful. Or at least do we have a few listeners that identify as female, perhaps? Kind of like a Miss Atlanta Lively or a Bertha Von Raschke situation.
Bertha Von Raschke. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yes, well, be that as it may. Vote for handsome Boogie, not Jimmy, and keep that upward momentum on the right track, and Handsome will tag himself back into this friggin' mess as soon as he gets voted back into the number 1 contender spot. And then from there, the 605 World Championship reign. Woo! Mercy. One more drink. Mercy.
Here now is the man who last week was the champion, and now he has unfortunately lost the championship, and that is none other than Hot Dog. Hot Dog, are you on the line?
Oh, man, Hot Dog and Lasto coming at you. Jesus, Brian, did you see the ratings book?
The ratings book?
First we were number 1, and then we were the 605 champions, and now we're shoveling shit.
Well, no, it's not that bad, Hot Dog.
Well, we slipped out of the top spot. We're in a free fall. This is terrible. I just know our program director is going to march me into his office on Monday morning, and he's going to want explanations. I don't even know what to say. I mean, I put the blame on myself. To misquote Jimmy Garvin, it's all my fault.
Well, just relax.
I stink. I stink.
We had a good run, buddy.
That was the saddest horn I've ever heard here on the show. No, Hot Dog, look,
I was gonna toll the horn 10 times, like we do when one of our brothers in wrestling radio goes on to that big locker room in the sky. I don't even feel like doing that, man. I don't even feel like doing the horn, I'm so sad. It's all my fault.
It's not that bad. You were voted out of the championship spot, but you're eligible again next week for the top 10, so only good things can happen.
When you put it that way, TGBL, it makes sense. Thanks, buddy. It's probably your fault.
No, I didn't say that either.
Hey, did you do the book of the week yet?
No, we have not done book of the week yet.
This isn't a fully realized book yet, but I hear that the great Mick Foley has got a new book in the works.
Oh, really? He's done several books. He's been a New York Times bestseller. What is his newest book?
It's a memoir. It picks up right where his last autobiography left off. In fact, in this book, he details in depth the writing of his last book.
So this book's all about the writing of his last book.
It is, yeah. The working title is What the Hell is an Editor?
All right, that's pretty funny.
From what I've seen in the advanced galleys that I've seen from that book, it's not all about book writing, though. There's a lot of shit about Santa Claus in there, too.
Mick Foley has a bit of an obsession with Santa Claus. It's well known.
Well, it sounds like a winner. I'll be first in line for that one when it comes out.
Anything else you want to say this week, Hot Dog? Of course, like I said earlier, you're eligible again for the top 10 next week. You could be voted back into any spot from 1 to 10, or, if you're not voted in, you're not voted in, but you're eligible again next week.
Could you repeat that?
I don't think I can. I don't know how I did that.
But I do want to congratulate T. Arnack. I don't want to come across as being a poor sport. I do want to congratulate T. Arnack, the offensive and mystic, on his victory. He's awesome, buddy, man. He really deserves it. I even wrote a mystic prediction joke in his honor, if I may read it.
Okay.
Envelope to my head. Mr. Fuji and Mr. Saito.
Mr. Fuji and Mr. Saito.
What did Jimmy Snuka tell the tag team champions when he fired a rifle at his female companion?
What? Mr. Fuji?
Mr. Fuji and Mr. Saito. What did you think of that joke?
Say it again? What?
He Mr. Fuji and Mr. Saito.
Oh, my God.
No good?
Well, Hot Dog, I'm sure you're going to do great. I'm sure you'll do great in the next ratings book.
That's the last time I steal a joke from Colt Cabana.
All right. Anything else you want to say this week, Hot Dog?
I kind of had a reverse plug. Remember that big card I mentioned a few weeks ago, Sod Wars 17, that they were flying me in for?
Yeah.
Well, the show has been postponed, let's say, for now, due to circumstances beyond our control, or as it says on the posters, card subject to change. Yeah, we had a couple of big problems. This guy, Chris, whose license we were using for the show, he got hung up with a really horrendous report card, and he's been grounded until further notice. Yeah, he's only allowed to leave his house to go to summer school, and then it's right back home when it's over. That kind of stinks, right?
Yeah, that ruins the show, certainly.
Yeah. We totally lost the space that we always used to use for the event because Chris's folks are putting in an above-ground pool. Only in wrestling, man. I tell you, if those lawn chairs could talk.
All right, Hot Dog. Well, it sounds like you're winding up, and hopefully next week, if you're voted in, you'll be a little more upbeat, a little more positive, a little more the usual Hot Dog that the listeners of the Super Podcast have gotten used to.
That's all in your hands, fans. But for the mighty TGBL, I like a little bit of alliteration. I call it HD and TGBL right here on the mighty 605. Hey, Brian.
Yeah?
We gotta go.
Here at number 3 this week in the top 10 is the always popular Hot Dog. And I believe he is on the line right now. Hot Dog, are you there?
Hey. Hot Dog and Lasto coming at you from the rock of professional wrestling, the mighty 605. I heard we're number 3 in the ratings this week. Is that for true?
We're number 3 in the top 10.
Did you see what I just did there?
Yeah, it's for true. We're number 3.
Number 3. Wow, now in a market that size, that's not too bad. Who came into number 1? Was it the Latino station again?
We're not announcing number 1 of the top 10 till later in the show. And no, it's not the Latino station. It's not Mega. But what's going on with you this week, Hot Dog?
I just wanted to say I love mis amigos over there, but I didn't think we should be included in the same ratings book as them, you know? Es muy malo.
All right. It's not a ratings book. It's the top 10. We do it each week here on the Super Podcast, and you are number 3 this week.
That does remind me. It's time for the Lucha Libre weather report with our old pal Demente Negro. Hey, Demente Negro, how's it looking out there, Demente?
It's chilly today and hot tamale, darling.
Oh, I mean, ay Chihuahua. Hey, Demente, the weekend forecast?
Oh, it looks like possible thunderstorms, hot doggy lasto, darling. Ha.
Hey, Case Grande, you just tell those storm clouds in Mexican to get the heck out of here, yeah.
You just did a bad impression of Austin Idol doing Demente Negro. That was amazing.
There he goes. Gracias, Demente.
All right.
Hey, Brian, have you got a record queued up?
I do not have a record queued up. No, I don't.
I have a listener request for one of my favorite wrestling records. It's Mark Lawrence with Knocking on Kevin's Door.
No, unfortunately, I do not have that record or even have it queued up. No.
All right. Well, maybe in a future date. I'm glad to see you thought that was kind of funny. You know, a friend of mine told me that joke stunk. Yeah, he said that joke stunk worse than Big Van Vader's gym bag. Oh, massive, giant-like Big Van Vader. Ooh, what a joke. Who wrote that? T. Arnack?
All right. Hot Dog, here you are this week.
I heard that somebody said that joke stunk worse than Vader's Speedo.
Who said that?
I wasn't prepared for that question.
All right.
I heard he used to bury those Speedos deep in his gym bag, and they would just marinate there. Ugh.
Oh boy. Well, listen, Hot Dog, you are at number.
That's true. That's not even a rumor. I read it in the Torch.
Okay. You are at number 3 this week in the top 10.
All right, number 3. What an honor.
It certainly is. You're moving up. You're moving closer to the top spot once again. And do you have any messages? Do you have anything you want to say to the 605ers, the people responsible for voting each week?
Hey, thanks a million, 605ers. Stay right behind us, old Hot Dog and Lasto. We're not going to let you down. Are we in the same category? Were we in possible contention with Denim Fritz?
Potentially. He's in the title match this week, so potentially at some point you could meet up with him.
Yeah, Denim Fritz, what an honor to be even in the same category as a wily veteran like Denim Fritz. That's crazy. Speaking of Denim Fritz, are you aware that they're planning to reissue the Triumph and Tragedy of World Class DVD on Blu-ray?
No, I did not hear that. What have you heard?
Oh, I heard it comes with a bonus disc featuring over 90 minutes of never-before-seen tragedy. They asked the fans, and they said, we want more tragedy. Did you say something?
No. I've been reacting to the tragedy ever since I heard it.
Well, we'll have to review that one right here on the old Hot Dog and Lasto show when it comes out.
We sure will. Well, Hot Dog, another landmark appearance here on the Super Podcast this week. I guess it's time for us to sign off. It's time for us to move on with the top 10.
Yeah, we gotta wrap it up here. I see the producers giving me the old, finger across the throat sign. We got to get out of the way and make room for the Studcast.
No, this is not a radio station. There's no producer. The Studcast isn't even on today.
That's news to me. Hey, Brian, we gotta go.
Here at number 1 this week in the top 10 is the handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. We haven't heard from him in a little while. We've had not Charlie Brown from out of town on the show, but here he is. Boogeyman, congratulations.
Woo! Ooh-wah, hoorah, cool kitty. Who's number 1 in the 605 super universe? Hoorah, come on, kitty. Tell me about the returning #1 contender from New York City. Woo, mercy daddy. Freestyling original lyrics to celebrate my Phoenix-like re-rise to prominence, Brian Lasto.
Yeah, I think you still have to pay them royalties for using their song, but no more putting it on CDs and selling it, handsome.
That was Charlie Brown from Not Out of Town. You had me mistaken for somebody else. This is quite possibly the greatest day of my life heretofore, only to be eclipsed on next week's episode when I regain my 605 championship title. I can just anticipate the side-splitting fantasy booking that will accompany my victory over whosoever the fuck. But I digress, Brian Lasto. I digress.
You digress, yes.
As I want to do. I first want to thank all of Boogie's army.
I'm sorry. Oh, yes. Thank your army.
I first want to thank all of Boogie's army for their supreme votes of confidence, all the loyal 605ers and the mothershippers.
Yeah.
For their votes. The only votes that matter. Woo, mercy. And a huge hand to my brother from prison, my blood brother, not Charlie Brown from out of town, for holding down the fort in my absence. Did he not do a commendable job, sir? I ask you.
He did a commendable job, sounded a lot like you. I never asked this before, but why were you and him in prison together?
Well, I'm not at liberty to say why Charlie Brown was in prison, but I myself got caught up in it. I think I was railroaded in a charge of selling bootleg merchandise.
No, it couldn't have happened. No.
No, absolutely not. We got that all straightened out, but nevertheless, but the handsome boogeyman, not the Jimmy Valiant, is back in the catbird seat at #1. And again, major thanks to my supporters as I await next week's sure thing, may I say. And who may that be that I might be challenging in the future, may I ask?
You may ask, it would either be the reigning champion, Tiarnak the Magnificent, or the challenger, the former champion, Denim Fritz.
Oh, Denim Fritzy, or Tiarnak the Magnificent. Handsome Now Jimmy is here for one reason and one reason only.
Yes?
Well, shit, I thought you would know. You're the historian around here. Well, let's move on from there. Look, I'm ready to take my title back. And then from there, I'm going to take on all comers. I don't care if it's Sheila the Shooter or Magnum Tar, or Stuttering Tommy Brother Midnight Baby. Oh, it's a mighty long way to rock and roll. From Shawsville, Virginia to the Hollywood Bowl. 'Cause you climb up the mountains and you fall down the holes. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do, all the way from Memphis. Ha-ha! Mercy, Daddy.
All right, well, once again, congratulations, Boogeyman, on your capturing the #1 spot once again, returning to the show, and next week challenging for the championship. Any closing words for the 605ers?
That was the end just right there, ma'am. I don't chew my cabbage twice. I'm out of here like last year. Woo!
At #1 this week in the top 10 is Hot Dog, and he is on the line right now. Hot Dog, are you there?
Hey, Hot Dog and Lasto coming at you. Hey, TGBL Lasto, I understand you've got some big news for our listeners. Is that for true right here at 6:05 a.m.?
I don't know what you're referring to, so I don't think that's for true, no.
You didn't say something about us being #1?
#1 in the top 10. Yes, I just said that.
#1, exactly. #1 in drive time with males 18 to 45.
No.
And also #1 in several other demographics. I know we're #1 with snobby, opinionated dirt sheet readers. And we're also #1 with white male virgins over the age of 25.
Okay, all right. Hot dog. Let's calm down.
We sure
now.
couldn't do it without your fans.
All right, well, you are #1 this...
I think I speak for my compadre, Hawaiian Brian, when I say, thank you for making us #1, or as they say in Hawaiian, aloha.
No, actually, aloha is hello.
That's right, isn't it?
In Hawaiian, thank you is mahalo.
I'm not sure. I think you're thinking of the hula. Every movement tells a story.
No, it's mahalo. I'm fairly certain.
Mahalo. Well, I bow to you, Hawaiian Lasto. The only words I really knew in Hawaiian, or I thought I knew, were aloha and tally-ho.
It's not exactly Hawaiian, although it was said by one of the legends of Hawaiian wrestling, Lord James Blears, Tally-ho Blears.
But number one, that is sensational. And you know what? I think we've got some tweets coming in.
What is that?
It's tweets. Listen.
What are you, killing a bird over there? What the hell is that?
I would never do that. Here's one from T.R. Shock himself, Tom Robinson III.
Wait, these are tweets that you've received?
Tweets congratulating Hot Dog and Lasto for their number one position in drive time.
Oh, let's hear these.
Yeah, here's one, as I said, here's one from T.R. Shock himself, Tom Robinson III. It says, congrats, hashtag brother, at I apologize, hashtag Flair, doing much better at Marriott Bar, hashtag can't read handwriting. Cool. It's always great to hear those kind words from good old TR3. He's the best.
Okay. All right. Well, what's the next tweet, Hot Dog?
Here's one from old lady Mrs. Spencer.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
She says, whoa, I don't think I can read any of this tweet on the air. The FCC would have my keister in a sling. We don't have a 7-second delay here, do we?
We don't have a 7-second delay. We also don't have to worry about the auspices of the FCC here in the world of podcasts.
Safe harbor. Well, at any rate, I think I'll just say merci, you old bag, and move on.
Was that the last tweet? Do you have any other tweets, Hot Dog?
Well, now that you mention it, I think there's one more coming in. Oh, my goodness, it looks like it's from Denim Fritz.
Denim Fritz?
Yeah, Denim Fritz. It says, there's only one world, there's only one Leaning Tower of Pizza, and my boy Carrie only has 1 foot.
Has nothing to do with anything.
It doesn't have nothing to do with anything. That's crazy. Oh, well, he's a KG veteran if I ever heard one. Hey, Brian, have we got time for one more quick tweet from old Denim Fritz?
I guess. One more.
It's a quick one. It just says here, Mike Mills sucks.
Of course, Mike Mills, friend of the show, has a little bit of an ongoing feud on Twitter with Denim Fritz, but
Hey, Lasto, is it time for me to plug some of my band's upcoming dates?
I didn't know you had a band.
Upcoming dates.
What the hell was that?
Oh, you didn't know? I'm the lead singer for Hulk Rules, the country's #1 Hulk Hogan tribute band.
What?
Yeah, we do a full tribute, or I like to call it an homage, to the entrance music and the recorded music of the immortal Hulkster. Yeah. We do all the classics. American Made, Real American, Hulk Rules, I Want to Be a Hulkamaniac, Hulkster in Heaven. We even do Eye of the Tiger and Pile Driver by Coco Beware. Yeah, Hogan was in the video for that one.
He was in the video. He didn't sing on it, but he was in the video, yes.
He was in the video. We do 2 sets. We do a full red and yellow costume for the first set, and then after the break, it gets kind of nutty. We come out in all black and white with the burnt cork beards, and we do an NWO Hogan set. It really blows people's minds, brother.
What's in the NWO Hogan set?
It's a more deep cuts. We even do a couple of Metallica songs. It's a whole
that really is a deep cut for Hogan, yeah.
Yeah. It's a whole multimedia presentation, kind of like the old Warhol exploding plastic inevitable. The band plays while we project old episodes of Hogan Knows Best and clips of his sex tape over us while we play. It's wild.
Okay, all right. Well, listen, Hot Dog, let's start to wrap things up. Obviously,
at our last show, the audience, as sparse as it was, started throwing all kinds of garbage at us, just like in the NWO days of yore. So I knew we were doing something right. What you gonna do when Hulk Rules, the #1 Hulk Hogan music tribute act, runs wild on your nightclub or civic event, brother?
Okay, well, listen. Thank you, Hot Dog. Before we wrap things up, you are at #1 this week in the top 10, which means next week you'll be challenging either the current champion, Denim Fritz, or the challenger, the handsome Boogeyman. Whoever wins today's challenge for the title, you will be in that championship match next week. Any thoughts, any comments you have before we go?
Denim Fritz, he's a KG veteran if I ever heard one. Hey, what does he sound like again?
What does he sound like?
Yeah, don't you get to do his voice every so often?
I do, and it puts a
Why don't you read that? Why don't you read that tweet that I just read in his voice?
Okay, I don't have it in front of me. I'll have to do it based on memory.
Please.
There's only one world. There's only one Leaning Tower pizza, and Kerry only has 1 foot.
Not as funny as I thought. Anyway, handsome Boogie, not Jimmy. Is he the other challenger?
No, he's the only challenger. He's the one challenging for Denim Fritz's title today.
Funny, I thought he was strictly on that classic rock station, FM 100.
Okay, that was on his tights, and of course that was a station in Memphis that he worked with, but any closing thoughts
Boogie
here?
Johnson, baby!
Okay, all right. Hot Dog, I forgot who I was speaking to for a second there. Hot Dog, any final comments this week on the Super Podcast?
Now, that's about it. Just want to say thanks again for making us #1 listeners. Numero uno, darling. Jose Cuervo, numero uno. Hey, Lasto.
Yeah?
We gotta go.
He left town until he was voted to #1, and then he returned, and today he captures the 605 Super Podcast Super Universe Championship. None other than the handsome Boogeyman, and he's on the line right now. Boogeyman, congratulations.
Woo, mercy. I came rolling into Memphis, TWA. Dicky-doo, dicky-doo. Tell all the women that Boogie's here to stay. I'm the 605 champion, a little funky Jew. As voted by the listeners, that's why Not Handsome's cool. Yes, a celebratory mood pervades the Super Podcast, and rightly so, my brother. Oh, it feels so good.
Is that going to be on your next CD? That little song you just did?
Ah, yes, it very well may be. 605 champion, handsome Jimmy, not Boogeyman Valiant. But I'm not here to sing my praises, richly deserved though they may be. Why don't you sing my praises, Brother Lasto?
Well, as I said at the top here, you left town. Charlie Brown from Not Out of Town was here, and then you returned and you were voted to #1.
Yes, Lasto. Who did I defeat to win back my 605 Top 10 Super Championship? Who was it? What was the poor man's name?
You defeated Denim Fritz.
Ah, Denim Fritz, old square britches himself. That old codger. What a calamity for a wily veteran like Denim Fritz, who talks a lot of trash from behind a computator keyboard about your humble, handsome not Jimmy. But we gotta look at the bright side. An embarrassing defeat for that old sauerkraut is nothing but sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows for the Boogeyman.
Well, okay. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sauerkraut.
I'm so sorry. It just makes me want to sing. I'm the king. I'm the king. I'm the king of the 605 Top 10. I'm the king. I'm the king. I'm the king of the Top 10 again. I knocked Denim Fritz off his perch. I'm gonna knock his old ass out again. I'm the king. I'm the king. BBB. Yo, yo, yo. King, king, king. Mercy, daddy.
Oh, are you an Andy Kaufman fan? Handsome Boogeyman?
A tremendous man. Worked with him very closely down in Memphis. All
right.
Fine young man. But your champion is on a natural high here, Brother Lasto. But I do want to take a moment out and wish a speedy recovery to Stuttering Tommy Rich and TR3 to Act the Magnificent. You know, we've had our differences in the past, but I have to say that if they was here with us this week, I would have beat their ass as well. Soundly, I may add.
That's not very nice.
That's not very nice, but it's a fact. And I say that with the utmost of respect for them both. Yes. What mountains are left for the Boogeyman to climb? What is next for the champion? Brother Midnight? Is he my challenger?
No.
How can that be? You know, I looked at my watch, and it's 11:45, Brother Midnight. Your 15 minutes is almost up.
That's pretty good.
Is it Jim Cornette's answering machine? Jimbo Cornette?
No.
I'm going to leave an obscene message on his machine. Don't fuck with the champion, Four Eyes.
It's not Jim Cornette's answering
machine. It's not Jim Cornette's answering machine. Who? Who could it be?
It will be Hot Dog.
Hot Dog? How in the Sam Hill did that happen? Hot Dog. My God. He fancies himself a hot dog? Well, he ain't nothing but a burnt weenie sandwich in my eyes. I'm going to turn back his challenge like the cheap cut of meat that he is. Oh, I'm glad I'm not an Oscar Mayer wiener. That is what I never want to be. And I see your name thrown in there on the top 10 entry. Hot dog and Lasto. What's causing all that, my brother?
Well, notice I didn't say and Lasto. I just said hot dog.
You just said hot dog. Well, that's just fine. Don't ever forget who dubbed you Lasto in the first place.
Oh, that's right.
Who gave you that sobriquet?
You're right. You're right. And,
Well, of course I'm right. I'm right as rain, and normally I'd rather be right than be champion, but in this case, I'll make an exception. In closing, let me briefly mention that any 10 or 12 words that I've ever spoken or uttered or any catchphrase I've ever said on the 605 Superb Podcast are now available on a high-quality black T-shirt from the fine folks at Professional Wrestling Tees.
what?
Boogie Woogie the champion getting into the rag trade, Mr. Lasto. My every word and phrase is a hilarious gem. Why deprive the good fans out there? Buy 'em by the bagful, my friends. That's my way of giving back to the people.
No, that's not your way of giving back to the people, and you're not going to plug that crappy company here on my show. What are your closing words for real, Boogeyman?
I want to thank Boogie's Army from the very bottom of my heart for making me the 605 Superpod champion once again. Wrestling fans, keep voting for the handsome one as I settle in for a lengthy, distinguished reign over the super universe. Oh, I'm the king. I'm the king. I'm the king of 605. Woo! Mercy, Daddy.
Here he is, the man who has defeated Hot Dog and still 605 Super Podcast Super Universe champion, the handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. I believe I hear his clapping, and he's right there. There he is. Hello, Boogeyman. Congratulations.
Here come the champ. Here come the champ. 605. Here come the champ. They said it couldn't be done, Lasto, but I done did it. Second week as the 605 Super Universe Top 10 champion, and some statisticians are saying that it's 3 or 4 weeks since I was elected champion, Daddy. If you include that time period where we were preempted for the Bobby Heenan special, the title don't go up on the shelf, Lasto. I continue to reign in the interim. A historic reign on top. Some are saying, ha, don't applaud, folks. Just throw money.
Well, congratulations, Boogeyman.
Thank you so much.
Well, you've defeated Hot Dog, a very, very close matchup. And next week, you have the challenge of Brother Midnight.
Brother Midnight, I can't even wrap my head around it. You see, I just got back from partying with Lee and Farrah Fawcett Majors, celebrating my latest victorious title defense. We were getting down there over at Woo Grotto at a Playboy Mansion as we were paying our respects to our dear departed old man, old Hugh Hefner. The Boogeyman was there to offer a shoulder to cry on to a number of buxom young playmates and bunnies. Many of them, we were there for each other.
Boogeyman.
Many of those well-built young tenderonis congratulated me in their own way for handily turning back the challenge of that handsome young upstart Hot Dog, as I predicted right here on the 605 Super Show. I must give credit where credit is due. Hot Dog was a worthy challenger. It was a battle for the aged. Ages. I can already foresee our epic battles dominating the 605 Top 10 title picture for years to come in lieu of real contenders to my bejeweled belt. As much as I love reigning over the super universe, oh, Boogie, reign on me. Handsome not Boogie.
Okay, enough.
Reign. Well, that's what they're singing out there in Boogie Wonderland.
Stop it. There is no Boogie Wonderland. And first of all, how are you mourning the death of Hugh Hefner with Farrah Fawcett Majors? She died years ago.
A mere technicality, but I must take issue, TGBL Lasto, with the very caliber of competition right here in the 605 area. Orgasmo Larry Nelson. Are you shitting me? Oh, geez, oh, gravity. Or is it criminy? I'm not sure.
Okay, all right.
How can old VHS tapes of that weird beard be a legitimate contender
I never liked an announcer that was taller than the boys. I've always said that. Slaughtering a sacred cow, that's a theme or a concept. That's not even a real person. Here, I got a sacred cow for you. Let's put it on a chopping block. Denim Fritz blows. That's right.
Okay.
I said it. Well, maybe some worthy adversary will step up to the plate to challenge Handsome Valiant, like a Marion Crumley or a Mighty Joe Thunder, an actual wrestler. What about Sue the Shooter? Imagine, if you will, a three-way dance for my title strap between Sue the Shooter, Hot Dog and Lasto, and myself, your oh-so-handsome Boogeyman. Back up the Brinks truck. And what might occur if old impressionist JR was ever sprung from 605 purgatory? The possibilities boggle the mind. You want to talk about fantasy booking? I just mapped out the next several years for you, brother, free of charge.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. But Boogeyman, next week, it's you and Brother Midnight. Before you go, any closing words about this upcoming challenge against Brother Midnight?
I expected to go just like the last several challenges would go. And don't forget that fantasy booking that I mapped out so concisely. What a wonderful world that would be. Oh, don't know much about Denim Fritz. Except as champion, he's just the shits.
Okay.
Don't know much about T.R. Neck. He holds the title like I hold my sack.
Okay.
But I do know 1 + 2 is 3. And if the listeners keep on voting for me, what a wonderful world that would be. Woo! Ha ha! Mercy, Daddy.
We have with us now here on the Super Podcast the former champion, Hot Dog, who will be eligible for the top 10 again next week. Hot Dog, are you on the line?
Well, yeah. Back at last. Or should I say back at lasto. Did you see what I did there?
Yeah,
it's like a play on words.
So dumb. What's up, Hot Dog?
That's been a long time, brother. Been a long time. I've been away myself for a little while. I was over at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival doing my comedy wrestling routine with my partner, Marty Feldman Jr.
What?
Yeah, we do hilarious comedy over old public domain wrestling tapes that I think I bought from you.
No. Marty Feldman Jr.
Yes, Marty Feldman Jr. And I think we run those tapes on the flat screen in our hotel room at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival, and we keep the door open, and if any drunk fans wander in, we put on a whole show. Then we put roofies in their haggis and lift their chain wallets. Classic wrestling rib.
All right.
Don't keep me hanging here, my brother. Hit me with some good news. Hit me like Jerry Lewis used to hit his kids from his first wife.
What?
Am I?
What? Okay, I don't know why you had to go with that reference here, Hot Dog, but here's the good news.
Am I? Or excuse me, are we the 605 top 10 champion at last?
No, you actually lost to the handsome Boogeyman this week. You're eligible again for the top 10 next week.
Handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant?
That's him.
Good golly, Miss Molly. Well, he is a 605 wrestling legend, a hell of a champion. It's really no shame to be beaten by a better man. I guess that's how the cosmic cookie crumbles in the topsy-turvy world of morning radio. Sometimes you're number one, sometimes nope. No. I told myself I wouldn't cry.
You're crying?
Well, so we slipped down a spot or two in the ratings. There's always next quarter, right? The listeners will get behind us again. God knows I'm holding up my end of the bargain here. Oh, wait, that sounds wrong, Brian. I don't blame you for this lost Lasto. Far from it. Lost Lasto. Ha! That could be a character in the top 10, couldn't it?
Okay, yeah. Hot Dog. Well, you don't have to blame anyone. It just happened.
I know. We're in this together like Conquistador Uno and Conquistador Dos, mi amigo.
No, we're not. You're in this on your own.
Huh? Yeah? Well, I probably shouldn't include you. You've got enough on your plate already, as do I.
That's right.
For one thing, have you noticed that my voice changes from week to week?
I have noticed.
You gotta stop taking these long breaks, my friend. Also, this is very serious. I got a cease and desist order from Bozo the Clown on the use of my horn.
Oh. So you honk it anyway.
Really?
Yeah.
I said, cram it, Clowny.
We're going to fight this thing to the highest court in the land, especially when that polo shirt dinero starts rolling in.
Okay, all right.
Don't give it a second thought, Lasto. Don't give it a second thought. I've got an excellent lawyer, Barnett Bob. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Lasto.
Yeah.
We got to go.
At number 4 this week in the top 10 is the always popular Hot Dog. And I believe he is on the line right now. Hot Dog, are you there?
Whoa! Somebody close that studio door. Brr, we've had some chilly temperatures as autumn is upon us, have we not, Lasto? Right down here at the station?
Yeah, it's gotten cold, I have to say.
Oh, yeah, baby, it's cold outside. It's colder than Impact Wrestling's roster.
Oh, come on.
Ice, baby. It's colder than the White Castle of Fear.
Oh, yeah, remember that?
Remember Big Fat Vader? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes, I remember Vader. Yes.
In the words of the immortal Hulkster, it's not hot.
Oh, boy. You got the A+ material today, Hot Dog.
Oh, thank you very much. Tell that to our program director. Hey, Lasto, the program director came by. He threatened to light a fire under our ass if we don't spike these ratings. Number 4. What do you say? Maybe we should do some more remotes, you know? Been a while since we drove the 605 prize van out to a show or a grand opening, hasn't it?
It's never happened, and there is no prize van. But
Really?
Yeah, what do you have in
Well,
mind?
we should do one soon, because that van is just jam-packed with bumper stickers and mini posters. Those 605 koozies aren't going to pass themselves out.
All right, well, we can discuss maybe on a future episode one of your live remotes.
All right. Hey, who's number 1 this week?
I can't tell you yet. We're not there yet in the top 10.
I just want to tell you how much I liked that Brother Midnight that they had on the other channel. His program is outstanding.
What program?
The Brother Midnight Show.
All right, Hot Dog. I think that's about enough this week. I'm already tired of you.
Aw.
Yeah, you have any Halloween plans?
It's funny that you should ask. I spent a great deal of time carving a great big jack-o'-lantern for the station out front. I had a great big jack-o'-lantern. I kind of jumped the gun. I did it several weeks ago, so it already was starting to rot. I had this great big pumpkin, about 2 or 3 teeth in its head, and it had really just started to rot, but I still thought it looked pretty cool, so I stuck it out by the curb by our station here, and some of the neighborhood watch people came along and told me to turn it around and face it away from the road because it was starting to scare children and small animals. I think some people just have no sense of humor. What I was trying to do is, it was my tribute to Otto Wanz.
What?
My tribute to Otto Wanz. It looked just like him.
A rotten pumpkin?
Well, I mean that in the good way.
All right, I think we've all...
Hey, look, so sorry to do this to you, Lasto. I just had to pop in and pop out this week. Turns out somebody quit the station, and I've got to cover a shift later on.
You got to cover someone else's on-air shift?
Hey, Lasto.
Yeah.
I got to go.
Back on the show this week is the now former 605 Super Podcast Super Universe champion, the handsome Boogeyman. And I believe he is on the line right now. Boogeyman, how are you today?
Brother, the Boogeyman, not handsome Jimbo. It feels low.
You feel low?
I feel low.
Well, why is that?
The people, not Boogie's army, have let me down. Just as my near-historic reign was nipping at the heels of Mark Goulin in the 605 title history books, they pull the rug out from under old Handsome and go running off with the new kid in town, Brother Midnight. Oh, Brother Midnight come lately. You're the new kid in town. Everybody loves you, but I shat in your crown.
Okay, enough of that.
I love your parting gift, baby.
Baby.
Oh, isn't that funny? Why don't you just chew on my old carcass, Mr. Podcast Lion?
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Just like you to bring up a sore subject when a brother is down.
No, I apologize.
I'll have you know I lost my best harmonica, and I have looked for it high and low. I can't even properly sing the blues about this latest humiliation without my finest harmonica. But Boogie Jimbo has a right to sing the blues. Goddamn right I do. And I'm going to persevere with a kazoo that I got from my brother from another mother, Dolph Ramsur.
Okay, all right, enough.
Here we go. I came rolling into Memphis. TWA. This ain't gonna work. Forget it. Thanks anyway, Dolphin. Your heart was in the right place.
All right, Boogeyman.
Where does this leave me? Where does the multi-time champion go from here? Do I quit the show? Am I being put out to pasture? Perhaps it's time for us to just reevaluate my pursuit of top 10 glory. But I'm not going to make any rash decisions just yet, Lasto.
Okay.
I'm leaving all my dwindling fan base in the capable hands of my number one side man. Yes, Charlie Brown from out of town will be returning to my spot. You know the drill here. Until such time as the 605ers and mothershippers reanoint me as number one contender. And then from there, another championship reign under my belt. You'll be served by the wit and wisdom of Charlie Brown. From out of town.
I thought last time it was Charlie Brown, not from out of town.
You take that up with him.
Okay, all right. So the point is...
The man, my brother, we were in Nam together.
Okay, you weren't. Listen.
You have no idea the background that I have in Nam with Charlie Brown from out of town. You know why you don't know that, Lasto?
No.
Because you weren't there, man.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, listen, I guess the point you're making is this is your last appearance. You're quitting the show, and you will not be back on the show until you're in the championship match? Is that what you're saying here?
That's right. Number one contender or champion. That's right. I'm keeping the spot open. I'm encouraging people to vote for me, and not for Brother Midnight.
Baby.
Mercy.
Here at number 10 this week in the top 10, kicking off the top 10 here on the Anniversary Spectacular, is the handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. Although I guess after last week's show, we're supposed to call you not Charlie Brown from Not Out of Town. Is that correct?
No, this is handsome Jimbo, not from Memphis. In reference to Charlie Brown, my blood brother from out of town, he's out of town. He had to leave abruptly when he heard about my piss-poor standing in the top 10. I couldn't even look the brother in the eye. So I'm going to take it from here. I got a lot of things to get off my mind on this most auspicious anniversary program. Oh, when I get to the bottom of the 605 top 10, now Boogie's Army turned their back on me again, and Charlie Brown and Big Mama are my only friends. Whoa, mercy.
Well, handsome, that was a hell of a song. What do you have to say this week here at number 10 in the top 10?
Well, there were false reports of not handsome Boogie's death that surfaced over the past 2 weeks without the top 10 in place. And I'm just here to debunk those rumors. It was a mere death hoax, an internet death hoax. No truth at all to those scurrilous rumors. There was confusion in the marketplace, Lasto. What had happened was I had announced that I was contemplating quitting the show in protest of my sorry-ass ranking insofar as the top 10 goes, and that was misinterpreted and discombobulated by certain yellow journalists on Twitter, MySpace, and Tout, and various sundry Tout, that's right, Tout and Vine, various sundry so-called social media platforms. And in fact, I had quit the show and had been killed off but I'm here to debunk those rumors. I'm still alive and well, you Miyazoks.
Okay, well, we're happy to have you here. I hadn't heard those rumors myself, but Handsome, I'm glad that you can clarify for everyone that you're here and you're here to stay.
Well, Brother Lasto, you can readily see how a rumor like that can spread and take off quickly I was going to say wildfire, but that's a piss-poor choice of words. Hey, is Stuttering Tommy Rich dead yet? Has he been killed off? Has he been killed off?
He is dead, yes, he is dead.
He is dead. Yeah. That motherfucker hung on longer than David Cassidy.
Oh, Jesus! Come on, Boogeyman. That's too soon, I think, for that kind of comment.
Perhaps so. But as you celebrate 2 years at a super podcast with a future that looks bright ahead, I've had time to reflect on my own lengthy Hall of Fame career. And I'm here to make a huge announcement that after some 7 or 8 decades in what I call the king of sports, I'm finally going to wind down my in-ring career and possibly retire from active wrestling at the end of 2018. Boogie Super Jam 18 coming your way in the new year, taking on all comers as I make one last worldwide, nationwide tour. This could be your last chance to see Handsome Boogie, not Jimmy, in your town or local gym or hotel ballroom.
Ballrooms?
Yes, wherever they can construct a lopsided ring, ballroom, Legion Post, or what have you. Now, speaking of ballrooms, that's what I told my seamstress I wanted when she sewed my new title. Extra ballroom. Extra ballroom.
Okay, all right, Boogeyman. Well, you're taking this right into the bottom of the toilet this week, but any closing words, any last messages you have for the 605ers?
Well, to sum up, Brother Lasto, the future looks bright ahead for not Handsome, not Jimmy. I got a long way to go and a short time to get there, and I know I can do it with the help of Not Jimbo's army and the loyal 605 mothershippers. But I can't do it at number fucking 10, capiche?
Okay, all right.
It's almost Black Friday, never too early to give Boogie Woogie from Mempho what he wants for Xmas, the 605 title back under his tree. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, now if the ring crew don't mind, and Arias don't mind, well, you can take a little time and vote for Handsome Jimbo. One more time. Whoa. Mercy, Santa.
Here at number 2 in the top 10 this week is the always popular hot dog. And I believe
gobble, gobble, gobble.
There he is.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving there, partner.
Happy Thanksgiving to you too.
Yeah, Turkey Day is here at the mighty 605 FM. Yeah, you know, I think Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday of the whole year, man. Well, maybe next to Christmas and my birthday, but it's right up there. Don't you agree, TGBL?
It's all right. There's a lot of good food. It's okay. I like having a couple days at home.
Wait a minute. You're Jewish, aren't you, Booby?
I am.
Do you celebrate Thanksgiving?
Yes, there's no restrictions on Thanksgiving celebration.
You do? Oh, okay. Huh. I stand corrected. Well, cool. You know, the food, you know, the parades and the football, it's a special time of year here at the station. And I think we have a regular cornucopia of things to give thanks for, don't we? I sure do.
What do you have to give thanks for, a hot dog?
Well, I'm thankful for ratings first and foremost, or in our case, second and foremost. Number 2 in the ratings this week, brother. Not too shabby. No. I predicted it. Number 2. Nowhere to go but up, my friend. Oh, well, I guess we could go down. Whoa. Well, you know what else I'm thankful for? I'm also thankful for comedy wrestling and the strides that goofy gimmicks and exaggerated dopey facial expressions and cheap merchandising have made and continue to make. I think 2018 is going to be the biggest year ever, a real watershed year in comedy wrestling. If you thought 2017 was ridiculous, just wait.
Oh, that's not very promising, hot dog. That's not promising at all.
Well, I say that as a comedy gimmick character in all seriousness. Hey, I mentioned parades earlier.
Yeah, you did.
You know, the 605 Supercast Thanksgiving Day Parade is going by the station right now. Can you hear it?
The Supercast Thanksgiving Parade? I don't know what you're talking about.
By on the street right by our station.
No, there's no station.
Oh, look at that. There's the Leap and Landing Poffo Marching Band, led by the genius himself, going by our studio window. Listen to that. Listen to that. If you listen closely, you can hear them playing their rendition of the Santa Gold theme song.
Come on.
Isn't that great? Everybody sing along. Come on, Brian. Santa Gold, Santa Gold.
Okay, all
Santa
right.
Gold, Santa Gold. Oh, let me turn that down. Let me close that window.
let's-
Hold on a second.
Yeah, close that window, please. Hot
Yeah,
dog.
hold on. A perennial favorite in the parade, the Dr. Jerry Graham balloon is up next. Just rounding the corner. Okay, sorry. The balloon is stuck between two buildings. Shit. Right, let me just close that window and we'll come back to the parade later.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I don't know how much later, Hot Dog. We only have a limited amount of time for you here this week.
Yeah, I guess we are kind of pressed for time. Good call, Lasto. But we're big on tradition here at the 605 FM. Yeah, stuffing and cranberry sauce coming at you.
Oh, God.
Since Thanksgiving is the kickoff to the holiday season, may I read one of my favorite Christmas stories on the air?
I don't think we have time for that this week, Hot Dog, but maybe in the future.
It's a tradition on the show that
No, it's not a tradition.
I'm starting it this year.
Well, yeah, we've never done this tradition. It's a tradition on this show. All right, Hot Dog, we will have your Christmas story in the future on the show, I promise you, before Christmas. But any last words this week for the 605ers as we wrap up this program of yours and move on with the top 10?
Thanks, everybody, for getting our ratings spiked up there to the number 2 show in town. And I wanted to thank you most of all, TGBL, my good pal Lasto, and tell the paper bag assassin that I'll be over at about 10 a.m. on Thanksgiving Day. Don't forget to save a place for me. Hey, Brian, we gotta go.
At number 2 this week in the top 10 is Hot Dog, or as he asks me to call it each time, Hot Dog and Lasto. Hot Dog, are you there?
I'm absolutely here. Wow, been a long time, baby. Been a long time. I did want to ask you, is everything cool between us, my brother?
As far as I know, I mean, I hear no horns, so I definitely am listening to you with a more serious tone because of that.
Well, it had been so long since I heard from you. I thought maybe our show had been canceled. I was a little nervous.
No, we're not canceled. It's just there were a few Star Wars episodes and a Hall of Fame special. So because of that, you weren't on the show for a few weeks.
What a relief. Boy, I tell you, for a minute there, I was as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of Von Erichs.
Okay.
5 minutes with Hot Dog, yeah.
What?
5 minutes with you. 5 minutes with Hot Dog and Lasto. 5 minutes with you.
What are you doing?
Hey there, 605 and Tears. Welcome to our new mini podcast, 5 minutes with Hot Dog.
What?
Yeah.
Hold on. You don't discuss any of this with me before. So now in the middle of the Hot Dog show, or Hot Dog and Lasto, you're recording a podcast?
Like I said, it was done under the cover of the fact that I thought maybe our radio show had been canceled, feathering my nest, if you will. It's 5 minutes with Hot Dog and Lasto. It's rapid fire fun, music, and conversating with the original dream team, Hot Dog and Lasto.
No.
You never know when or where we're going to pop up.
Well, kind of, I guess so, but is
That's
this...
right. By popular demand. My Twitter feed is blowing up with requests for more of us. And I think we are happy to oblige.
This podcast, is it the same as the regular Hot Dog show?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
No. Now, the podcast is just going to pop up when and where can never be predictable. But the Podcast and Lasto show, as you've just confirmed, is still ongoing. So it's going to be Podcast and Lasto, and you can vote for that in the top 10.
Podcast and Lasto?
You can vote for 5 minutes with us.
You forgot your name, Hot Dog.
I'm going to go.
All right, Hot Dog. Your name isn't Podcast. You're not changing your name to Podcast, correct?
I'm still thinking it over, but I think I'm going to go with 5 minutes.
All right.
I'm still thinking it over, but I think I'm going to go with... I'm still thinking it over. I think I'm going to go with 5 minutes with... That covers a multitude of sins. I'm going to go with 5 minutes with Hot Dog.
That's the name of your podcast.
Yeah, that's absolutely it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go rogue on you here, but I hadn't heard from you in so damn long, excuse my French, especially during that Observer Hall of Fame special. I got a ton of requests. In fact, I was surprised you didn't ask me for my own picks for the Observer Hall of Fame this year.
I didn't know you were a voter, Hot Dog.
Oh, sure. I'll be glad to run them down for you.
Okay.
Just quickly, number 4. Billy Jack Haynes.
No, come on.
Long overdue. I mean, undeniable. The hat alone is Hall of Fame worthy. The hat.
Well,
right?
The hat, yes, all right.
Number 3, Skylo Low. Long overdue. I think we can all agree on that. There was a time when you couldn't even book a 4-man tag team Mighty Midget Melee without using Skylo Low. I understand he just missed being inducted this year. He was on Dave's short list. Get it? Short list.
I got it.
Short list because he's a little squirt.
I got it. All right. So that's 2 innings.
They seem a little controversial. I don't think Dave likes him. Dave's favorite mini wrestler is no surprise, a Japanese wrestler, Mr. Saito Ito. Like a midget version of Mr. Saito.
Mr. Saito Ito.
Mr. Saito Ito.
All right, so that's the...
Arigato, Mr. Saito Ito.
What does he do when he goes to the McDonald Land Play Center?
I don't know, but when he gets his french fries, he gets those little tiny salt packets.
Well, I gotta say, I like your podcast a lot, Hot Dog. What was your other? You said you had one more. What was the other person you voted for the Observer Hall of Fame?
I had 2 more. Number 2, of course, Randy Hales. Long overdue. Am I right?
No.
When you think back on the long history of Memphis wrestling, all that great history, you got to realize that for much of that, Randy Hales was often standing right nearby.
That's not Hall of Fame worthy, Hot Dog.
Well, I've heard that due to the runaway success of his book, Awkward, the Randy Hales story, Randy has been presenting his own new one-man show.
I had not heard that. What do you know about his one-man show?
It's called Let's Get Randy Out Here, an evening with Randy Hales. I saw a preview performance of the show, and I'll be honest, I really enjoyed it. But I couldn't tell if it was Randy doing his one-man show or just talking to himself in an empty room. Judge for yourself, fans. But I digress.
Yes.
And my number 1 pick is, how can you deny this guy? My number 1 pick for the Observer Hall of Fame this year is The Rock.
The Dwayne Johnson, The Rock. Okay, that's a good pick.
No, he doesn't have to call him Johnson. His name is Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Now you can call him Dwayne, or you can call him Rock, or you can call him Rocky, or you can call him Dewey, or you can call him Flex Cavana, or you can call him Rocky Maivia, but you doesn't have to call him Johnson.
I don't understand what you're doing. What was that?
That's my tribute to Raymond J. Johnson Jr., that the comedy routine made famous in the 70s, long before you were born, by the great Bill Saluga.
All right, so there's your Hall of Fame ballot
on the AcU playlist this week.
Hey, listen, I promise you'll be on the Hall of Fame special next year.
That bit is what they call a way homer. You're going to get it on the way home and laugh your ass off.
You're going to get something on the way home. I don't know what it'll be.
24 hours to go. 5 minutes with Hot Dog.
Okay.
Nothing no do, nowhere to go. Spend 5 minutes with Hot Dog.
I'm pretty sure this has been longer than 5 minutes, Hot Dog.
Well, it's just a taste, TGBL. An amuse-bouche, if you will, of the wrestling comedy and unpredictable hijinks coming at you on 5 minutes with Hot Dog. And lasto, remember, it's not fast, it's sudden. 5 minutes with Hot Dog, yeah. Hey, Louie Louie.
Okay, all right. Are we done?
Can we go now?
At number 1 this week in the top 10 is the always popular handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. And I believe he's on the line right now. Boogeyman, are you there?
You have reached legendary Hall of Famer, handsome not Jimbo from Memphis answering machine.
Okay.
I'm either out wrestling in a main event or a feature tag match, or I'm running up and down the road trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. I had been sitting by the phone since before the holidays, just waiting and anticipating that phone call about my top 10 status vis-a-vis the championship. I gave up on this shit about a week ago, starting to think that old Boogie Not Woogie Man may have been put out to pasture by the 605, the mothership. But I digress. You see, if I wait any longer, Lasto will be doing a star-studded memorial for me, the handsome one. But in the meantime, I'm still alive and kicking.
Is this the
and if
answer
you leave your name at the sound of the tone and have any business offers, or you want to place a T-shirt order, and remember, if you order a T-shirt within the next 3 to 6 months from Boogie's Not a Gift Shop, you will get a personal thank you phone call from Big Mama herself.
What?
Tone.
Oh, that was the beep. At number 1 this week in the top 10, the handsome Boogeyman, which means next week on the Super Podcast, the
Number one.
Boogeyman.
I just picked up the phone at the end of my message.
Oh, did you?
Check my messages. Did you say number 1?
I did say number 1. You are number 1 this week in the top 10, Boogeyman. Thank you for picking up the phone.
Absolutely. Number 1. That is tremendous news. Great way to start off the new year. If you next year, if you could do it on maybe the 1st or the 2nd, the Boogeyman would really appreciate that. But I'm ready to take the crown from whoever is soiling it at this moment.
Well, you're going to go up next week against either the champion Brother Midnight or, if he defeats him tonight, Denim Fritz.
Oh, my God. Is that a pair to draw to? Brother Midnight and Denim Shit. I tell you. I'm just
Denim Fritz. Denim Fritz.
Denim Fritz. Let me jot that down.
Yeah.
If only I had one of those handsome boogie pens from the gift shop.
Yes, it's Denim Fritz, not Denim Shit, just like it's Hot Dog and Lasto, not Podcast and Lasto.
Who?
All right, well, listen, Boogeyman, now that you're on the line, anything you want to say to the listeners, to the 605ers, or to your potential opponents next week, either Brother Midnight or Denim Fritz?
I've made this bold prediction before, but I'm going to wipe the floor with either one of those sorry suckers. And just don't keep me waiting 2 months like the last time for me to take my proper place at the top of the heap.
All right, Boogeyman, well, it sounds like you are ready for the challenge. We'll see what next week...
I'm ready.
We'll see what next week has in store for you.
I'm ready, willing, and able to rock and roll tonight or any possible date in the future. Just check with me right here at this number. Woo! Mercy!
Here this week at number 4 in the top 10 is Hot Dog, or as I sometimes am told to call him, Hot Dog and Lasto, or perhaps I should say Podcast and Lasto based on your last appearance. But Hot Dog, are you on the line?
Oh, Lasto.
Yes.
Hey, it's me, Hot Dog. The gentleman Jerry to your luscious Johnny. That's right. A combined effort, baby. Do you understand congenuity? Congenuity, C-O-N-J-U-T-Y, that word I so often use.
All right.
Hey, it's time to climb on board for another ride on the mighty Hot Dog and Lasto train. 60 nonstop minutes through the tracks of your mind into the exciting world of Hot Dog and Lasto.
This will not be 60 plus minutes. This will not be 6 minutes. Hot Dog, you're going to have very limited time this week on the top 10 here on the show, but here you are at number 4 in the top 10.
Number 4, can I get a horn for that, Brian? Thank you.
You only honked it 3 times.
Well, there was a tremendous response to the first episode of the 5 Minutes with Hot Dog and Lasto podcast.
Oh, God.
Fans loved it.
No.
You know, they were clamoring for more. Some people were saying that it should be a daily podcast. I thought it needed some more fine-tuning. What do you think?
I think maybe that's a good way to look at it. It needs more fine-tuning.
Needs more fine-tuning, my bearded brother. There was a little bit of a misstep in there, though, where it sounded like, for some reason, I was calling it 5 Minutes with Podcast and Lasto.
That's right. You seem to have a little bit of an issue remembering your name and the name of the program last time you were in the top 10.
You honed in on it right there, TGBL. That's the very thing that should have been fixed in the editing room, right? Yeah. And you know what a perfectionist I am.
Well.
I don't allow anything on this air or to go out there until it sounds right to me, your humble wiener.
Well, I can certainly appreciate that. I have a very similar mindset when it comes to the programming I produce, Hot Dog. But once again, here you are at number 4 in the top 10, getting close to the top spot, but not exactly there.
Not exactly there, but Lights, camera, action. It's time for Hot Dog at the Movies.
What?
That's my movie news and review segment where I talk about what's hot and what dogs to avoid at your local multiplex.
Okay, I don't know where you're going with this, but let's give this a shot.
Hey, Lasto, I saw a new teaser preview of the new film biography of wrestling superstar Paige that's coming out soon.
Oh boy. Okay, tell me about this this upcoming film.
It's a story that had to be told. Great preview trailer, and it only cost me 4 tokens. A small price to pay.
4 tokens?
4 tokens, a small price to pay, and I think it's going to be a really big, a shoe-in at Oscar time.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, what other movies do you want to talk about, Hot Dog?
Well, I also got to see that new documentary about the world of comedy wrestling. It's called Please Make It Stop. All the biggies are in this. It really blows the lid off of comedy wrestling, I tell you. Actually, the original title was Stop This Fiddle Fucking Around, Learn How to Work, or Drop Dead, and Please Make It Stop.
Sounds like a
I guess that looked a little wordy on the marquee, so they shortened it.
Yeah, no, I could certainly understand that. We don't like wordy titles here on this show, but that sounds like a film I may want to check out.
Yeah, please check it out. I give it 2 horns up. And now it's time to reveal my Oscar picks. And by that, I don't mean picks of Oscar the rapper from Men on a Mission.
Of course.
My actual Oscar picks. I'm going to start off with Best Actress. I go for Margot Robbie in I, Tonya. She gets my vote for her incredible body of work.
What does this have to do with anything?
I, Tonya?
I have not seen I, Tonya.
Well, you really should check it out when you get a chance. Something I heard about the Oscar ceremony, and this is a big surprise, so keep it under your hat, that the Academy is considering giving Vince McMahon the Irving Thalberg Humanitarian Award this year to stop making movies.
That would certainly be something in the spirit of Irving Thalberg.
Well, that's just between you and me and the listeners, so keep it quiet. I think I'm just going to go ahead and skip ahead to my pick for Best Picture.
Okay.
I predict the Oscar this year is going to go to Get Out, the Enzo Amore story. Get Out. Get it?
Is that what all the wrestlers in the locker room said?
Get out.
And stay out. I think we can agree.
And stay out. Yeah, that was the subtitle. Tune in March 4th, gang, on ABC. Hey, I think that's all I got for you this week, my friend.
All right, Hot Dog. Well, like I said several times, you were at number 4 this week in the top 10. Anything you want to say to the listeners of the program before we leave today?
Hey, listeners, it's you and me and Lasto against the world. So keep on voting. Keep me up there in the top 10 contention. And we're going to get to that top position someday if the good Lord is willing and the creek don't rise. Whatever the fuck that means. Hey, my brother.
Yes?
We got to go.
At number 6 this week in the top 10, making a debut in the top 10.
What?
Hiccuping Fabulous Moolah.
Oh, my.
Now, you may remember this character made an appearance last week, or not last week, but a few weeks back during the top 10, while the Magnificent One was introducing his own personal, wasn't a top 10, it was just a group of wrestlers that he was going to name on his behalf. I forget exactly how it was phrased, but Hiccuping Fabulous Moolah made her debut, and
yeah, potential top 10 characters, and this one was definitely the breakout star.
Absolutely. You heard that, and you said, there's no way that they cannot completely go into overkill with this character within a few episodes.
Like I had an idea for a new character, and I don't think it tracks as well as Hiccuping Fabulous Moolah.
What was your new character?
My new idea was racist coffee shop barista Ken Patera.
Give me an example.
Hey, look at those 2 jokers over there. I'm going to go kick their ass. No, don't call the cops. I don't give a shit.
I want to hear a little bit more of this. This may be a breakout character.
I think brevity is the soul of wit in this case.
So is that eligible now for the top 10? Racist barista Ken Patera?
No, absolutely not.
Come on.
Like I said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step all over Hiccuping Fabulous Moolah's top 10 debut. I don't think it really tracks all that well.
You got the blasé. I hate to use blasé because people will think of Antichrist when I say blasé.
Antichrist is the number 1.
But you got like the blasé nature, which is just whatever you said, like, I don't give a shit. Just, like, Ken Tara just doesn't seem like he has a worry in the world.
I'll kick their asses right out of here.
At number 3 this week in the top 10, the always popular Handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. I hear the clapping. Boogeyman, welcome back to the show.
Woo! That's how long it's been. Birthday daddy. Number 3. Number 3 is me. I just got back from WrestleMania weekend, brother, in New Orleans. Land of Dreams. While I was hanging out with my main man, Kid Rock, now a fellow member of the WWE Hall of Fame. I sponsored the man. Personally put out the word with Vincent Kennedy Jr. McMahon, you understand?
What?
And I greased things up so he could slide right into the celebrity wing of the Hall of Fame.
All right. Well, that's what happened.
And when it was not without controversy, that introduction, I'll admit it. The family of James Dudley protested the selection of Kid Rock because they said it made a mockery of the Hall of Fame.
Oh, come on.
James Dudley's family. Can you believe that shit?
Of course, James Dudley was Vince McMahon Sr.'s driver, and that's always been something that people have thrown up there about the legitimacy of the Hall of Fame, the fact that he was one of the early inductees.
That's true. Personally, I thought the Kid Rock introduction was much overdue. They should have inducted him back when he still had a rapping midget in his band. How can you go wrong with a rapping midget, I ask you?
Well,
I'll be that as it may.
Yes.
Oh, jambalaya and a crawdad pie, mumbo jumbo.
Okay.
Well, it's been a long time, brother, since last we spoke, has it not?
It's been a while.
I thought you had misplaced Not Handsome Boogie's telephone number. You realize I check my answering machine daily.
I'm a busy man. I'm very sorry, Boogeyman, but I get busy.
Well, did you even realize that I had quit the show and come back in the interim? All within these last 2 months. Oh, yeah, brother.
I did not realize that, no.
So what's new with you?
No, not too much. You know, here we are in the top 10.
Well, fascinating, brother, fascinating.
Well, you're at number 3 this week in the top 10. Of course, that means you're getting close to the top, getting close to once again being able to challenge for and potentially win the championship.
Well, let's get down to brass balls, Brian Lasto.
Okay.
Who could possibly be in my way? Who are some of the able contenders ahead of Boogie Not Jimmy in this illustrious top 10?
Well, we haven't revealed the remainder of the voting in the top 10 yet. That will happen during the top 10 on the show, which this is a part of.
Well, throw some names at me. Hot Dog?
Well, Hot Dog potentially could finish ahead of you, yes.
Nice. Well, I'm going to knock that foot-long Frankfurter in the dirt. First chance I get. That morning zoo shit ain't funny. It's just not.
Well, I agree with you there.
The Magnificent One. Is he starting to make noise?
He's starting to make noise. He potentially...
Or as I refer to him, Beach Bum. Beach Bum Morocco and his cast of characters.
Well,
Season Stems Morocco, that burnout.
Okay.
Can't compare to the Handsome One.
Okay, all right. Well, listen, Boogeyman.
Hiccuping Fantabulous Mule. Hiccuping Fantabulous Moolah. Don't even bring up that old bag. She tried to set up a romantic rendezvous.
You all right over there?
There's a lot of pollen up here in Charleston, Virginia.
Well, who did Hiccuping Moolah try to set up a rendezvous with?
For the not exactly Boogeyman and one of her best girls, and at the last minute, she tries to tell Boogeyman that it was bring your own coffee table. It kind of killed the mood, you understand? No thank you, man.
God. Yeah,
no thank you.
That will kill the mood for sure, Boogeyman. But here we are in the top 10. I do have to ask you before we leave, any words? Of course, for so many years, people remember Handsome Jimmy and Luscious Johnny, the Valiant brothers. Anything you want to say about the passing of Luscious Johnny Valiant?
I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to tip my bandana to the memory of the late Luscious Johnny Not Valiant. I loved him like a brother, or so the storyline goes. Hall of Famer, tag team specialist, manager extraordinaire. And on that microphone, the man was gifted with such a scatterbrained verbal dexterity. Even I, your humble and handsome Not Jimmy, struggled to decipher what the fuck he was trying to say. Brilliant. In short, parlez-vous, scrambled eggs, my brother. Qu'est-ce que c'est? No comprende, it's a riddle.
All right. Well, Boogeyman, as we wrap things up, anything you want to say to the voters, the listeners of the Super Podcast?
Before we get to that, I think I'd be even a further remiss, or perhaps remisser, is that a word, Lasto?
Could be.
If I didn't mention the end of the most legendary storied feud in squared circle history, the Boogie Woogie Man, Handsome Not Jimbo, versus Paul Jones's army.
Oh, that's right. I forgot to bring up to you the fact that Paul Jones just passed away. So many people remember for years, seemingly forever, you feuded with Paul Jones.
It's over like Rover, the war between us, the only way it could ever be over. When one of us was to drop dead. As my brothers John and Yoko said, the war is over if you want it, Paul Jones. And that is what has happened. I salute you, number one Paul Jones. Did you know that the number one Paul Jones reportedly deflowered a young Janis Joplin?
I have heard that. In fact, I heard that on Breaking Kayfabe with Baldwin and Barry this past week.
Talk about cheap thrills.
Okay.
Mercy.
Okay, that was, of course, her album with Big Brother and the Holding Company. But
I digress. Yes, covered by R. Crumb.
Yes, let's covered by R. Crumb. Yes, he had a brother named Charles. But before you digress and I digress and we digress ourselves into the hole, anything further you want to say this week, Boogeyman?
As regards the top 10, the not handsome Boogie Jimbo is turning over a new leaf, as it were. From this point henceforth, if Boogie's army can keep voting me into the upper echelon of the top 10, or preferably the top 5, then I'll be satisfied. I've beaten all the contenders and pretenders to my throne. I just let them burn out or quit the show or whatnot. As long as I'm in the mix, Brother Lasto, this is all that I ask. And we can talk T-shirt deals and spin-off shows and stickers some other time. Soon to come, Not Handsome's audio book coming on 8-track tape for all you big rig truckers. Oh, yeah! Woo! Mercy, Daddy!
At number 2 this week in the top 10, the always popular Hot Dog, or Hot Dog and Lasto, as he has asked me to refer to him, and I believe he is on the line right now. There he is.
Yeah! Hot Dog and Lasto! We're back! Back in the New York, New Jersey groove. We're back in the New York, New Jersey groove. Yeah, back from hiatus by popular demand. This last break of ours was longer than WrestleMania, man.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't know about that. That was pretty long WrestleMania, but here you are. You're back on the show.
That was longer. It was longer than Robert Fuller on a tanning bed. I'm talking.
Okay. Listen, Hot Dog. Let's not go too far off here. Here you are in the top 10.
How far can too far go?
Well, too far this week is number 2. Number 2 in the top 10.
Yeah, here we are skyrocketing up to number 2 in the ratings, knocking on the door of that elusive number 1 spot. Wow. Normally, if you're gone as long as we were, your ratings might take a nosedive, but ours actually went up. Go figure. Maybe I should stay away longer.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, geez, oh, gravity.
Well.
Hey, Lasto, have you had a chance to tell our listeners about my new limited edition hot dog sticker?
I have not yet.
Available now from the 605 prize vault. Oh,
I have not yet plugged in. Yes, the new Mothership baseball shirt comes with an exclusive limited edition hot dog sticker.
Designed by our pal, the totally dialed in fine artiste friend, Travis Heckel. He really captured me, I think. It's a sticker depicting me here in the 605 studios in full color. Man, everyone's going to want a couple of these for their locker or book bag or car window.
In full color.
In full color. Collect them. Collect them all. Swap them and trade them with your friends.
Put them in the spokes of your bicycle.
Well, I don't know if I'd do that. These stickers are collector's items. They're the hottest things since the Superstar Graham Outer Space Saber-Tooth Tiger poster.
Hey, I still want one of those.
Don't miss out.
Hot Dog.
Maybe Frank the Collector can lay one of those on us.
Hot Dog, we're getting a little bit off.
Don't miss out. And I think with the purchase of every sticker, the kind people there at Arcadian Vanguard throw in a 3/4 sleeve baseball shirt.
No. That's the other way around. You buy the shirt.
Where do I get these, you may ask?
And it's not 3/4 inch. I learned that after I said it many times last time on the show, and I heard it from people. 3/4 sleeve baseball style shirt, and you buy the shirt, you get the sticker, not the other way around.
Well,
While supplies last, I should add.
While supplies last. Hey, Lasto, I'm always getting cards and letters from our loyal listeners who love it when we just blast some tunes on the mighty 605. And I know how you feel about commercials. What do you say, Pally? Why don't we start off a 605 rock block and then go the next 65 minutes completely commercial-free?
We've already had the Ruin Brothers on the show this week a few times. We've already had the Black Scorpion and his synthesizer. I think we've had just about enough music on the Super Podcast this week. It's time for more wrestling talk.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to lead off with one of my favorite tunes, though, Jake the Snake Roberts and his take on the Aretha Franklin classic, Respect. Yeah. Oh, I love the part where Jake goes, if I may, R-E-S-P-C-T, drank a bottle of my pee. R-E-S-P-C-T, get ready for DDT. Maybe next time.
I'm not familiar with that song, Hot Dog.
That's his cover of Respect. Stick that in your Amazon cart.
All right, well, Hot Dog,
maybe we'll blast some tunes next time, right?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, well, we're not going to be playing any more tunes on the show this week, but you are at number 2. I'm knocking into stuff where you are at number 2 in the top 10. The listeners have voted you that high. Anything you want to say to them? Why should you be higher in the top 10?
Number 1. Everybody wants to be number 1. Can you imagine if we pull a number 1 in the next ratings book? That would be the best.
There's no ratings book. the listeners vote on who they like.
Well, now that Paul Jones is gone, somebody's got to be number 1.
All right, that's a good way to look at it. That's a good way to look at it. Anything else you have to say this week, Hot Dog?
Absolutely not.
Can we
hang in there, man? We're gonna do a super music special one of these days, man. It'll be the coolest.
No, we're not. Although if there's more songs on the Jake the Snake album, I may want to hear some of that. But no, we will not be doing a music extravaganza or anything else. But any final words?
I'm taking a look at the clock on the wall. It looks like I don't even have time for final words. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, yes.
We gotta go.
Here at number 2 this week in the top 10, rising in popularity somehow, is none other than Hot Dog. And I believe he is on the line right now. Hot Dog, are you there?
Hot Dog and Lasto in the morning. Yeah.
Well, no.
We're number 2, Lasto.
Well, you're number 2.
That's right. Number 2, we try harder, just like Avis Rent-A-Car.
Okay, all right. Well, you're number 2 this week in the top 10. As I said, rising in popularity. What do you attribute this to?
Well, just a couple of weeks' time since we moved from our afternoon drive slot to mornings, and we're already number 2. How do you like them apples?
Hot
Dog and Lasto's show, yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. By the way, if I did have a radio show, I'd prefer afternoon drive. I know it's not as lucrative as morning, but it's what I'd prefer. But anyway, Hot Dog, we didn't move time spots or anything else, so I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to.
I was told we were in the morning now. We've got the Ruin Brothers coming up later in the hour, by the way, by request.
No, we do not have the Ruin Brothers coming up later in the hour. By request. Who made the request?
Don't wait for the postman. If you're looking for a letter from me, there won't be any more. Well, you know what that means, right?
No, what is that?
It's time to dig into the old Hot Dog and Lasto mailbag to answer some of these cards and letters that come in from our loyal listeners. Everyone loves these mailbag segments. Are you ready, Teach?
Well, don't call me that. But let's see what this is.
Okay, our first question comes from John Fell in Glen Burnie, Maryland.
Teach? Wait, John Fell in where?
I have it as Glen Burnie.
Okay.
That's what it says on the envelope. He begins, I love the show, guys, especially Hot Dog and his hilarious antics. What a swell thing to say. Thanks, John.
That's it? There's no joke there?
He further writes, my question is, who would win in a shoot fight between Brock Lesnar and that double tough hombre, raw-boned Swede Hansen? I'm going to let you field this one, Lasto.
I don't want to... See, now you're going to make me answer something seriously. That's ridiculous, but I would take Brock Lesnar over Swede Hansen, I think.
I don't know. Swede Hansen was from Columbia, South Carolina.
That's right.
I've heard that he would fight a buzzsaw and give it the first 2 rounds.
Well, if Gordon Soley was around, sure.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the buzzsaw cut off Swede's hand in the 3rd round, and then they stopped the match. Yeah. What a mess.
They never explained how you do fight a buzzsaw, did they?
It's not good. I'll put it that way. Not good.
All right. Well, that was one letter. Was that the one letter we're going to read this week?
Oh, I've got a whole sack full of letters here.
Oh, great.
This one is really unique. Our next letter was written on an origami armadillo made from Easy Wider rolling papers. It's sent in from Cosmic Kurt in California.
Yeah, well.
He writes, I love the Hot Dog and Lasto show, especially when Hot Dog plays all those crazy records from his collection. You should do a whole show based on that.
No. We will not be doing that.
Thanks for that suggestion, Kurt. I wish you were our program director. What say you, TGBL?
That won't be happening, and that's a bad idea. That's a very bad idea. No one wants to hear that.
Well, it wasn't really a question anyway, but thank you, Cosmic Kurt. And let me reach way down deep in the mailbag for another letter. Okay, yeah. Here's a letter from Hot Dog Lover in Campbell, California. What a moniker, Hot Dog Lover. I can barely read this handwriting here. It's so tiny. But here it goes. He or she writes, are you Alan? You know, I'm not sure I even understand the question. I'm not Alan. I'm Hot Dog.
I don't understand the question either. What?
Maybe this is a question for you, Lasto. Are you Alan?
What? I don't understand the reference. I don't understand any of this.
Alan. It says, are you Alan? He spells it hashtag ALLIN. Are you Alan? Maybe they're thinking of Alan Blackstock.
No.
Or maybe Mr. Alan Martin, the legendary wrestler / manager.
No, I don't think that's, I think you're mistaken. I think he's referring to the independent wrestling event that's coming up in Chicago, All In.
Wow, I'll have to bone up on that. Once again, I don't think we really answered your question, Hot Dog Lover. Maybe you could resubmit that one and add some more details.
All right, well, it was
nonetheless, yes. Number 2, me and you. I did want to mention, if I could, that we now have a Twitter account at 605 Hot Dog. Can you believe it?
You do indeed now have a Twitter account, Hot Dog. It is managed by you. I have nothing to do with it, and I am not behind it.
Twitter is really cool. Everyone is so nice there. I really did want to respond to one fan on Twitter who said that we could never get 10,000 Twitter followers. To that I say, I'll take that bet. I will take that bet. Really soon we're going to be number 1 across all platforms, ratings books, top 10 lists, and big parody accounts in no time. 10,000 Twitter followers with your help, fanboys. Yeah. Hey, Lasto.
Yes.
We got to get out of here, but just want to tell our listeners to stay tuned for Eat to the Beat at noon. We're going to have a Glenn Goes a Rock block.
What? Eat to the Beat?
Until then, hey, Lasto.
Yes.
We got to go.
Here at number 1 this week in the top 10, the always popular Handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. And I hear some clapping.
Number 1.
There it is.
Hello,
Boogeyman.
Oh, we celebrating here at the Boogie Mansion in Shawsville, Virginia, Brother Lasto. Celebrate good times. Come on. Sing with me, Lasto.
I'm not going to sing.
Celebration.
Congratulations. Number 1, once again, that means next week, you challenge for the title against either Kevin or the challenger today, the magnificent one. I'd say rise right back to the top. What a great success story this is.
Absolutely. Who could have envisioned such a thing? This number 1 top 10 gimmick. We're having a party here. We're swinging from the chandeliers and paint the walls black.
Paint the walls
Stay
black.
all night, stay a little longer, check your ego at the door, and throw your shorts in the corner.
What?
Party time here at the mansion. But you know what? I had to disinvite Buddy Jack Roberts, said to say, I'm still trying to sell this place.
Well, that may be a good idea. He apparently likes to urinate everywhere and anywhere, but again...
Did you finally write the note on Last Mana?
Did I write the note?
Did you finally sign off on your new property there?
Oh, yes, it is officially mine. Yes.
Oh, all right then. I'll take this generous offer of mine off the table.
oh, I can no longer buy. That's right. You sent me an ad to buy your house.
That's up to you. Okay. That's entirely up to you. You know what? I just love being number one, sitting right on ready for the championship next week. A little BP, brother. A little BP. It's good for you, and it's good for me.
What's BP?
Boogie power, brother. Boogie power.
Boogie power.
That word there. Hashtag boogie power.
No.
The utterance is a hilarious side-splitting catchphrase. Turn it into an iron-on T-shirt. Print it on a pillowcase, Pally.
What exactly is boogie power?
It's the power of my voluminous
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's the power of my voluminous cadre of loyal 605 fans. Now ask the boogeyman a question. Ask me, how do you spell New York?
How do you spell New York?
A knife, a fork, a bottle, and a cork. That's how Not Handsome Boogie spells New York. But I digress. I don't want to go all hillbilly Jim on you, but I do want to thank Boogie Team 2000 for my Phoenix-like re-skyrocketing back into the number one catbird seat in the 605 Super Universe top 10 vis-a-vis their votes.
Boogie Team 2000?
That's right. Mothership brothers and sisters, I got y'all to thank, and I thank you I just did. A celebratory mood prevails, Lasto. I couldn't do it without the fans, and heaven knows I tried.
Well, all right, Boogeyman. Next week in the title match, any thoughts on the people you'll be competing against?
It's not about competition anymore between brothers or even sisters for the 605 title. There's plenty of room at the top of the top 10. It's all about community. Combined effort, baby. I got a few new original characters for the top 10 myself, in fact. A new character of my own creation.
Well, hold on here. The Magnificent One, not too long ago here on this program, had his own top 10 characters he was introducing. Is this what you're doing now, too?
I just was inspired. I got a brainstorm of an activity, and just wanted to run this one by you. Okay. Check this out.
All right.
The even more handsome Boogeyman, even less than Jimmy Valiant.
I don't know if that one's going to work.
The even more handsome Boogie, even less than Jimmy Valiant, not Jimmy Valiant. Can you imagine even more handsome in the 605 top 10 alongside hiccuping Mrs. Old Lady Spencer or the most magnificent one?
I have to say, your new top 10 characters suck compared to the Magnificent One. Hear me out.
What about he versus Hot Dog? Mercy.
Wait, what? He versus Hot Dog?
Yeah, even more handsome versus Hot Dog. As Blackjack Mulligan once said to me, brother, that's a license to print money.
Well, famously, Blackjack Mulligan did not have that license.
Thank you, brother. That's a stolen joke, by the way. A counterfeit gag, if you will.
All right.
Separate checks, please.
Well, how do we get out of this segment, Boogeyman? That's what I'd like to know.
Whoa, hold on a second, Lasto. I'm hearing some kind of rumble in my rumpus room.
What?
I gotta see if I need to break it up or whether to strip down and join in.
All right, Boogeyman. Well, congratulations on number one, and we look forward to seeing what happens in the championship match next week.
Rock over London, rock on Chicago, Jiffy Pop. It's as much fun to make as it is to eat. Ha! Woo! Number one. Ha ha! Mercy, Daddy.
Here at number 2 this week in the top 10 is a man that has become very, very popular with the listeners and apparently the Ruin Brothers, amongst other people here on the show, and that is the man known as Hot Dog, and I believe he is on the line right now. Hot Dog, are you there?
Happy anniversary, Lasto. Got you on my mind.
I guess you are there.
happy anniversary, Lasto.
Okay, I think we've heard enough.
My
What the hell is that? Stop honking. I'm trying to hear what you're playing. What is this, hot dog?
It's happy anniversary, man, by the Little River Band.
Oh, okay. That's what that was. Well, thank
Little
you, hot
River
dog.
Band. You know them. They're really talented, and they've got a whole bunch of fans, but they're not really anybody's favorite.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes.
Kind of like Tito Santana.
Well, hey, don't besmirch Tito Santana here on the anniversary show.
Far from it. Happy anniversary, Lasto, though. How about that? It's our 3rd anniversary.
Well, it's not your 3rd anniversary. It's the 605 Super Podcast 3rd anniversary. Thankfully,
yeah.
you've not been here the entire 3 years.
Well, it's not my fault. Yeah, Hot Dog and Lasto's anniversary in the land of the free and the home of the foot-long hot dog.
Okay, oh, that's a Paul Ellering line.
Can you dig it?
I can dig it, yes.
Been an incredible ride these last 3 years, but I can't take all the credit. You know, I think most of the praise should go to you, the great Brian Lasto.
Well, thank you. Thank you, hot dog.
Go ahead, old chum. Have you got a speech prepared?
I don't have anything prepared. I never know what you're going to do here. I just hope it'll be quick and painless.
Typical Lasto. If there's one thing all the fans and listeners on this show can agree upon, it's your modesty.
Well, thank you. I think so.
Humble Brian, that should be your new nickname.
I don't know about that, but I'll take it.
Hey, Lasto, have I got a special anniversary surprise for you?
Oh, the music wasn't the anniversary surprise?
Oh, that's just one of the surprises.
Oh,
no, I really had to pull some strings, but I've got a super special A-list celebrity guest who's got a special performance prepared just for you.
Do not tell me you somehow roped Dolph Ramsor into helping you with this segment, hot dog.
I wish. It's time once again for Hot Dog Celebrity Corner.
What is this?
And it gives me great pride to welcome our guest, one of the premier vocalists of the New Wave era, and a huge professional wrestling fan to boot.
What?
Here he is, Fred Schneider of the B-52s.
What?
Surprise! Hey, Hot Dog. Hey, Flying Brian. It's a pleasure to be here on your show.
Well, thank you very much for being here, Fred Schneider from the B-52s.
That's right. I'm a huge wrestling fan. Some of my favorites are Exotic Adrian Street and Mike the Hippie Boyette.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Not to mention Cactus Jack, who got his catchphrase "Bang Bang" from our hit single "Love Shack." Remember that part?
I do.
On the door, baby.
Right, sure.
Bang bang, knock a little louder, sugar.
Okay, I got it.
What a great guy Cactus Jack is. Need I say more?
No, you need say no more. Fred, thank you so much for being here.
Well, Lasto, I'm currently resting my vocal cords between tours. But in honor of your 3rd anniversary, I wanted to do a dramatic reading of a favorite piece of pro wrestling literature. The author is anonymous, but this piece comes from the June 1982 issue of Sports Review Wrestling.
Okay.
It's titled Apartment Wrestling Match of the Month, Massacre in the Penthouse.
Fred Schneider from the B-52s. I would love it if you would read this letter from, or this article, written by Anonymous from Sports Review Wrestling in 1982.
First, a brief synopsis. In this reading, we meet 2 lithe, liberated young ladies, Tammy and Amanda, both sexy, beautiful, but deadly. In an elegant penthouse high above the streets where people go about their mundane tasks, one of these gorgeous vixens will emerge the victor, the other a humiliated victim. The match begins. Tammy made the first move and snared Amanda in a headlock. Twisting ruthlessly, Tammy yanked her.
Are you just going to read this article, this full article here? Is that the idea, Fred, or whoever I'm talking to?
It gets more dramatic as we go along.
Okay.
Twisting ruthlessly, Tammy yanked her foe across the room. Amanda's legs went out from under her, and she flopped crazily along. In desperation, she reached up, grabbed Tammy around the neck, and fell backwards. Both women crashed onto the carpet, a tangle of legs and arms. When they separated, they were both smiling coldly. This was beginning to be fun.
Okay.
Slowly, they approached each other. Hands flicked out like venomous snakes seeking to wound. Then, Amanda's left hand snaked under Tammy's right shoulder, twisting the blonde around. The blonde's leg lashed out, driving her heel into the back of her foe's knee. Tammy pitched forward, falling face first onto the plush carpet. Momentarily stunned, she was helpless to prevent Amanda's assault.
All right, you know, Fred, I think we've heard enough.
The blonde leaped in the air and came crashing down on the small of Tammy's back like a savage cowgirl.
Okay. Savage
she
cowgirl.
Tammy's braids like reins and began twisting and turning the brunette's head.
Is this really the article?
Tammy fucked and writhed, trying just to stay free.
All right, hot dog, Fred.
Fred!
Forgot who I'm talking to. All right, I think we've heard enough of this apartment house wrestling read here. Who am I speaking with? Who is on the other line right now?
It's Fred. What are you doing? Are you actually cutting me off?
I was cutting you off, yes.
You're what?
Cutting you off.
Okay, Lasto. I don't want this to be a party out of bounds.
All right, well, thank you for appearing here, Fred.
Thanks for inviting me on your anniversary show. I'll just see myself out. Hey, hold that elevator door. Lobby, please. I'm going down.
Okay, well, thank you. Celebrity guest here on Hot Dog's Hit Parade or whatever this is. 5 minutes with Hot Dog, 5 minutes with Podcast, whatever you have called your show throughout your time here on the Super Podcast.
Hey, 5 minutes with Lasto. 5 minutes with you.
All right, Hot Dog, do you have anything else? Can we get
Fred
out of this
Schneider.
segment?
Fred Schneider. I bet you didn't see that one coming, huh?
No, I did not see that one coming, and I was glad to see it going, though.
Well, this has been a real Bobby Dazzler of an anniversary show, my brother. And all I can say is, in all sincerity, Lasto, you deserve it.
Oh, God, don't do that shit.
You deserve it.
All right, well, thank you, Hot Dog. Goodbye, and I think we have to go.
Well, follow me on Twitter at... Huh, that sounded a lot like Fred Schneider right there. Hey, follow me on Twitter at 605 Hot Dog before I block you.
All right, well, I think we have to go, Hot Dog.
Hey, Lasto.
What's that?
You're right. We got to go.
Here at number 1 in the top 10, it is Cranky Barista, Ken Patera. I believe I said that correctly, and I believe he is also here with us today. Cranky Barista, Ken Patera, congratulations, number 1 in the top 10.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You are number 1 in the top 10 as voted on by the listeners of the 605 Super Podcast.
Of course I'm number 1, you cocksucker. Ken Patera gold medaled in the Pan American Games in 1971, you little weird beard. Am I supposed to be impressed by this little circle jerk top 10?
Well, hold on. You're number 1 in the little...
All right. Like, I got tables to wait on. Hey, do you still stay in touch with Jimmy Cornette?
Yes, I speak with Jim Cornette regularly, yes.
He's a squirrely motherfucker, isn't he?
Hold on. Well, listen, Cranky Barista, Ken Patera.
I'll tell you what. The next time you talk to him, just a little friendly advice from the Olympic strongman.
What's that?
When you go to the fucking Dairy Queen or Wendy's or whatever the fuck,
yeah,
don't ever waste time at the drive-through window. Go right up to the front door. Well,
yeah. I don't know if people should be following that advice.
It's just quicker that way. He's an old friend. I just thought I'd give him some friendly advice. Now look.
Yes.
Man, I haven't got all fucking day. Of course I'm number 1.
Yes.
Now fuck out of here. Oh, by the way, we don't fucking serve French toast. Fuck off.
I am happy to welcome back to the show here on the anniversary show, one of the most popular characters in show history. He, of course, did lose today to the Magnificent One, but we are very happy to have him here. The handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. I hear the clapping. Boogeyman, welcome back to the show. Welcome to the anniversary show.
Thank you very much, Brother Lasto. I'm doing fine, like mellow wine.
Okay, I guess that's doing fine.
I'm not bitter this week, Post Office Lasto. We had a little problem last week. but I'm shot out of a cannon this week.
There wasn't really a little bit of a problem. You were upset, I guess, that the Ruin brothers mentioned hot dog and not you, and then you stormed off the show. Or, well, you very kindly walked off the show.
Since last we spoke, the handsome Jimmy Man has got so many irons in the fire, so many new vistas and ventures to tell all the good people about. You know, this top 10 is increasingly rare.
Well,
top 10 comes along about as often as a Brock Lesnar title match.
Well, maybe a little more frequent than that.
Topical humor from the Boogeyman.
Well, hold on, Boogeyman. I want to hear a little bit about these new ventures that you're working on. What are you working on over there in Shawsville?
Well, first things first. What exactly is my spot in this formerly influential top 10?
Well, hold on. I said it at the top of the segment here. You lost this week to the Magnificent One. He got more votes than you.
I had my suspicions about that very thing, about who might have defeated me for this illustrious crown. Lasto, put Howard Brown on the phone.
Howard Brown?
Yeah, Howard Brown, a funny man from out of town.
His name is Howard Baum, not Howard
is that right? Well, be that as it may, Howard Baum, as he is now known, the man thinks he's so funny with his numerous characters. Handsome Jimbo's got characters. Check out these side-splitting characters.
Well, hold on. What? First of all, it's the Magnificent One who has characters. Howard Baum may be someone who...
Check out these side-splitting characters.
Okay.
BG's completist, Frankie Williams.
What?
Yes, it's the perennial prelim bum from Columbus, Ohio, speaking about his extensive collection of records and rarities by the Brothers Gibb.
Okay, I don't know if that one's going to catch on, Boogeyman. I'm sorry.
I may have lost the online auction for the buried Gibb picture disc, but I'm always in there.
All right. I don't know what this is, Boogeyman, but
when it comes to having a huge Bee Gees collection, I don't run from nobody.
Okay.
Bee Gees completist, Frankie Williams.
All right, Boogeyman. It's time to move on with the show. Is that all you have this week?
As if that wasn't enough, I've got new tag teams.
Tag teams?
New tag teams. How about Robert Gibson and Marty Jannetty? They are known as the Other Guys.
All right.
Can you dig it?
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. That one's,
Well, perhaps you'll like this one even less.
Okay.
Brian Adidas and Tim Horner, a.k.a. the Mid-Morning Express.
The Mid-Morning Express?
Yeah. When their opponents are still holed up sleeping off the night before, the Mid-Morning Express is up faxing and relaxing.
Okay. Well, all right, Boogeyman.
The original Mid-Morning Express.
Are those the only tag teams that you have today?
Yeah, that's all for the tag team division, but I'm saving the most for last. This character is a surefire chop topper. It's a celebrated ring announcer who's always there haunting your favorite tavern.
What?
Barfly Joe McHugh.
Barfly Joe McHugh?
Bartender, I'd like a Seagram's and 7. Make it a double. And one of those pickled eggs.
All right, Barfly Joe McHugh. I like that one,
My
Boogeyman.
wife doesn't understand me.
All right, Boogeyman. I can see it. I can see it in Cheers right now. Joe McHugh.
What does it take to get some service around here? What am I, from parts unknown?
All right, Joe McHugh.
Hey, buddy, do you know who I am? My name is Joe.
All right, Boogeyman. Well, good job. You ended up pulling something out of nowhere this week. Wow. Barfly Joe McHugh. I like that.
Barfly Joe McHugh. And that's about it. For my new character parade, as it were.
All right. Well,
I got some other projects that are formulating and taking shape, like my new faction, the hottest faction that pro wrestling has seen to date, the Boogie Club.
The Boogie Club?
The Boogie Club. I got a faction of wrestlers heretofore unnamed, but I'm just saying the combination, you take a little bit of Punky and Hoop, the Rock and Roll Express, combine it with some of Boogie's army like myself, and Willie, Manny Fernandez, or Bad Pistol, Pez Watler, and you've got the hottest faction that anyone's ever seen, the Boogie Club. Not to mention that I've already got some 15 to 18 T-shirt designs that all look suspiciously alike.
Well, right.
Back at the Brinks truck. The Boogie Club is on the way.
All right. Well, Boogeyman, very timely for you to jump on the Bullet Club bandwagon all these months and years later. But as we wrap things up here, any words you have for the listeners here on the Super Podcast, on the anniversary show? You've been such a big part of this show. Anything you want to say?
Oh, you know, the Boogeyman feels very sentimental about this 605 anniversary. The wonderful, beautiful fans that continually vote for me to be the #1 man have really given me a new leash on life. I'm getting a little bit sentimental. I wish I'd prepared better for this, and I told myself I wasn't gonna cry. But I want to say from the bottom of Boogie's heart, thank you. Thank you very much to all my fans and friends and to you, Brian, for all you've meant to me over 3 years. And not too much to add, except those Ruin Brothers just better watch their ass.
Hold on. Where did that come from? You can't say that.
Happy anniversary! Woo! Mercy, Daddy!
Here at number 3 this week in the top 10 is a man who somehow remains popular with the listeners of the Super Podcast. He is known as Hot Dog, or as some people call this segment, Hot Dog and Lasto. Hello, Hot Dog.
Hey, Lasto! I just got back from the Fire Festival. That was wild, my friend. And when I say wild, I mean W-Y-L-D.
Well, hold on. The Fire Festival, that was a while ago, and it didn't actually happen.
I was one of the celebrity hosts, so my whole trip was paid for. Yeah. Soggy red carpet treatment all the way.
I'm guessing your cabana wasn't ready either, Hot Dog.
Now that you mention it, it wasn't. Yeah. Where are we in the ratings, Tej? It's been a while. Are we holding steady at what? Number 1? Number 2?
No, I believe last time, Hot Dog, you were at number 2, but this time you're at number 3 in the top 10. Number 3.
Did you say number 3?
Number 3,
Hold on, I can't hear you too well through these cheap bootleg headphones. Number 3?
Number 3.
What did the program director say about that? That's no good. This is awful. Wow, I'm seriously bummed out about this. I had a whole segment right here, my in memoriam to wrestlers that passed away in 2018.
What?
Yeah, I was going to do my in memoriam segment. Should I read off the list? I'm sort of in a down mood now as it is.
Well, I don't know, Hot Dog. I mean, you haven't been on in a while, and it is now well into 2019, but why not? Well, let's hear some of this list.
All right. Mountain Fiji.
Mountain Fiji from Glow.
Gino Moore.
What is this list, Hot Dog?
It says in memoriam from people that passed away in 2018.
Okay, Gino Moore.
Number 1, Paul Jones.
Number 1, Paul Jones. He did indeed die in 2018.
Rockin' Rebel.
The Rockin' Rebel, yes.
Slip Mahoney.
What is this, Hot Dog?
Frank Durso, veteran journeyman wrestler from Pittsburgh, also known as Slip Mahoney.
Slip Mahoney, okay. I know Jerry Mahoney.
One of the Rosati sisters.
Okay, enough with this death list, Hot Dog. What else do you have? Are there more names on your list?
Just a couple more. Lou Thez.
Lou Thez died many, many years ago, Hot Dog.
It still kind of stings. Yeah. Okay. Big Bully Busick.
Big Bully Busick.
Former AWA champion Vern Troyer.
Okay, well, Vern Troyer obviously is a actor and a little person, and he did indeed die, but not former AWA champion Vern Gagne.
Lasto, there's so many more names. I can't go on with this. I've got to go try to put this fire out pronto. Hey, Lasto.
Yeah.
We've got a really special guest calling into the show today. Pick him up on line number 5. Excuse me, please.
There is no line 5. Hello, special guest. Are you there right now?
Hello? Yes, I can hear you.
Is this Fred Schneider again?
No, Brian, this is veteran women's wrestling promoter Danny McLean.
Danny McLean?
Yes, I've got some information about my latest promotion. Prettier Ladies of Wrestling. That's right, Plow.
Well, hold on. Are you related to David McLean from Glow?
I'm Danny McLean. I've been called the Gallagher II of the McLean family.
All right, well.
The black sheep of the McLeans, but I wanted your listeners to be the first to know about one of our latest signings, our newest Plow Girls. Have I got a hot flash for you? The ink is barely dry on the contract, but Prettier Ladies of Wrestling has signed the hottest free agent in professional women's sports, none other than Priscilla the Tampon Girl.
Okay. Well,
you heard me right. You heard me right. The Tampon Girl. And along with her partner, Maxine Pad, they comprise the tag team of Heavy Flow.
Okay. Heavy Flow is going to be a tag team. And what did you say was Plow?
Prettier Ladies of Wrestling. PLOW. Coming at you. Heavy Flow coming at you sometime within the next month when you least expect it.
Okay, Heavy Flow.
Yeah, they're working on their entrance rap and some side-splitting vignettes as we speak.
All right, so you have the raps just like David McLean's Glow. Plow will be having these opening raps.
Entirely different. This is Prettier Ladies of Wrestling.
Oh, yeah, of course, of course.
And that news about Heavy Flow, that comes direct from the desk of our celebrity CEO, Darcy Retsky of the Smashing Pumpkins.
Okay.
You remember her?
I do remember her. Can we put Hot Dog back on? What is going on here?
He's very pale, that Darcy, but a shrewd businesswoman. Brian, it looks like we're about to get cut off here, and I'm out of quarters. You fans want to keep up to date? Call the Plow hotline at 1-900-888-PLOW. That's 1-900-888-PLOW. Hey, Brian.
Yes.
Why did the pregnant lady go into the pizza parlor?
Oh,
hello?
That's a Santo Gold joke. Oh, what is that
hello?
joke? Hello?
Hey, Lasto, I'm back. That was kind of a nice surprise, wasn't it? Danny McLean, yeah.
What was the punchline of that joke? I forgot the punchline, Hot Dog.
Oh, come on. That's a classic. She heard they had free delivery.
That's right. That's right. There was free delivery. Well, there's the horn. Hot Dog, is that all you have for us this week here on the show?
Yeah, I couldn't get a hold of the program director or the station owner. I could swear he's in, but his door seems to be locked from the inside. Let me just address our loyal listeners, the 605 Mothershippers. We can't do this alone, so on behalf of my partner, the great Brian Lasto, the Don Quixote to my Sancho Panzer, please give us ratings, and skyrocket us back up to number one. Our very livelihoods depend on it. Hey, Lasto.
Yes, Hot Dog.
We gotta go, brother.
Here at number one this week in the top 10 is a man who has been popular for such a long time here in the top 10. None other than the handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. And I believe you hear the clapping. He is on the line right now. Boogeyman, congratulations, number one once again.
Back at number one, Lasto. You know, my dear friend Killer Cal Rudman predicted it in his industry tip sheet, the Friday morning quarterback, that not handsome Jimmy Boogie would motivate his way back into the catbird seat, and so it has come to pass. Ha ha! Number one, Daddy.
Well, congratulations.
Oh, I feel good. Bump, bump, bump. From the moment I rise, feel good from morning to the end of the day. Ha ha!
All right, some kinks, but congratulations, number one.
Number one indeed. A celebratory mood prevails, Lasto. Boogie Club T-shirts are flying out the door like a greased pig with a cherry bomb in its ass. Ha ha! Yes, ma'am.
What?
Since we in such good spirits flying Brian Leo the Lion, I got an old friend who stopped by the gift shop and started celebrating a little bit early. Ha ha! Here he comes, making his way. Take it easy there, partner. It's that lovable lush of a ring announcer, that wily wino himself, Barfly Joe McHugh.
Oh, wow.
Hey, buddy, stop me if you've heard this one.
Well, welcome back to the show, Barfly Joe McHugh.
How many wrestlers does it take to help Ivan Putski from Krakow, Poland, to screw in a light bulb?
I don't know how many.
The three. Reggie the Crusher Lisowski, Ed Wiskoski, and Killer Kowalski.
Okay, seems a bunch of wrestlers with Polish names.
You know, those four individuals, as a combined effort, have their own condominium.
What?
Can you guess what they call it?
I don't know.
The Ski Lodge.
Okay. Listen, Barfly Joe McHugh.
I've got 1 million of them.
Oh, let's hope not.
Oh, look at the caboose on that barmaid. Hubba, hubba.
Okay, Barfly Joe McHugh. I think you're getting close to overstaying your welcome here on the Super Podcast.
The U.S. economy is really in the shitter.
You really are a barfly, aren't you?
And you know whose fault it is?
Whose fault is it?
The honky tonk man.
What are you, Jake Roberts? You blame honky tonk man for everything?
Hey, I like you, kid. Buy an old man a drink, would you?
Okay, sure.
Barkeep, another round for, what was your name again?
Brian.
Yes, another round for Brian, and my name is Jeremy Q.
Well, very good to hear from you once again, Barfly Joe McHugh. Nice to know. I didn't expect you to make another appearance on the show, but here you are.
All right, brother. How about that? Barfly Joe. It's always a treat when he stops by. It's getting him to leave that's a little problematic.
You're telling me, Boogeyman, but hey, here you are at number 1 in the top 10. That means
Yes,
next
indeed.
time on the show, you challenge either Cranky Barista Ken Patera or the Magnificent One for the championship.
First things first. Am I to understand that I hopscotched right over fabulous hiccuping Moolah?
Yes, you did.
I knew that old bird when she was known as hiccuping slave girl Moolah. And I don't want to say what she was a slave to in mixed company. But be that as it may. What is my competition again?
Your competition is either Cranky Barista Ken Patera or the Magnificent One.
The Magnificent One. Oh, my goodness. I saw a recent photo of that man, and he's magnificent, all right, in sheer tonnage. Put on a lot of weight he has.
Oh, that's not very nice, Boogeyman.
It's a simple fact. Out there in Hawaii, he was recently declared an island unto himself. The man is fat.
Boogeyman, come on. Enough of that.
As we used to say, it takes a harem to hug him and a boxcar to lug him. And who, may I ask, is challenging him for that prestigious? Who is challenging him for that prestigious 605 title honor?
It will be Cranky Barista Ken Patera.
Cranky Batista Ken Patera. What the hell is that?
That's not what I said. Cranky Barista Ken Patera. He's a version of Ken Patera that is just like the real Ken Patera, except he's wearing an apron and he works at a Starbucks or a different club.
Seems kind of high concept, if you ask me. That character's got no legs, if I'm being honest, but so be it. Anywho, thanks to Boogie's Army for their help. Please vote for me to take back my royal crown from the magnificent mess or that cranky Manny Patinkin or whatever the fuck his name is. Boogie Club t-shirts on sale now. All sizes up to 7X. Your smooth operator. Smooth operator.
All right,
is
Boogeyman.
standing by. Woo! Mercy, daddy.
Let's now spend a few minutes with Cranky Barista Ken Patera. Of course, he was in the championship match this week, and he came up the loser, the winner of the Magnificent One. Cranky Barista Ken Patera, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Who is this?
This is Brian from the Super Podcast.
Oh, yeah. What the fuck do you want?
I just wanted to inform you that here you are, the top 10 in the voting. You have lost the championship match to the Magnificent One.
Are you shitting me? You called the fucking Olympic strongman while I'm working to tell me that I fucking lost some Mickey Mouse top 10?
Indeed. That's exactly why I called you.
I'll tell you what. The next time you're sucking my nuts, count them both and tell me which one of those came in number 1. I ain't got time to fuck around with you.
What's that?
Get lost.
Here at number 5 this week in the top 10, it's Cranky Barista Ken Patera, and I believe he's with us right now. Cranky Barista Ken Patera, are you there?
Number 5. Isn't that something?
Yes, number 5 in the top 10 this week.
Are you going to order something?
Order something?
I'm not twisting your arm or anything, pal, but this is a place of business. 5 out of 10, is that right? Well, I'll be. You know, that reminds me of something that we used to say back in Vern Gagne's wrestling camp many, many years ago.
What's that?
That's an old saying. Fuck you, asshole. How about that, huh?
Was that the ending?
Now go drown yourself, dipshit. Who's this number?
Here at number 3 this week in the top 10 is Hot Dog, or Hot Dog in Lasto, as he insists on it being called. I don't know why he keeps getting voted into the top 10, but he remains popular for reasons I don't quite comprehend. Hot Dog, are you on the line?
Man, Lasto, I love it when you bring me on in the morning with stuff like that, saying, I don't know why Hot Dog remains popular. I don't know why Hot Dog is so hilarious. You know, it's classic straight man banter from the Bud Abbott to my Shemp Howard, the great Brian Lasto. Yeah!
Here you are once again in the top 10, voted by the listeners into the number 3 spot. No one says, Hot Dog, you're very hysterical. But anyway, Hot Dog, how you doing this week?
I think some people say it. Number 3 again in a ratings book this week, huh?
Yeah, holding steady at 3.
Well, at least we're consistent. This is a pretty... I was thinking last week that 3 wasn't any good, but this is a pretty big market. I think number 3 isn't too bad. Well, at least we're not down there at number 8 or 9 like Auntie Crisco or Sheila the Shooter, right?
Well, actually, they haven't been in the top 10 in quite a while.
Yeah. Remember Mighty Joe Thunders?
Well, I think it was just Mighty Joe Thunder with no S, but yes, I remember Mighty Joe Thunder.
Me neither. Short-lived. Hey, Lasto.
Yes, what's up, Hot Dog?
As you know, WrestleMania weekend is right around the corner, and I do want to mention that old Hot Dog's annual WrestleMania Weenie Watch Party is on like Donkey Kong again this year, all the way live from very near Nathan's Famous Hot Dogs in Coney Island, Brooklyn, brother.
All the way live, just like Ric Flair used to say about Precious.
That's right. We'll be watching the big event as it happens on multiple iPads. Plus, we're going to have contests, door prizes, celebrity guests galore. Yeah, we've got special VIP picnic table seating.
What are you talking about? What celebrity guests?
Well, we've got so much other things going on. Since you mentioned celebrity guests, in fact, I have a mystery caller on the line who's going to be there in person at the event to tell you more about it. He's on line 3. Say hello to our mystery caller, TG.
Is it Fred Schneider from the B-52s again?
Brian Lasto hails from Long Beach in New York. He's the king of Arcadian Vanguard. Pardon me while I kiss my own dork.
Well, I think I know who that is. Welcome back to the show. Did we have a name for our parody Lanny Poffo? I don't even remember.
Well, greetings, Brian. I don't know if I'm contractually allowed to say my name, but it is I, the mystery caller full of glory and renown. I'm on my way to Hot Dog's giant foot-long WrestleMania Weenie Watch Party, where I'll be judging the hot dog eating contest this year.
Lanny Poffo is going to be judging the hot dog eating contest.
That's right. I'm removing myself from competition. It just wouldn't be fair to pit myself against mere amateurs. But not to worry, because I will be conducting a special sausage-swallowing seminar for VIP ticket holders.
Well, hopefully there are no VIP ticket holders this year.
As you know, when it comes to that particular skill, I'm a Hall of Famer in my own right.
Well, I've heard stories, yes.
Brian, you've heard of the Knoxville 5?
Of course, we've done many segments on various Arcadian Vanguard shows all about the Knoxville 5.
I'm known as the Downers Grove 8.
The Downers Grove 8?
Yes, 8.5 on a good day. Brian, I've written a special poem for my good friends Hot Dog and Lasto.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Vote for Lasto, vote for Hot Dog. In the 605 top 10. They've reached the pinnacle before, and with your help, they will do it again. Hot Dog always keeps us laughing with a funny song or joke.
No, he doesn't.
But I can take my own hog down and never ever choke. No gag reflex whatsoever. Ask anyone. Yeah, all right.
Thank you so much, mystery caller.
Mystery?
Yes, what a great poem. I'm honored. We're going to have a bunch of Frisbees printed up with that poem on them for sale in my WrestleMania Weenie Watch Party.
I have to say, you sounded a lot more like Lanny Poffo before you had a cold.
I'm not sure I pick up what you're putting down.
Well, anyway, Hot Dog, here we are. I don't know if we're going to keep talking about your weenie party or whatever it is, but you're at number 3 in the top 10.
That's fantastic. I'm going to see you out there at Coney Island, right, my brother?
I don't know about that, although I could go for some Nathan's. I love Nathan's, and a lot of people don't talk about their corn on the cob. Nathan's always had really good corn on the cob that they made in a vat of butter. It was delicious.
It's going to be a blasto, Lasto. Hey, Lasto.
Yes, Hot Dog.
No sleep till Brooklyn. We got to go.
Here he is, fresh off his championship match with the Magnificent One. Unfortunately, he was not victorious, but he is with us right now on the Super Podcast. None other than the handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. I've heard 2 claps now. What's going on over there, Boogeyman?
The Boogeyman feels low.
What's the problem?
I'm a little under the weather, Lasto. Handsome's got the rockin' pneumonia and the not boogie-woogie flu.
Oh, what's
I think it's a common cold mixed with the croup and a touch of the creeping crud.
Ooh, that sounds awful.
I'm often constipated and over-medicated.
This sounds even worse.
But my job description says that I'm a professional wrestler, so I will soldier on and might understand that Brother Jimbo has once again snatched defeat from the jaws of victory at the hands of that Polynesian pothead, the Magnificent One.
You have indeed lost in your challenge against the Magnificent One. He reigns supreme once again as the champion, and you've gone against him multiple times now. You unfortunately did not come up victorious.
Well, I will address that travesty at the tail end in just a moment, but first, I'd like to welcome to my segment a new sponsor.
Wait, what?
That's right. Friends, do you poop out at parties? Is your prick a little sick? Do rats desert your hotel room like it was a sinking ship? Well, never fear. Handsome Jimbo is here with the answer to all your problems. Boogie's Big Blue Boner Pills.
What? Come on. We don't do that kind of shit here on the Super Podcast, Boogeyman.
Don't fret or frown. Just gobble one down. Boogie's Big Blue Boner Pills. The miracle chewable that will make you most screwable. Made from my soon-to-be patented recipe using generic Viagras with the logo scraped off, blue food coloring, and my secret ingredient, the essence of tumescence.
What?
Not Boogie's Big Blue Boner Pills will give you more confidence in the boudoir. Turn that Twizzler into a sizzler. Put a kickstand in your hand.
Put a kickstand in your hand?
Do you realize, listeners, if you had eaten a big bad Boogie Blue Boner Pill when I began this ad, you'd have a Hollywood loaf in your pants already. That's right. Simply contact Handsome Jimbo from Mempho in care of this podcast and use my promo code BOOGIE. And all you'll pay is shipping on your first order. The next order is where we really screw you.
Well, Boogeyman, are there any side effects?
And back to our regularly scheduled programming.
All right, Boogeyman, enough of this advertisement for some bullshit medication. Here you are. I was about to say in the top 10. You're not in the top 10. You lost the championship match. Anything you want to say to the listeners? Because, again, next time they have to choose to either vote you back into the top 10 or perhaps not vote for you at all.
Well, let me just address that. I sense that the formerly loyal 605ers, the mothershippers, I sense that they have allowed some interlopers and Donny-come-latelys to usurp my position at the top of the top 10 stack. It's like that old joke about the Smothers Brothers' mother, brother. I think they love someone else the best. You follow me?
I follow you, yes.
Well, I won't take this lying down. I was ready for a face-off with the magnificent Munchie Man, and who does he let in the door but that old crusty crumpet, Lord Apnea Hayes? You know, we got one good thing in common, his lordship and I. We both fell asleep during this promo last week. I got a mind to kick that moldy English muffin right in his nooks and crannies.
Well, he was voted the number 1 this week in the top 10, so the listeners seem to really like Lord Apnea Hayes.
That's just lovely. Well, I am mobilizing Boogie's army, Lasto.
What?
And we're taking back what rightfully belongs to me. And we're not moving aside for any hiccoughing fabulous mullah or a cast of weirdos, be it Cycle Slut Ivan Koloff or Honey T or any other mother brother. And I may have to confront the magnificent Ton, even if I have to fly to friendly skies to his little grass shack in Kahuna Kahika, Hawaii, and get up close and personal with that freak. Oh, flying to Hawaii. Okay. Tell Don the pothead handsome Jim is on his way. Ha ha. Woo! Mercy, Daddy.
Here at number 5 this week in the top 10 is Hot Dog, or as some people continue to call him, Hot Dog and Lasto, and I believe he is on the line right now. Hot Dog, welcome back to the Super Podcast. You are at number 5 this week in the top 10.
Number 5, fantastic, Brian Lasto. Welcome once again to the hippest trip in America. 4 to 5 nonstop hours across the tracks of your mind into the exciting world of the Hot Dog and Lasto Show.
How long did you say this was?
Possibly 4 to 5 hours. This is before editing.
No. Well, listen, Hot Dog, we're not going 4 to 5 hours, me and you, but you are here in the top 10 at number 5 this week.
Well.
Any thoughts on any of this?
Yeah, well, you know, buddy, I'm not the type to toot my own horn, but,
all right,
here we are again, holding steady at number 5.
What's going on in the world of Hot Dog, I guess? We should get a little bit of an update.
It's been a while since we teamed up, and I wanted this to be a special occasion, considering I'm sitting steady here at number 5. So I brought along a special guest. I don't mean to spring this on you, but Lasto, pick up line number 3.
There is no line 3, Hot Dog. Who do you have on the line?
Hello, Brian?
Yes?
Well, it's your old pal, Impressionist JR.
Get out of here, Impressionist Jim Ross. Welcome back to the Super Podcast. What a surprise. You're here to save the hot dog segment?
Surprise, surprise. Well, that would be petty larceny.
Well,
I just wanted to call in before I begin my ridiculously highly paid duties at my new job and perhaps rub your faces in my success.
Rub our faces? Hold on, Impressionist JR. You haven't been on this show in months, and now this is how you're going to come on here? You're going to insult the listeners or say that you want to insult the listeners?
Well, I mean that with all due respect, and I also want to wish you all congratulations sincerely on 100 episodes of the 605 Super Podcast. Things here at the new company so far are very tranquilo, to coin a phrase. Now, contractually, I'm no longer permitted to do my famous impressions for which I was so well known. For anyone who is, how can I put it, less than a billionaire, and I'm sorry, but your listeners voted me off the show so many years ago. So if you want me to break out the impressions, Brian, you have to make it rain, partner.
Well, you get out of here. You're not worth any money to the show.
Brian.
Yeah.
Who else is on the line here, if I may ask?
It is just apparently you, me, and I believe Hot Dog would be a separate person here on this call.
My God. As they once said in Mid-South, where's the blowjobs?
What?
You know, all those voices are the intellectual property of my new boss. Oh, look at they're the intellectual property of my new boss. I'm sorry. They've just wheeled in a water cooler into my new office, which is filled with Moscow mules. They really know how to treat the old impressionist here. Unlike your show, I may say.
Well, I guess so.
Oh, yes. They voted my old ass off the show, Brian. Don't you remember that?
Well, and now you're repaying them by not doing any of your famed impressions.
I did want to briefly mention my new line of fine food products, Farm Fresh Preserves, yes. Good old Grandma JR's jams and jellies. Mmm. They come in 3 tantalizing flavors. Pet Coon Goofy Grape, Chipotle Crabapple, and the seasonal favorite Pumpkin Spice.
Okay, well, that is a seasonal favorite. Everyone seems to like that this time of year.
Oh, yes, Grandma JR's jams and jellies. Your tongue will beat your taste buds like a red-headed stepchild.
Well, that may not be a the best expression to use in this day and age, but
I'm not even sure what it means, quite frankly.
well, this seems like a good appearance for you. You didn't do any of the impressions people wanted to hear, and you plugged all your shit.
Hot Dog and Lasto and good old JR. Brian?
Yes. Impressionist Jim Ross.
I don't mean to interrupt, but good old JR has got a roll. It's a big week for me. I'm still out there scouting talent. In fact, I've got a line on a young leper from Columbus, Ohio, who does a ventriloquist gimmick. He's tearing up the indie scene, and I want to get him locked in and signed before anybody else grabs him. So this is cantankerous, good old impressionist JR saying, go shit in your hat, and so long, everybody.
Well, thank you very much. Impressionist Jim Ross.
How about that? Good old impressionist JR. Wow.
And there he is to ruin the segment, Hot Dog. But there we are, Hot Dog. As I said before, at number 5 in the top 10, I thought you were back on the line. All of a sudden, impressionist Jim Ross jumped back on the line. But at number 5 in the top 10 on episode 100, getting me all fired up. Anything you want to say to the listeners?
Did JR seem a little bit on edge to you, Lasto?
He seemed just about normal.
Really? I thought he was a little bit troubled, Maybe. He's got a lot on his plate. Wow, well, it is absolutely great to be here at number 5.
What are you trying to say, Hot Dog? I don't even get what your joke is there.
Joke? Look at the time, Lasto. I had a whole parade of special guests lined up.
All right, Hot Dog, I don't know what the fuck is going on here this week. How do we get out of this segment? Hot Dog, is there anything else you want to say to the listeners of the Super Podcast as we wrap up here in the top 10?
Hey, Lasto, was it something I said?
Yeah, maybe so. We got to start wrapping things up. Here we are at number 5 in the top 10. Anything else you want to say to the listeners here this week on episode 100 of the Super Podcast?
Wow, time really got away from us. I had a whole parade of special guests lined up to pay you tribute and sing our praises, but then I found out we're only number 5 in the ratings book. Number 5, man. Ponderous. Fucking ponderous.
Okay, all right.
I think we dropped a few spots while you were on your long hiatus. I'm making air quotes here.
Right.
Hey, I'm just ribbing, brother. We'll be back on top this time next time. Hey, Lasto.
Yes, Hot Dog. Wrap things up, Hot Dog.
We gotta go.
Here at number 3 this week in the top 10 here on episode 100 is none other than Cranky Barista, Ken Patera, and I believe he is on the line right now. Cranky Barista, Ken Patera, how are you?
Lovely. Yeah, I'm here. Remind me just, what the fuck is this again?
This is the top 10 as voted on by the listeners of the Super Podcast, and you are, once again, in the top 10 at number 3, Cranky Barista, Ken Patera.
Barista. Barista, my Olympic asshole. Holy shit. Let's just say my former place of employment and I came to an abrupt parting of the ways. This was months ago. Yeah, it's all a misunderstanding, those cunts. I've moved on. You'd know this if you checked in with me once every 6 months or so, huh?
Well, hey,
huh?
I've been working on things behind the scenes.
That's a good place for you, behind the scene. Thank Christ I'm, number 3 in the fucking super top 10, no? Number 3. That and $6 will buy you a venti caramel frap of fucking Cheeto.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck the barista. For now, I'm doing a lot of meet and greets and fan fests and shit. So if you see the old Olympic strongman at one of these things, come up and say hello and put me out of my misery, please. Yeah. Wood chipper. Yeah. Oh, it's like Shangro, goddamn fucking la-di-da. Number 3, though. Wonderful. Yeah, interview over, you weird beard. Call me back anytime.
Here at number 1 in the top 10 on this, the 100th episode spectacular of the 605 Super Podcast is a very popular man in show history, the handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. And you hear the clapping. He is on the line right now. Boogeyman, welcome back to the Super Podcast.
Oh, tell all the chickies not handsome's on the loose. They can run and hide, but they can't fly the coop. Ha ha! Dicky-doo, dicky-doo. Woo, mercy!
All right.
A reprise of my most famous hit single, The Ballad of Not Handsome Boogie Jimmy, can now be yours from Columbia House, along with 11 other selections for just 1 penny. Can your heart stand it, brother? Also available from Napster. Get yours today.
Well, Boogeyman, those are dated ways of getting music, but speaking of dated ways, here you are in the top 10 at number 1. That means the listeners have gotten behind you once again and pushed you to the top of the top 10.
Number 1, 100th episode. What a momentous occasion. Woo! I feel good, Brian Lasto.
All right.
I feel like doing it. I feel like doing it to death. And when I say doing it to death, I mean this bit. Ha ha! You know, on this momentous occasion, the Jimmy Not Handsome Boogeyman is going to drop his tights and fire a rocket daddy in tribute. Oh,
Well, hold on now, Boogeyman. I don't think anyone wants you to drop your pants here.
Sky's the limit, brother. It seems like only yesterday that you and I began on this journey together, Lasto.
Well, actually, the show existed for a very good while before you were ever on the show, Boogeyman.
A very good point. As I pause to reflect, originally it was just you and David Bingenheimer, was it not?
It was not David Bingenheimer. It was me and David Bixenspan.
Bingenheimer, the Long Island Matt Mafia, Brian and Bing.
No, hold on. It was me and David Bixenspan, and we started 605 together way back in 2015, yes.
David Bixenheimer Smith. His name is my name, too.
Oh, you seem to be happy with yourself with that one, Boogeyman.
Yeah. But then shortly thereafter, the change was made uptown, and Handsome Jimbo joined the band. And the rest, they say, is history.
It sure is. Well, speaking of history, you are at number 1 in the top 10. That, of course, means the fans have put you here once again.
Did someone say number 1?
Number one. Yes.
Well, it's only fitting as I'm forever number 1 in the hearts of the loyal 605 super mothershippers as they are in mine. I wish I could plant a great big sloppy kiss on every last one of you. Almost everyone.
Well, yeah, okay, Boogeyman. Well, let's not pick and choose here, but the listeners do love you. They have gotten behind you once again. They love hearing from you. You are one of the most popular people in the history of the Super Podcast. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I pause and reflect, as I said. Not just that, which warms me to the cockles of my heart. And if you've ever had cold cockles, you know what the difference is. But the summer, speaking of getting colder, the summer slipped away on us, didn't it, brother?
Yeah, it did. It's quickly.
Yeah, Big Mama and I kept planning to visit you and a brown paper bag assassin out there at Last Manor for one of your famous beach blast barbecues. But c'est la vie, it just didn't happen this year. Summer went by fast. Or I should say it wasn't fast, it was sudden.
Ah, there you go. A Gordon Soley line.
But unlike, who? But unlike Coca-Cola, it's far from over. Not Boogie Jam 2019 rolls on, my brother. Still some gas in the tank. Yeah, we're getting ready to take this party on the road for our back-to-school tour. With, loads of special guests such as J.J. French from Twisted Sister, Jimmy J.J. Walker, TV's Wonder Woman Linda Carter, Jason Hervey Jr., also known as El Hijo de Jason Hervey, and a whole host of others. At select stops on the tour, we got Carmen Electra, Kid and Play, Pistol Pez and his sister Jody Watley. Not to mention 2/3 of Bananarama, David San Martino, and the list goes on and on.
Jeez, Boogeyman, how did you put together this list of people that'll... What is this, Boogeyman, not Boogeyman Jam 2019?
Back to school tour. We all celebrating the 605 Superb Podcast 100th episode, and of course my position of number 1 in the top 10. Mercy.
On that topic, Boogeyman, of course you are at number 1 in the top 10. The fans, the listeners have put you here, and that of course means you will challenge for the championship against either the Magnificent One or Lord Apnea Hayes next week, right here on the Super Podcast.
Next week? You must be crazy. They ought to call you Crazy Brian. First 100 episodes, here's the 100 more. 100 more. I don't think I'm going to make it, but far stranger things have happened in wrestling, brother.
Well, that's true. That's true, Boogeyman.
Oh, Big Mama, crank up that hi-fi. I feel like singing. Yeah. Woo!
Let's do it, Daddy.
Let's do it. Oh, rolling into Mempo, TWA. I'm a rocker and a roller, a little funky Jew. Woo! Mercy! Ha ha ha!
Here at number 3 in the 605 Super Podcast Super Universe Top 10, a man who has become popular, a man who is sometimes cranky, in fact, every time cranky, Cranky Barista, Ken Patera, and I believe he's on the other line right now. Cranky Barista, are you there?
Yeah. Who the fuck is this?
This is the great Brian Last of the 605 Super Podcast, the Mothership.
The great Brian Last, yeah.
That's right.
What, pray tell, makes you so butt-fucking great?
Well, amongst other things, I host the 605 Super Podcast, the greatest wrestling podcast, the only wrestling podcast that matters, but we're here to talk about you, not me, Cranky Barista, and I hear some noise back there. If I remember right, now it's been a while since the Mothership has landed. If I remember right, were you fired or did you quit your job as a barista? But it sounds like I hear some of the usual barista noises, I guess we'll call them, here in the background. What's going on?
Yeah, listen, they hired me right back after the pandemic. They can't get anyone who wants to work here anymore. We put up a help wanted sign, one of those sandwich boards on the sidewalk. And you know who's living under it? The fucking Haiti kid, that little shit. Do you believe that?
No, I do not believe that.
Things are tough all over.
Well, listen, Cranky Barista.
He does okay. Sometimes I throw him a stale croissant. I'll tell you what I did. I'm strictly prep work now. I couldn't take working with the public, those cacksuckers. I went out and I got one of my old buddies a job working the counter. One of my old buddies from wrestling. Yeah, he takes the orders and runs them back in here, and I mix up some crap and ship it back out. Other than him, I'm lucky if I see another human face all shift.
Do you have anything?
Here he comes now. Quiet, asshole. Oh, Mr. Patera, the following order is for 2 drinks with a 20-minute time limit. The first drink is for a grande double half-cap San Martino with extra foam. His next drink hails from the outer reaches of the North Pole. An iced venti gingerbread Dino Bravo. Yeah, is that it, Joe? And please add a double shot of wild turkey and an espresso cup. And my name is Joe McHugh.
That's right, Joe McHugh, apparently in the coffee shop. We don't even have a name for this coffee shop, but the one that Cranky Barista Ken Patera works in.
Yeah.
Joe McHugh apparently has shown up. But you don't sound too enthused about it, Cranky Barista.
Love it. A perfect setup. Coming right up, Joe. And hey, Last, I should just let you know, we don't really serve hard liquor here at the coffee shop. I just keep a couple of bottles back here for McHugh. Got to keep him well oiled, otherwise he gets the shakes and drops the coffee tray. Fucking old coot. Well, I probably should shuffle some papers back here or jerk off or something. And frankly, you're starting to bore me. Just hang up, Twinkie.
Well, here he is at number 1 in the 605 Super Podcast Super Universe Top 10. A man that inexplicably remains popular with some segment of this audience. Hot Dog, otherwise known as Hot Dog and Lasto.
Hey, don't call it a comeback, Lasto. I've been here for years. Well, looky here. Hot Dog and Lasto rides again. Just like Martin and Lewis on the silver screen, Uncle Elmer and Cousin Junior in the squared circle, or Pineapple and Ham on a pizza pie. Some team-ups were just meant to be.
The question is, how soon could this segment end? That's the thing I'm thinking about right away as soon as we start, Hot Dog.
Oh, don't talk like that. Hey, I'm back with Lasto, and I'm fully vaxxed.
Well, that's very good, Hot Dog.
I couldn't be happier. I've been off social media ever since my BlackBerry conked out on me. So I felt so fine, so proud. I felt so elated when I heard you wanted to get the team back together. Yeah,
Brian, I thought for a second there I was going to be the next Aquarian Vanguard superstar to get shit canned. I really did.
No, you're still with Aquarian Vanguard.
Oh, okay. That's good to hear, because here I've been spending so much time during the hiatus and lockdown, writing jokes, working on my comic material, polishing it and honing it, and punching up scripts and whatnot.
Well, that sounds like a positive.
Well, punching up numerous scripts, yeah, all with a professional wrestling background. First of all, you'll be excited to know I've got an episode on the 4th season of Dark Side of the Ring. Yeah, it's called Mighty Joe Thunder, the Jilted Jabroni. That's more of a treatment rather than a script.
Yeah, I don't know if that one's going to be on Dark Side of the Ring. That's a fringe story. That may be even too fringe.
They might have it in the second half of the season. Another one, this one for sure. This is going to be hot. This one, the working title is Requiem for an Asshole, the Brian Knobs story.
The guy has hold on, Hot Dog. The guy just saw this morning. The guy has a fucking GoFundMe up because he's in the hospital. Do you have a problem with Brian Knobs?
Wow, I wonder if it'll still be up when this episode airs. I know I don't have a problem with him, but in my research, I found out he's a huge asshole.
All right. Well, I don't know if that treatment's going to go over too well right now, Hot Dog.
Keep your fingers crossed.
Well, you can keep yours crossed. I'm going to keep mine crossed that we can get out of this segment without any...
Well, I'm punching up scripts. I've got a very good one that I'm working on. Police Academy 8, Begging for a Paycheck.
Who stars in that?
Well, David Arquette is in it. He plays himself as an accident victim. It might be a documentary. I'm not sure.
Listen, Hot Dog, I thought you said you had jokes. You had punchlines. What is this? You've had months to write material, Hot Dog. What is this?
Has Hot Dog got jokes? Hey, does S.D. Jones have a hole in his back? Have I got jokes? Here's my first one.
Yes, please.
Just as a sample.
Yes.
What is the Cult of Cornet's favorite strong-style wrestler?
What is the Cult of Cornet's favorite I have no idea what the answer would be.
Low IQ Key. Get it? Low IQ Key.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Jokes. Have I got jokes? Can Dave Meltzer write a run-on sentence? I've got jokes, all right.
Well, it seems like it. Do you have any other ones? Maybe better material. Jokes that you've been saving.
You might like this one.
Okay.
What do you call a midget wrestler who farts more than Andre the Giant?
I don't know.
Minnie Ripperton.
All right. Hot Dog, well, maybe you can get a...
That was a collaboration. I wrote, John McAdam wrote the first part, and I wrote the punchline.
All right, well, I don't know if McAdam wants any...
Well, okay. I got a million of them, Teach, just not all written down. Yeah, more in my head.
Okay.
But what I'm really excited about is this new interview segment that I'm developing for syndication. Yeah, in the grand tradition of Piper's Pit or Mulligan's Barbecue or the PWI press conference, we're going straight to the horse's mouth to answer the fans' questions and emails for that legendary carpenter, enhancement talent, journeyman wrestler, if you will, the preeminent preliminary bum himself, Frankie Williams. Can you read this intro for me, please, Lasto?
You indeed did send me an email, and I will open it now. The opinions expressed on Frankie's forum are those of Mr. Williams himself and do not reflect those of Hot Dog, myself, certainly not, or the Arcadian Vanguard network. With that said, we take you to Frankie's forum.
All right, just one more time, Lasto, with a little more energy.
No, I'm not reading it again.
Oh, just the last line. But with that part.
We take you to Frankie's forum.
Hey, Mr. Williams. Excuse me for a second. Is it all right if I call you Frankie? Yeah. It is? Oh, great. Well, Frankie's forum, as you know, it is going to be the fan forum to ask you questions about your illustrious career, trivia questions, relationship advice, whatever they want to know. So without further ado, our first question is from Marty from Brooklyn, New York.
Hey!
Marty asks, please settle a bet for me and my friend. Where are you from anyway? Is it Dayton or Akron?
Columbus, Ohio. All right. I guess that answers your question, Marty. Hey, thanks. Well, we started off with an easy one, Frank.
So dumb. So dumb.
Okay, this next one is from Lanny from Downers Grove, Illinois. Lanny asks, hey, Big Frankie, I know you didn't always choose your own opponent, but were you ever afraid when you saw someone's name on the chalkboard? You know, a little cowardice, perhaps? Or pre-match jitters? I'm not a coward of nobody. I'm not afraid of nobody. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in that ring. Oh, geez, I'm sorry, Frankie. Take it easy. This is verbal. This is not a physical thing. Hey, I don't think listener Lanny meant anything bad by that. Let me change the subject, please. This is more of a personal question.
Yeah, please.
I heard that Jethro Tull is going to be in concert at the Columbus Civic Center next month. Yeah? Columbus, Ohio. Well, I know you're going to be there with that to help with the load-in, Frankie, so Lasto wanted me to ask if we could catch a ride to the show with you. And I don't room for nobody. Oh, you got no room for nobody. Oh, well, I'm sorry, Frankie. I misunderstood. I may be a lousy wrestler, but I still ain't. No, Frankie, I didn't get bad by that. Oh, geez. Oh, shoot. Hey, folks, it looks like Frankie just fell out of his chair and rolled right out through the curtain. Oh, wait, he might be coming back. No, he's back out again. Well, I guess this wraps up this edition of Frankie's Forum. Remember to send your questions to Frankie's Forum in care of this podcast.
Yes. Well, that was Frankie's Forum. I must admit it ended up being a lot better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, a pilot episode of Frankie's Forum. Well, we were also bouncing around some other titles for the segment, such as Frankly Speaking with Frankie Williams, or Who, What, Where, When, Why, and Williams. Do either of those tickle your fancy?
I don't know if any of this tickles my fancy.
Oh.
Especially,
Okay.
I mean, a one-time thing, it was great, but I don't know if we're going to do any more Frankie's Forum here.
I think letters will start flooding in as soon as you mention it. Hey, TGBL, I also wanted to tell the guys in the truck to lay in a little Owner of a Lonely Heart by Yes over the intro to Frankie's Forum, and again, as the segment ends. Sound good?
It sounds very much like Piper's Pit in 1985, but whatever floats your boat, hot dog, whatever gets us out of this segment.
Well, 10-4, good buddy. I'll catch you on the flip-flop. Hey, that's CB lingo for your favorite footwear. Hey, Lasto.
Yes, hot dog.
We gotta go.
Well, here he is, a very popular figure in the 605 Super Podcast Super Universe Top 10. However, once again, he goes down in defeat to the Magnificent One. And I hear some clapping there. It sounds like it's in a tin can, but it appears he's on the line. The man I'm speaking of, the handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. The clapping has stopped.
Oh, what have I become now that I'm so old? Rest in peace to Dusty Hill, whose beard gimmick I stole. I become boogie in my mind. I become.
All right, now please, you don't have to do the second verse. You don't have to do the second verse, Boogeyman. But thanks for being here on the Super Podcast Top 10.
Well, howdy ho, Lasto. How does that grab you? Just a little hair metal anthem, personally composed for old handsome Jimmy, not by my favorite new metal rock group, Fonzie. Yeah.
No, it's Fozzy, not Fonzie.
Yeah, Fonzie, Fuzzy, whatever. They good-looking, hard-working youngsters. Oh, it's a beautiful baby. You should hear all the fans in the stands singing along to the probing lyrics when old Boogie makes his way to the ring. You know, I'm a little bit surprised, though, Brian. I thought that you had lost my number or perhaps broke another flip phone in a fit.
No.
I ain't heard from you at Coon's age.
I'm more likely to break a flip-flop in a fit, not a flip phone, but no, that isn't the case. It's taken a while, but the mothership has landed again. Maybe landing again and again. We'll see what happens, but that's the reason that you are here, as I said, in the top 10.
That's good to know. I'm just here hunkered down in a boogie shack in Charlottesville, Virginia, knocking out numerous cameo videos that I started doing during the pandemic.
Cameo videos?
Oh, yes, it's been very lucrative and keep me connected with all my street people. Yes, not Boogie's Army. I charge for the cameos You'll like this. I charge $60.05 per video. You see what I did there? $60.05. It represents 605, brother.
I get that. And the next
And believe me, I'm selling myself cheap.
It certainly sounds like that, but I'm surprised the street people can afford such high rates.
Well, the orders have been flooding in. I can hardly keep up with the sheer volume of requests for old Not Handsome Jimmy on Cameo. In fact, I was just cranking one off when you called. If you don't mind, I'm just going to finish this last one off while I got you on the horn while I'm hot.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Capiche?
This particular one is a request for a pep talk. All right. Ooh-wah, cool, cool kitty. I'm not the handsome boy from New York City. Ooh-wah. Yo, Andrew. Andy, my brother. This is not Jimmy talking to you. Your family bought you this video, and they said that you wanted a pep talk from little old me, and that you're a great big fan of mine. They say you're a cool dude, and you're very handy, or does that say handsy? I'm not sure. Be that as it may, Andrew. I'm just going to call you Handy Andy. I understand you like to kiss and hug everyone you meet. Well, that's right up Not Handsome's alley. I do that to Tony Schiavone, to Sun-Eye King, any number of people. Ain't nothing wrong with that, brother. Live how you want to live. Lay that smackaroo wherever your lips may taketh you. Ha ha. Andy, well, your family, including your big daddy, Super Mario, say you've been a little down in the mouth lately. But take it from old Boogeyman when I tell you that hard times don't last, but hard people do. And old Handsome here is hotter than Chinese checkers, brother. In fact, to that end, I think the very thing you need is I'm going to send you a free trial pack of Boogie's Big Blue Boner Pills, now available in regular and giant hairstacks party size for those busy weekends.
All right, listen, Handsome Boogeyman, while I commend you for having material that is timely, which is amazing considering our deluxe recording schedule here, I don't know if we should be commending in any way, even in joking fashion, Andrew Cuomo right now.
Oh, is that... Yes, I lost track of the envelope. Let me just finish this. And I don't know that that's quite what we're into here. But they just sent me the information, said the guy wanted a pep talk. Be that as it may, as I was saying, Boogie's Big Blue Boner Pills. They'll put pep in your step and spunk in your super soaker. Oh, yeah.
All right,
and
Boogeyman.
I'm extending this limited time offer for my brothers of the mothership. If you want a cameo video of your very own from yours truly, all you got to do is vote me into the top 10 championship spot on the 605 top 10 list over that magnificent Morocco mole or whoever. And the cameo price will drop to $50 just for you, with proof of the championship vote for old Not Handsome Boogeyman. Just enter the promo code CHEAPMOFO. That's $50, brother.
Okay, Boogeyman, enough of this, enough of your plugs. Any final words for the listeners of the Super Podcast who once again will have an opportunity to vote for you to potentially be in the top 10?
$50, as I say. $50.
Okay, enough with the $50, Boogeyman.
If you vote for old bit, and when I say $50, you know, Boogie Not Valiant Man may be 80 years old, but every time Big Mama sees me, she takes me for 50. Hey, Andy. Handy Andy, Boogie loves you. Keep your mask up and your pants down, brother. Ha ha. Mercy.
Well, there it is, part 1 of a 605 Super Podcast tribute to Scott Cornish. Part 2 will feature Scott Cornish Star Wars, where myself and some of the voices you love from the 605 Super Podcast get together, talk about Scott, and so much more. Stay tuned for that in the next day or so. Thank you for listening, and if I may ask a favor, keep Scott in your thoughts. Remember something he said, something that made you laugh? Go back and listen to some of his stuff. He was a great guy, and I can tell you, he took a lot of pride in the work that he did, the fun that we had here on the Super Podcast, and we're sure going to miss him. For everyone else, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!